Hey everyone, how are y'all? American Princess, how are you? Hey OCD Shaggy, how are you tonight? Sweet Misery, how are you? Hey Libra Moon. It's good. Okay, Brian. Yeah, as soon as I get done with the live, I should have time then to look at it. Hey G, how are you? Betty Joe, how are you tonight? Okay, 1 second, y'all. Don't guess it's gonna start working. Miss Kelly, how are you? All right. Okay, y'all. Emails pinned to the top of the chat. Brian, some people do, and then some people forget whenever they come in. Hey, Lady Claymore, how are you? Hey, Willie, how are you? All right, y'all make sure your chat is set to live chat. Okay, hold on, Brian. I'm writing it down. Brian, that's the video that you sent to me, right? Hey, Tonka, how are you? Okay. All right, well, I got myself a note here to make sure that I watch it once I'm done tonight. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Summer, how are you? Miss Kelly, I think Brian Hoffman cracks everybody up. Christy, you doing okay tonight? Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Guitar, yes, Vaughn. Very tiring. Vaughn, I'm doing good, thank you. Thank you, Mandy. Sweet misery, girl. Me too. That's why I can't wait for this trial to start. There's too much messiness going on. Betty Joe, that baby done turned into a night owl like the rest of us. Hey, Fofa Cat, how are you? Has anybody seen Lady V around today? I wonder how she's doing. I think she's grown. She's supposed to be 3 and act like she's 23. Betty Joe, there's nothing wrong with that. That baby just wants to have fun. That's it. Hey, Marina, how are you? She was on my panel tonight, but she had to go. Oh, okay. She must still be hurt then, Christy. I know last night she wasn't feeling good. Hey, Candy girl, how are you? I'm busy all day. Haven't had time to mess around with YouTube. I've kind of been off and on it today, Tonka, but not a whole lot. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw the link out. Hey, No Way, how are you? Stacy, how are you? No way, I haven't got to see her today. Sweet Misery said she was on her panel earlier, but she had to go, so I'm thinking that she's probably still not feeling good. Like I said, I know last night she wasn't feeling good at all. Dreamcatcher, how are you? Hey, Julie, how are you? Melissa Moon, how are you? See, hi everyone. I'm so happy to be a part of your channel. Well, Melissa, we are happy that you're here with us. It's the only way I get through the night shift. Thank you, everyone. Melissa, you're very welcome, honey. Tara, how are you? Dreamcatcher, I'm doing good. All right, let me grab the link. Go ahead and throw it out there. Anybody that wants to grab it, you're more than welcome to. Hey, Summer, how are you? Crom Sleuthing, how are you? Oh, Maureen, I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, Will, how are you? So your stream with the Michigan attorney was fantastic. You should clip that and make it a video. I probably will end up doing that, Will. Big Al, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Tired, but good.
Oh, same here. Starting to warm up your temperature here starting tomorrow.
Wait, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was like a muffled sound.
I think my headset might be going to shit.
Oh.
I've been fighting going back to a boom mic. I just can't stand having it in front of my face.
Well,
What up, Willie?
Willie, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, I'd much rather have the boom mic than the headset.
Yeah, I gotta get some headphones.
Yeah, they are much needed for YouTube.
But the problem is like these Androids, you can't just use like regular headphones. You have to use either wireless or like the charging port has to be the same as the headphones.
Right. Hey, Beckles. All right. So Betty Joe and Sweet Misery, how are y'all?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Oh, Christy couldn't hear us, I don't guess. Let me get the link back out for her. And she complained about that Louisiana internet. That's the reason why she was going all the way back to Arizona.
And now she has nothing but problems.
Exactly. Used to, though.
I'm not scared of you. I'm just scared to like debate against you.
Oh, Fofa?
Yeah, she's the only one I fear on this whole app.
Fofa comes with facts.
That's what I'm saying. I know what's up.
Yep, she's got.
So anything else dropped today, or any news, or any?
No,
anything?
nothing dropped today. I've been refreshing the website today. Nothing came out. I thought that it would have, but it didn't. Monday, I'm wondering if something's going to come out because Monday is when he's supposed to provide his alibi if he's going to provide one. Like
Think
that's
he's gonna?
I don't know. That was what my question was going to be for everyone. Do y'all think he's going to provide an alibi?
I don't.
My money's on no.
I mean, I don't think he is either.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Christy, you're breaking up again, honey.
Oh my God.
Where you at?
Is she on her
Vietnam?
That is the weirdest. I've never heard anyone else's mic do that.
It's been doing that here lately though, and before.
That's not connection.
It's.
No, I don't think so. I think it's her mic.
Oh.
Hey, Seventh Row, how are you? She's never had an issue before though.
It's too regular. It's almost like somebody's hitting a key.
Is she on her phone?
Yeah, I think so.
I think she is. Yeah.
She might want to shut it off and restart it. Maybe that might help.
I'm guessing it's been like 4 times in a row, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been the last couple of times that she's tried to come up. It's been doing that, and before it started, she never had an issue.
Nope.
Well, she said she's not having an issue when she runs her StreamYard. So I'm wondering if because she's got a StreamYard admin account, for some reason the cookies aren't working together. Something's weird.
Yeah, something's not.
Because I've never heard that before.
I don't know. Something's going on. Cause
I'll tell you what, though, I slept pretty well last night after speaking to that lawyer.
Everybody seemed to like that live last night.
Hell yeah.
With him up here. And that literally was not planned. Like I said, I saw him over in the experts night before last because I didn't go live. So I always stop by the experts when I see him live. And he was in there and he said he was going to drop by here. I didn't even know he was coming in here last night, much less come up on stage.
That's awesome.
I always sleep through the good shit. I always sleep through the good shit. Always.
Well, we had an attorney up here from Michigan last night.
Right on.
He's a defense attorney. So he was up here for over an hour, I guess.
Yeah.
And it kind of, like he kind of got bombarded with questions, but he was really cool about it. Cause like I said, it was just, him coming up here. It wasn't a planned thing. And he just like, every time somebody asked a question, he answered it to the best of his abilities. And he would make sure everybody knew, like, I don't really know Idaho law, but, and he answered it as best he could.
I think it's pretty good.
Hey, Evie. I mean, would y'all like me to see if I can get him back on here one night?
Absolutely.
I may have to do that.
I'm sure.
I got one for you, Scarlett.
We have a lot more questions.
What is it, Miguel?
Why would I be looking at my chat and not have the option to select live or real time? It's just not there.
Hey, just on. I don't know.
Have you ever seen that before? Because I haven't.
No.
StreamYard's been messing up quite a bit.
What are you looking at? Were you trying to see your comments?
On the YouTube side, I can't see the messages at the top of the screen, like the pinned messages or
That's weird.
select live or real time chat. It's just not there.
You may have to exit out of it because last night when
did.
I was and it's still not there.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
I don't know. Last night, mine kept my YouTube chat kept freezing, and I would have to exit out of YouTube and then come back to it, and then it would work fine for a little while, and then I have to go back out of it and come back to it.
I wonder if YouTube's updating is why it's doing it.
Something's going
Would
on.
be. Hey, Pickle Me Elmo, how are you? Angela, how are you? I don't know what was wrong with it, but and I have to have my YouTube chat up because I don't see all the messages on StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm the
That
same way too.
It doesn't show them all to me, so I have to have them both up.
Yeah,
don't
I mean,
know.
I only look at like comments until like I don't know 2 o'clock, and then I just put my phone on my chest because I'm too tired.
I can't see comments, so
Really?
I'm
That
blind.
was actually
Really.
one of the best like in my opinion, like that was some of the best conversation that one night when nobody could see the comments, and it was
Right.
just like I don't know, there's just something about it.
I mean, I take a screenshot of them and then look at them that way because I can like make them real
Zoom
big.
in on them, yeah. Hey, Crime Lies and Videotape, how are you?
It won't be long. I got 20 days.
And
Good
those 20
afternoon.
days
Can you guys hear me?
it's before you know it, they'll be over with, and you'll have your surgery, and then you'll be healed up, and you'll be able to see perfectly.
Yep.
Mandy May,
Can y'all
that was
hear me?
not my friend that was on.
Who?
Mandy May said, "Can Big Al get his lawyer friend on tonight?"
Oh.
That wasn't my friend. I was sleeping. It's like completely out.
Big Al missed it.
I totally missed it, and it's not my friend. So
Yeah, I'll have to I have his email because he wanted me to email him the document that I went over or was going over last night. So I emailed that to him, and then the whole website for Idaho that has all the links. Hey Max, how are you?
Yeah.
And
Can
so
you
I've
guys
got
hear
his
me?
email. Yeah, we can hear you. So I
Okay.
might see if he wants to come back up one night and just answer some questions. And I seen somebody, I think it was Tonka, said something about maybe trying to get an attorney from Idaho because they would be able to answer the questions better.
Mhm.
So may have to see if I can find one from there.
yeah, it's amazing
Oh,
how
I
state laws
saw.
can differ.
Right. Because I mean that's what he kept saying. You know, I don't know Idaho law, but this is my opinion of it and did the best he could. But he was pretty
Oh,
informative
I
though.
saw. Today. I saw today, guys. Taylor Business's case starts tomorrow, or her trial on Court TV apparently at
On
9:30
Friday. I mean Monday you mean?
tomorrow. Saturday. No, I guess yeah, Monday. I don't know why they said the 21 hours ago they said tomorrow, so I guess
Hey,
Monday.
I gotta mute for just 1 second.
Yeah, Big Al, you got to go back and watch that, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try. Oh, I'll probably be able to find some time on Sunday. Weekends are tough for
He has
me.
a big
Okay.
he has a big issue with the timeline. Like a big
You know,
issue.
I think everybody that is a critical thinker has issues with the timeline for one reason or another.
It's whack, that's why.
It's screwed up. I mean, it just doesn't. Some of it just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Hey Rowing, how are you?
That was one of the things I asked him was what's the biggest thing you're seeing that's a problem, and that's
I think
Well-
that's going to be the biggest contested thing in the trial.
well, like Riddler said, if you're saying 425 and he's on video at 420, like that's
I still want to know where the 5
Contradicting.
minutes is coming from.
it's contradicting itself. So I don't,
I get the 4 o'clock because they're saying that's when Xana received the DoorDash. So I completely get the 4 o'clock part of it. But where's the
Yeah.
extra 5 minutes coming from if you're seeing this guy, like you said, leaving at a
Right.
high rate of speed at 420, unless you're putting it out there without actually saying the words that possibly someone else was involved. But
Yeah.
are they looking for someone else?
and he did it, like Rose said, in 6 minutes without a trace, like nothing, like tracking.
More
nothing.
like 8 minutes.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like again, if he went straight in, straight out, yeah, with no hesitation, I'll give him. I'll give it 7-8 minutes. But I figured he just would have like stood in the backyard for a couple minutes and looked in to make sure he knew where everybody was at. And I don't know, just pretty ballsy to just run right in.
Yeah. Well,
I agree.
most of your killers are pretty ballsy.
Yeah, but this is
Yeah, it's too quick.
Yeah.
I agree 100%, Willie. I do.
It's
Just
almost
to run in
it
the
is
door and
really
go right to it.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable that anyone could do that. Even if you know the layout, if you're not like a stealth ninja, like how the hell are you
That's
doing
what I
that?
mean.
Just come on.
He knew who was behind each door. He had to have, because he never tried to
But
open
even if
Dylan's.
you knew that,
Right.
that's 8 minutes. That's ridiculous. I don't know.
No, I
Maybe.
know, I know, I
Was
know
he
exactly what you're
strong?
saying. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Ethan is what, 6'4", so you figure there's. I mean, I don't know. I
Um,
believed it when they were all
James
sleeping.
Bond can't pull that off.
Andy, he hasn't provided his alibi yet, but he has until Monday to provide one if he's going to use an alibi as his defense.
You know, one good
But
question about it is how far is it from the door to where each person was dispatched?
well, that's what somebody had
Because
mentioned.
if
Yeah,
somebody comes through the door with a knife in their hand, you're gonna scream.
yeah.
You're gonna yell. I
But
mean,
also, she didn't state that she, because where her room is, my man, is like right against the steps. So like when
right.
somebody goes up and down the
Yeah.
steps, like you hear them. So if he went directly upstairs, she heard that, but she didn't.
Yeah.
She didn't state that in her statement. She and I don't
Hold on,
believe.
but wait, the two people alive didn't hear it, apparently.
What do you mean? Yeah, not.
The two people that lived, they didn't hear anything till 8 hours later. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
Well, no,
I'm
she did. Well, that's the thing. She did.
It's
She did hear
sarcasm.
something. She did hear something, and it wouldn't make sense if she
Yeah.
went back to bed, got up, opened the door, went back to bed. I think she opened the door,
Oh,
closed it.
this is okay.
So, okay. She claims that she
That's
was
the
woke up
woman
at
who
4 o'clock.
they had a fear. Okay.
Yeah, that was Dylan. But she claims that she was woke up at 4 o'clock by what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. But she doesn't get up and go look out her door until she hears what she thought was Kaylee saying there's someone here. So did Kaylee say it in a way that if this is a party house and Dylan's used to people being there and parties and all this, did Kaylee say there's someone here in a way that was that made Dylan think, oh shit, something's
Well, you
up?
think she would scream it, right? Like there's somebody here.
Right.
Not
That's
like
what
there's
I'm
hey, there's
wondering.
somebody. Yeah.
If like what was the way that she said it, and then Dylan gets up and goes looking and doesn't see anybody.
Yeah. Well, that's what I
So
mean. And then she opened the door and then looked out and didn't see anything. And then I
so
just don't think she went and laid back down. I think she stayed at the
stood at
door
the door,
until
probably
she heard.
listening.
Yeah.
Could have been. So I'm wondering if the way Kaylee said it or screamed it, she could have screamed it loud enough, obviously, for Dylan to hear, maybe trying to warn people downstairs. And that could that have been what Dylan like put her in a frozen shock phase whenever she saw this man walking by her? Because they don't go into detail in the PCA on how it was said. It was just that it was said.
But the problem I'm having is if there's no connection and no motive, then that means it's very hard to say that one person was a direct target. Then why walk right past, like, why let her live? I mean, I don't want to say it like that, but I mean, if it's, he went in there to do as much damage as he could, and then he just walked right past her. Never tries to go in her room, nothing. He just walked.
I mean, could it have been one of the girls upstairs was the target, and he just happened to run into Xana or Ethan coming down the steps, and that's
Well, that's what I thought. Well, that's what I figured. But if they're saying that there's no, I don't know.
Guys, if you think about it, if you omit Dylan's testimony, like say, or whatever, say she was still asleep or whatever and didn't see anything or hear anything, technically, I guess he could unalive all these beings if they were dead asleep. Can I say dead? Sorry. But yes, asleep. So like no one would scream, but the fact that she says she saw someone like makes everything just
Yeah, and she heard, and
a
she
little
heard
bit
stuff.
weird.
And she heard stuff. So, and
Yeah,
we also know Xana ordered DoorDash.
it would be a lot cleaner. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like that the coroner, said that they were all sleeping when that's obviously not the case. I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
One bit.
because obviously we know that Kaylee was awake. We know that Xana was awake, and we know that Dylan was awake.
Oh, we know Kaylee was awake?
Well, she heard
I mean,
Kaylee woke her up playing with her dog, so she had to have been
Oh,
awake.
shoot. I never.
that
Man.
or she heard Maddie and went in with Maddie. So
Yeah.
apparently she was awake. But you
Oh,
got to
boy.
also understand, even if, okay, say BK is not the one, whoever did this, 5'10" to 6 foot, they're 3 girls. Anybody that tall can overpower
Oh, for sure.
them
Oh, yeah.
girls.
He's if you look at the photo though, when they're bringing him into, I believe, the jail or wherever that the courthouse in PA, he looked pretty like taller than the other officers,
Mhm.
which I'm assuming are what, 6 foot. So I would put him at like 6'2", 6'3", maybe.
Well, I know
Yeah.
Ethan's 6'4", and the only problem he would have with is Ethan.
Exactly. Well,
That
well,
is
that's what
true.
I mean. As far as defensive wounds, like Ethan punching him, like grazes on his knuckles from Bryan's DNA or something, something of some kind of defensive wounds, because he would have actual defensive wounds if, again, he was able to overpower the girls without them getting any kind of DNA under their nails. But I
Mhm.
figured
Right.
Ethan would be fighting.
That's another. That's another thing. Doing all this in whatever 8 minutes and not leaving any DNA and going like
Well,
James
we
Bond or
don't know
Ninja,
that.
like it's ridiculous. I just don't.
We don't know if there's any on the students. We don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know that
We
yet.
don't. The only thing we know is he's got DNA on the sheath. That's it. That's the only thing we know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Candy Girl says, "Do you know how they ruled out the crime possibly happening after 5 a.m.?" Well, they're claiming, Candy Girl, that off of Dylan's statements and then the downloads from Dylan and Bethany's phones, that they believe that the crime happened between 4 and 4:25. They know that the camera next door picked up, was it 4:17?
Yeah.
Picked up some, I believe, some crying or whimpering and a dog barking and a loud thud, which really could be anything, but the way they're putting it, they think that it came from that house.
Mm.
Um, and then them seeing this white car that they're claiming is Brian's car leaving at 420 at a high rate of speed.
Which
But
I'm
whoever,
assuming it takes a minute to get to that camera. So you figure you took off at 4:19, because they obviously don't have a camera footage of him getting out of his car, going in, coming back to his car. I'm assuming.
And I I would think that they don't, but they, we don't know. It's going to shock me if when this goes to trial and they show a video of him getting out of this car and walking into the house.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That would be
And
wild.
right.
I'm trying to figure, 4:08, what did they say? 4:08, 4:09, he's parking. Now, again, no time to compose yourself because of the timeline. So you get out, you go directly inside, you do what you do, you get in your car. Again, no time to compose yourself, no time for cleanup,
Right.
no time for nothing. And then you
It's
hit that,
literally
you
it's
hit that
like
camera.
it's a time crunch type thing. Like
Yeah.
you got to go in there, you got to do what you're here to do, and you got to get right back out.
Without
Like
knowing the house or knowing how many people are inside, to be honest, because there was
right.
unknown cars in the driveway. So there could have been 15 people inside.
Well, I'm wondering about the car situation though, because if Ethan didn't drive over there, then that would have meant that Hunter drove the red Jeep over there the next morning. The black SUV would have been uh, there's Ethan and Hunter's sister. So
Okay.
those two vehicles wouldn't have been in the driveway at 4 o'clock in the morning. It would have just been uh, Xana's, Kaylee's, and Maddie's. I
Gotcha.
believe was the only three that was parked up in front of the house. I don't know. All I know is when this goes to trial, we're probably going to hear stuff that we probably never even thought of. And it may make sense to us, and then again, it may not.
I mean, we'll see. I guess I just don't think it's going to happen when we hope it's going to happen, because of all this back and forth going on.
Yeah, some people think that it's going to be pushed off. I don't think it's going to start in October. It might. I could be completely wrong, but
Well, what's her name's trial starts the same day now. If it happens October 2nd, right? The suitcase lady.
Sarah Boone.
Yeah,
oh, her starts on October the 2nd also?
I think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just got pushed back, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
I don't know why, but something. I think it has something to do with her lawyers or something.
Oh, okay.
She's nuts.
Yeah, she is.
Yes, she is.
She wrote like 25 letters to the judge. Really? If he didn't
I
answer
can
your first
I can
one, would
believe
it
that.
be he's going to answer
It's
24?
it's sad, but I can definitely believe that. She seems like somebody that would
I'm
sit there
surprised she's
and write.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's not representing herself. Like,
Oh,
I know
Oh
God.
better than these
God.
lawyers.
I caught part of it. She said, "I got a letter here. Can I hand it to you?" It's like, really?
She's a perfect example of
She's
why
so
not to
funny.
talk to the police.
Right.
She's like, "Here's my phone. Check out the
Yeah.
video."
Knowing she had 2 videos on there.
Tell me.
Right? I know.
Straight told on herself.
That's what I'm saying. People, they don't realize what they're doing
Yeah.
when
I
they
mean, she
hand.
told them it was hide and seek. Like, seriously, you don't tell someone where to hide when you're seeking. I don't know.
Right. All right. So Miss Kelly said that SG,
Thank
talking
you,
about
Papa.
Mr. Gonzalez, his words were their points of death didn't match. That tells me something. I wish he could have spoke more on it. Yeah, there was a couple of different things that Mr. Gonzalez had said um, that I wish he could have spoke more on it. One being he didn't have to go upstairs, and I know that people have different. Hey, Elliot, have different takes on what he meant by that. Um,
Yeah, I have
you
no idea
know,
what he meant by it.
the way the wounds were, like Maddie's was different than Kaylee's. Is he
Well,
suggesting that two different weapons were used?
well, Kelly's is going to be different because she came in. She surprised him. So, of course, he's going to turn around and get
Oh,
her more than
see, and
that.
that's what I had thought. Maybe she came in, interrupted what he was doing.
Right.
That pissed him off,
So he
and
took it
he
out on her,
right,
and then he went downstairs. And either, I think Xana was going into her room when he seen.
yeah. And she might not have even seen him, but he might have seen her. She
Yeah.
could have been walking away from him, her back to him.
Right.
He sees her, but she doesn't see him,
Yep.
and he ran up on her. It's
And
very
then
possible.
Ethan probably heard something and he got up and he
Yeah,
figured,
because
well,
he could
let
have
me
been,
hit him.
Ethan could have been asleep
Yeah.
when it all started. But Mr. Gonzalez also did say that there was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Yeah. I'm not saying Xana
And I
didn't
don't
fight.
understand how that
I'm
sounds like
saying
somebody
she
playing
did.
with their dog. I just I don't know.
I mean, if there was a hell of a fight on the second floor, and that's where Dylan was at, she had to have heard something because
Oh, yeah.
she's right there on the same floor as her.
But like
It's Ethan and
that's what I mean.
Xana.
But I'm supposed to believe that everybody was just fighting in silence.
There
Like,
has to be more to her story than what's in that PCA.
Hey, Shay.
well,
Yeah,
what really resonated to me, Betty Joe, is when somebody, because again, you have so much conversation, stuff just starts clicking. When somebody brought up the latent shoot print that they got on the second time around, they found that using the amino, what's it
Yeah,
called,
but
amino
the
black.
amino
Amino
black
Black. Yeah.
destroys
So,
it.
so that tells me that that wasn't seen by the human eye, but they saw it
No.
with the amino, which means
Yeah.
it was
You
cleaned
can't
up.
take it off.
I'm saying
Betty
that means it
Joe,
was
I do
cleaned up.
think Dylan is the outlier. Like there's something up with
I,
Dylan. There
I don't
definitely has
know.
to be. She's an
I'm not
outlier with
blame,
her
I'm not gonna blame them two girls unless it comes out
I
in
don't blame
court
her at all, but
Yeah. I just
because they're just as much a victim as the 4 victims because they
I
got
just think she's leaving
they
something
gotta
out.
live with this. They gotta live with losing 4 of their friends.
Just the fact that they were in the house when this happened.
Exactly. They got I'm not blaming them. 100%, I'm not blaming them unless it comes out in court, and then we go from there. But they have to live with this for the rest of their lives. Not
No, I
kidding.
just think she's leaving something out. I
I mean,
was just
we
agreeing to
don't know
that.
because we don't have the
Yeah,
whole story.
that's the thing because we don't know what else she's told police
Exactly.
to know she's leaving anything out. I mean, I've heard people say that she's changed her story 2 or 3 different times, but how do we know that? Hey, Mark and
Exactly.
Truth Seeker, how
Well,
are
we
y'all?
don't. We don't. That's the
Don't.
problem. Yeah.
Now, do we
Yeah.
know? And do we know for a fact if she yelled out, like
No.
screamed "F you" or
No,
"calm
we
the F
don't
down"
I
or
know.
mean,
something?
who
Who said
would
that?
have that was something that was said in the
Okay.
very beginning. How would anybody outside of that house, like the 4 victims, can't tell that story that she did it?
Exactly.
Did Dylan could have told the police that, but how did it get out away from like outside of the law enforcement and Dylan and Bethany? Like, did they tell someone outside of law enforcement?
That's
Because
what
if
I
it's
mean.
true, that would be the only way that it would be true. And Glowbug, thank you so much for gifting that membership.
Yeah. So we really don't know, actually.
Yeah. Lady V and Riddler, how are y'all?
I'm good. Hey, I just want to say
Hey,
something
baby.
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not gonna type tonight, you guys, so I'm not even gonna be reading the chat. I'm just jumping up here.
You sound tired.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Are you?
Yeah. So, but anyway, let's have some fun.
Okay.
Hi,
Riddler,
Scarlett.
how are
Thank
you?
you for having me on.
Hey, Riddler.
Oh, you're welcome.
I thought you went to bed, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, no, I'm doing fine.
My man.
Had to do a couple chores before I went to bed.
All right, Chrissy, let's see if we can understand you.
Oh, I hope so. Hello.
Wait, speak a little bit louder.
Hello. Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
you're not breaking up this time.
It's a miracle.
And Lady V, rowing now says to let you know that everyone hopes that you get to feeling better soon.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure I will. It's just from this fall. It just really jolted my whole body.
Right. Hey, Annie, how are you? So I was actually asking about you earlier because I didn't know if anybody had saw you around today.
Lady
Yeah.
V, take an ice
Yes.
bath.
Well, I just got out of the tub with some Epsom salts and stuff. So, yeah, it's just like it's been over 24 hours now. And, I've got bruising and stuff setting in, and they're really, really, it's like bone bruise that are
Yes,
coming up. So,
that's the worst.
yeah, I mean, it's really bothering me. But anyway, let's not worry about me. Let's talk about true crime.
Okay, well, Lady V, let me ask you then, because I've already asked everybody else. Do you think that Bryan is going to provide an alibi? Because he only has until Monday to provide one, and then that's the deadline.
I think he might try either that or he's going to keep silent.
Okay.
I think that too. I think he's going to stay silent. Stand silent. Honey, move your mic away from your mouth a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds. You're not breaking up now,
Muffled.
Chrissy, but it's muffled.
I was on with her earlier, but I had to get off for the first time in 10 years. My son and grandkids stopped by, so I am sorry I had to jump off. Sweet misery.
Oh, it's okay. Am I still too loud?
No,
Okay,
you're
wait,
not loud.
Chrissy, don't mute yourself. Just stay like that. Let me cut you up because if she mutes herself, I can't mess with her.
Yeah, if
her volume.
you're
Okay.
sounding clearer now, you just sound really muffled, but now you're low, so she needs to turn you up.
Okay, now talk,
Because
Chrissy.
I turned myself down.
Oh,
I
well,
thought you said I was too loud.
no, you were muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sort of.
That's better. Can you turn
Oh
it
my
up?
gosh.
Christy,
Yes,
can you
I
turn it
am
up?
right now.
Have
I
you
turned
muted
it
your
down.
Chrissy, have you muted your YouTube?
Yes, I do
Okay.
that always before I
Oh,
come up. What
Okay.
about now? What about the sound now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It still sounds a little bit muffled, but oh,
Oh my God.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Are those your
Sorry, I was
taquitos?
trying to move the mic.
I'm just kidding.
Those were taquitos. It's gonna be a running joke.
ow.
If I'm still muffled, I'm gonna drop.
Oh no,
Oh,
you're
you're
better.
good.
Yeah, we can understand you.
Okay.
Just don't do whatever you just did again.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just kidding.
So what do you
I'll
think?
mute myself. I
What?
think that he's gonna stand silent.
Yeah,
Stay silent, whatever it's called.
I'm kind of thinking the same, but I
That's
don't know.
what he did at his arraignment. I'm sure he's not gonna have an alibi.
Yeah. Unless you can prove it, why even give one?
Well, I was wondering if maybe all of this evidence and everything that they were collecting, maybe they're going to try to put one together that, you know, works around all of this other stuff that whatever they have.
Would you be
I just,
shocked if he gave an alibi with Bethany included in it?
No,
oh, that would be, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but that would be like a major twist in the whole thing.
Yeah. Definitely.
And would
Oh.
kind of explain the reason why they wanted to talk to her.
Yeah, because she was two places at once, right?
Yep.
That's the way I'm interpreting the PCA. That's what they're trying to say. She was at two places at one time.
The aliens took
What?
over her body.
The only person in the world, two places at once.
Oh boy.
It's on file.
Bryan, well, he was two places at once too. He was in the house at 425 and on camera at 420. So.
Yeah. Like I said, aliens.
No way says, don't you think the jury will want an alibi?
No, he don't have to give one if he don't have one.
They just have to prove doubt.
I'm just like, what is he waiting
doubt.
on to like prove? I don't know.
Well, that's
I
what I
don't
mean.
get it.
If he had one, wouldn't you think he'd give it by now?
I mean,
what?
yeah, because
No.
they're like, what is he waiting on? She keeps saying that Bryan knows that exculpatory evidence exists.
But
Okay,
what's
well,
exculpatory evidence? Because I don't think she has any.
Hold on. That evidence is Bethany's testimony. Remember what the detective said.
Exactly.
What,
So,
the testimony
and-
that she didn't see anything?
No, there's something. It's not that easy. There's something that's in the police report. That's where he got it from.
right.
I mean,
That's only-
I could see her hearing something.
Well, we don't know. She could have stepped out of her room and looked up at the same time he was walking across, going towards Dylan's room. And when Dylan said, I saw a guy clad in black, and Dylan said he had bushy eyebrows, Bethany may have a different account of what she saw. We don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh,
I think
There's 100 scenarios.
maybe that's why they
that
didn't
could
put
go
what
on.
she saw in the PCA because it would
Exactly.
contradict.
And
Because it would
that's why.
contradict Dylan. Oh shoot!
And if
Yeah.
it contradicts,
Well,
if
it's
she
going to
says
come
I
out
saw
in
it,
court.
if she says I saw a naked man, if I saw a blonde-headed man, if I saw a 5'4" man, somebody's in trouble now.
right.
I mean, it's
And
going to
I
come out in
think
court. So
I
4'5" man.
think if he's going to give an alibi, he's going to, like I said, work around all the evidence that they have
yeah, I
and
don't.
try to come up with something. But if
I
he
don't think
can't
so.
come
All
up
of
with
that,
something, then I think he'll stand silent.
Yeah,
Had they not
all
gone to the grand jury and allowed Bethany's statement, whatever it is, and it may just be something that doesn't even pertain to him getting off, but we don't know. But if they had let her give that statement, we would now know more than what we have. And
I
he
think
wouldn't
a
have
lot
to give an
more.
alibi. He would
Absolutely.
not have to give an. That's his alibi is going to be Bethany's statement.
well,
If
apparently
Bethany's
they
statement-
both testified in the grand jury.
Well,
If
I don't know.
Bethany's statement is
we
so
probably won't never know that either.
No.
That's what I'm
Imagine that.
saying.
If Bethany's statement is so important that they wanted to
Clear him.
no, if Bethany's statement is so important that they wanted to interview her or whatever, I don't know. I mean, Riddler's right. I mean, it could be something explosive. We have no idea.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, it's
like
going
if
to come
they
out in
questioned them
court.
both, yeah, because if they split them apart and questioned them both, both that day, and they
Mhm.
had contradicting stories about what they saw or what they heard, that's they're obviously
And
not going to put that in the PCA.
right, and they wouldn't if that was the case, and they had to choose between one or the other, like Dylan's story versus Bethany's story. They're going to do Dylan's story in the PCA because she's on the same floor. He walks by her,
Right.
versus Bethany being on the first floor and he doesn't even go down there allegedly.
Right. So what
Yeah.
she could have saw was somebody dressed in black just
Yeah,
walks by without seeing his face or anything.
Well, all I can
yeah,
think is, all I can think, or I get the feeling of it is Bethany's testimony must be pretty important for them to go through all of this trouble.
Mhm.
Yeah, but you notice you
Well,
ain't heard nothing about it.
What?
didn't the defense go to Nevada to talk to her?
Wait, what did she say?
I can't
Am I
hear.
messed up again? Oh my
She's
God.
muffled. You're just muffled, hun.
I
Move that
have
mic
to
away.
speak loudly.
Okay, move the mic away from your mouth a little bit more.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, now
Hello?
try. Oh, that's better. What?
Hello?
Okay. I forgot what I was going
What did you say?
to I forgot.
Okay, I can hear nothing she's saying now.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
if the
It's
state thinks their case is so rock solid, they wouldn't need a grand jury. They would say, "Yeah, let Bethany go ahead and talk. We know what she said."
Yeah,
All
right.
of a sudden,
but
the grand jury did not come out until the defense wanted to go talk to Bethany.
Bethany.
They did a
but
Imagine
it's
that.
grand
not
jury because they
unusual.
didn't want a preliminary
It's not
hearing.
unusual. What?
It's
Oh,
not.
so
No,
hold on,
having
why
a
are
A
they
grand
grand
afraid?
jury is
jury,
not unusual.
a grand
Why
How
jury
they?
is
why
not
Or how they
unusual.
just? Okay.
I don't
why
think
is
it's unusual. I just think that there's something there that they were worried about with
They
Bethany,
wanted to protect
Right.
their
and
witnesses.
Of course.
it being, whenever you go into a grand jury, it's only the state side. That's all they hear. The defense isn't there to challenge what the state is saying.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why
Right.
they were
right.
scared of that
But they
preliminary
wanted to
hearing.
protect their witnesses is why they went with a grand jury instead of preliminary hearing.
It happens all the time.
Yes.
The
I would
timing
want to
of it was
protect
just
my
perfect
witnesses
like that.
too.
As soon as they come out with something about Bethany, bang, grand jury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the whole
Well, I
purpose
mean,
If there's
the
nothing to
whole
hide, then what's
the
the
whole
problem?
they're
purpose?
not hiding. What they were doing was
Okay.
protecting.
But
And
if
They
that's
the
had that
obvious.
evidence
right.
is so solid, you don't have to worry about it. The truth will come to the top.
Right.
That's why
Yeah,
it's
no
so
Exactly. The
matter
important.
what,
truth
it's
will
gonna
come out.
yeah, it's gonna come out in the trial. No matter if they would have had
Right.
a grand jury or a prelim, we would,
Right. The
it's
truth
gonna
will.
eventually come out. I just think that the grand jury thing is because of them wanting to talk to Bethany. Bethany didn't want to really talk to him. She didn't want to testify at the prelim, but then she come to an agreement with them that she would if they quashed the subpoena.
It almost sounds like she was fearful to do it.
I mean,
She
I'd
could
be
be.
fearful too. The
Yeah.
two survivors that survived 4 murders. I'd be scared too. And I
And
would
she
want a
could
grand
be.
jury too. I
I
wouldn't
mean,
want to sit in front of these people, him glaring at me.
Hold on. She didn't have to. She stays in her home state. They traveled to her, just 2 or 3
No,
lawyers.
that was to get her statement. But
That
she
was
would have to
exact
no, that was for the
testify.
interview. That
right.
was
She
for
would
That
the
have
was
to
for the
interview.
testify
statement.
in the
Yeah.
preliminary hearing.
Yeah, she would have had, if they wouldn't have quashed the subpoena, she would have had to testify at the prelim.
Well, what's
And
she gonna do on the hold on, what's she gonna do on the day of the trial?
Oh, she's going to have to
she's going to
testify
have to. She
Fall in
has
no
no
sick.
matter
choice but
what.
the trial. A preliminary is just to put what evidence they want in the trial and keep
I
what
got that,
evidence
but
they
she's
want
still
Which
out of the
also gives a
trial.
she's still
chance for the
gonna have to
defense
face
too.
them. She's gonna have to face them now on national television.
Yeah.
Yes. But then again, if it is him, he's going to be locked up for the rest of his life or possibly death penalty, and she ain't going to have to worry about it. But if it ain't him and he gets out, she's going to be fearful for the rest of her life.
That is true
And
too.
so is Dylan.
And somebody in chat, let me see if I can find the
And I don't blame them. I would
comments.
want the grand jury too.
Let's see. Someone in chat said, I think the
So
reason
confused.
Bethany didn't want to come back is because she knows that Bryan isn't the murderer and that the murderer or murderers are still out there.
And if that's the case, then she has reason to be scared to death.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But, you know, if the truth stands alone, it's going to come out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pouring coffee, guys, so don't think it'd be anything else.
If he's the one who did this, he should absolutely pay. And these kids should get
The
justice.
maximum penalty. If
Absolutely.
it's
Yes.
proven that he is the one who done it, yes, I fully believe he needs to go to death row.
Yes.
No questions
I
asked.
agree. And if he's not,
But if he's not, they need to go find out who done this.
exactly. They need to step on it right
And
now.
take their damn time.
It's just.
But I look at it this way: if the prosecution did not have the evidence, they would not go forward with the trial. Look what they did to Barry Morphew. They were going to go to trial, and then all of a sudden, they dropped the charges because they didn't have enough evidence.
You had the university freaking out. We already went over how many people are employed by the, or I don't know if that was here, but half the town's the university, so that couldn't, just stop operating. Then you had the new year coming, and they got his name December 19th, and bang, he's arrested before the new year.
Like 11 days later, he's arrested. Like, do y'all realize from the time they got his name to how fast stuff moved between that day and the day he was arrested? They're literally in Pennsylvania. They're grabbing trash out of the neighbor's trash can. They're getting the dad's DNA. They're running a profile. They're getting a match to that DNA, the trash DNA, as Bryan Hoffman calls it. It's a match to the sheep DNA, being the father of the sheep DNA. And then PCA comes out, arrest warrant, and boom, he's arrested.
And I would say, so they took my client's DNA, ran a tree, but these three over here, they did nothing with.
Oh, I see. If I was the defense attorney, though, that's where I would be having an issue at.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure she does have an issue if they didn't.
Hey, Brenna Gator, how are you? I would be having.
In my opinion, I believe they did.
And if I was sitting in Bryan's shoes, I would be screaming at the judge, why are they not having these other three unidentified male DNA sources
exactly
tested? Why are they just coming at me, but there's three other DNA sources that hasn't been identified? How do we know? I'm innocent, so how do we know those ain't the people who done it?
Amen.
Exactly.
Hey, Willie, I have to say something, and I don't mean this in any way derogatory. I'm praising you, okay? You were so excited when you came in, and you still are. But you were so excited when you came in. It was kind of hard to get things in a little bit. You're still excited, and I'm so thankful for that. But you kind of mellowed, and I kind of appreciate that. So I don't mean that bad. It's
no, that's okay. Listen, I was just so used to, saying something and getting attacked, like,
I know.
But now when I came back and I see like people actually are starting to look at everything and understand what I was seeing months and months ago, then I don't, I have no reason to get excited. It's just when people wanted to believe one thing, but they're not looking at the facts, looking deeper into stuff. Like it's tough to have a,
Yeah, no, I get it. I just want to let you know.
I appreciate that though. Yeah,
it is noticed and very much appreciated.
Well, thank
but
you.
don't ever lose your excitement.
Okay.
For sure.
He's passionate. He's passionate about this.
If you lose that, then it gets boring.
Oh yeah, we
wouldn't be up
questions.
on this.
That's all.
If we weren't passionate, we wouldn't be up on panel.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah. And I look forward to coming up here every night.
I do
and
too.
Gaining more information and understanding stuff more because we don't know.
Yeah, because every day you find a new thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you wake up and it's like a new day of Christmas or something with the stuff that comes out. And Willie, read what I just pulled up on screen.
I was about to just right there. Okay, I saw that.
So what's
Put
the
her up
latest
against
on
the
the
best.
touch DNA? Is it good to go, or is it
Wait, Riddler, I can barely hear you.
Yeah,
Turn your mic
your
up,
mic
buddy.
is.
the touch DNA? What's the latest on it?
Wait,
Still
what is he
touch.
saying?
I can't hear you.
Okay, it sounds like he's like way back away from his
I think he
mic.
said
Yeah.
the touch DNA. What's the latest on it?
Oh, it's still the same.
Yeah, it's still the same. There ain't been nothing
I don't
else
think
came out about
anything
it.
news. There hasn't been no new documents, right?
No, nothing came out today.
Yeah.
Now, are the documents back up on the website to view, or are they still not accessible?
No, I could
Yeah.
always see them. I seen where some people were having problems not being able to
yesterday.
get to the
That's because so
website.
many people try to go on there at one time. It crashes.
I think that's what happened because I forgot who it was posted a screenshot. It might have been Jules, and she couldn't see like the last like 7 or 8 documents that had dropped, and then I went to the website and I was able to see them.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, I know today they're back. I was just yesterday. Somebody said like you needed some. Like I don't. I'm stupid, so I don't know about computers and stuff. But they said something about it's like a VPN or something you needed, or non-VPN or something.
I know that some people who are out of the country are blocked from the website, and I believe that same person. I believe it was Harsh is the one who said it. That because he's over in the UK, he can't get on the website. It shows that he's blocked, and if you're using a VPN, you're not able to, or something like that.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I like Hershey. He always has a video in the morning that I wake up to, and I'm like, all right, something to watch.
Yeah, because when
It's
he's like
time-
6
yeah,
hours ahead of us,
exactly.
so by the time I end my live, he's
Uh-huh.
he's starting to drop his videos.
And he just does like a pre-recording, right? He doesn't do any lives.
I think he does every now and then. He'll do a live.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but not too often.
Gotcha.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, a minute ago it sounded like you were like a little bit too far away from your mic.
You just sound like a different person.
Hey,
I just
Eric,
had to
how
go
are you?
make some adjustments.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it sounds a lot better now. All right, so hold on, let me get over to my notes here. Did anybody watch Drunk Turkeys live tonight
Yeah, I saw.
about the woman claiming all the stuff about the video? What do you think about that?
Oh, she's chilling in Scotland, and she, she's got that stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to think. It's weird. What do you think?
I don't know. I couldn't understand everything she was saying because of the accent,
Mhm.
and he and I came into the live late, so I didn't get to watch the entire live. But I know he would stop in the video and he would tell a little bit about what she was saying, and I did get part of it of that some woman had contacted her, and that woman is claiming that she contacted the Kane guy who owns, hey Max, how are you? That owned the Linda Lane apartments, and had asked Kane if he had the video footage from that night. And this lady apparently paid him like $1,000 for the video footage. But then Kane is coming out saying that it was stolen and that he allowed someone access to the video footage and they downloaded it. But Daniel is saying that he has screenshots of the Venmo payment transaction. So I don't know how somebody could say that it was stolen if you got the money for it and there's like a paper trail for it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's one of those things. I've said this before. I think the video footage itself, it's real. I just don't think the audio part of the video is real.
Yeah, because that could be doctored very easily.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's 2 minutes difference as far as the PCA and what they're saying, but it matches what the PCA says as far as the car coming around and making the loop in the initial passes.
A lot can happen in 2 minutes.
Right. Hey, sweet Melissa.
I kind of, to me, this is just to me, it looked like a lost driver. And I've ordered plenty of Grubhub, DoorDash where they always get lost. And they turn around, they come back, they call me, they turn around, they come back. And it's exactly what that person did. So if he cased the area, why wouldn't he know right where to go? Like he already had the spot picked out. He knew exactly where to go, but he acted like he'd never been there before.
Well, maybe that's what he wanted to do. Maybe he wanted to act like he didn't know where he was going. I mean, we don't know what was going on in this guy's mind.
Yes.
I mean, I know that sounds far-fetched, but, it's... I don't
Amy,
know.
the lady who was in Scotland wasn't the one who used them, though. It was a lady that had contacted the lady who was in Scotland.
That's a whole weird situation.
Yeah. I don't know.
How many people believe that car we're seeing doing the stopping, go in, a turnaround is BK?
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I just don't have my headset in.
It's hard to tell. I mean, we can tell it's a light colored car, but is it white? Is it silver? Is it a cream colored car? We can't tell that. It matches with what the PCA says, even though it's 2 minutes difference. The initial passes and all this and that. But other than being able to tell that that's a white Hyundai Elantra, if that's the only video that they have that they go to court with, they're screwed. The state is. Because you can't prove that's a white Elantra turning around. Not in that video anyway.
And I'm like, Willie, do they have a face and a tag?
And see, that would be another issue. And I even wrote that down yesterday on some notes that I took. Can they, okay, so they're claiming that they have him on video at the corner of King and Queen doing a 3-point turn. Do they have his face sitting inside this car? And did they have him getting out of this car, walking into the girl's house, and then walking back out, however many minutes later, getting into the car and leaving at a high rate of speed at 420?
Absolutely not.
I don't think they do.
He would have been arrested 2 days after the crime happened.
Yeah. Hey, Lolly.
Unless I'm supposed to just believe they gathered all the video evidence after he was arrested. Get out of here.
He wouldn't have been arrested 2 days after. Got to build the case.
Oh, jeez.
You can't just arrest somebody.
I mean, if they...
in.
Yeah, I'm wondering, though, if he was ever questioned, because we still don't know that either.
Well, that's a huge question I have, Scarlett. Very big question.
If he was ever questioned...
No, he had the lawyer.
No, I'm talking about before he was arrested.
Yeah.
Was he ever questioned because of the car that he has?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I've only watched 1,000 interrogation videos where they bring somebody in with not enough evidence trying to get a confession, but I guess it's just not the case here.
But he's smarter than that.
What does that have to do with them doing their job?
I'm saying he's smarter than to answer their questions.
No, I'm just saying to attempt to bring him in for a possible confession if they had his plate or his face on camera.
I wonder, though, if they would have brought him in, if he would have answered any questions.
Absolutely not.
I wondered the same thing. I'm sorry, Riddler.
No, go ahead, Lady V.
I was just getting ready to say I've often wondered if they had any talks or anything with him before they arrested him too, to just kind of find out if he was a witness or involved or whatever.
I would like to see what went on in that interrogation room.
I think he was on interrogation for 10 minutes?
We got you on video driving around, and what his response was to all that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see too.
I'm only going to talk to my lawyer. And after that, they got to get up and leave.
That's all they get out of me.
Yep.
Surely he did that thing right.
I wonder if there's any way of finding out if he was interrogated.
Not Sarah Boone. She was like, here's my phone.
Yeah. God, we don't.
All right, Philly, I just dropped the link for you.
What is it?
Philly was wanting to know if he could come up, and I just saw where did the comment go? Oh shit!
I had my phone on my chest already.
Chien with 2 N's. She said, I saw a channel today did a teaser that they have a leak of the 11/12 Queen video. Thumbnail includes screenshots. Do you remember what channel that was, Jen? Hey, Casey, how are you? Let's see. Free Sphere says maybe an accomplice was doing the driving with Kohberger, getting dropped off, picked up from after the murders, hiding in the car when driven. But how did he not get any of the victim's DNA in his car?
Yeah, you're gonna
Hey,
get some
Scarlett.
crazy answer.
Scarlett.
Yes.
Remember, it took him 6 weeks, right? He was
Yes.
cleaning that car within 6 weeks. DNA at the time doesn't hang around, and if he's using cleaning solutions, that kills it even more.
That would also show up though in the light.
Yeah, it would show
Right,
up.
right.
They do it
And
whenever
how do
they
we know it
test it.
didn't?
Yeah, that we don't know. Hey, JD, how are
This
you?
baby just took my Swedish fish.
To clean it up 100% is very tough.
I mean, there would be agents that he would have to use in order to do a cleaning like that, and they would be able to pick that up.
Yeah, they'd be able to tell exactly what he used.
Yeah. All right, y'all. If y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please go do so real quick. It shows we have 252 people with only 78 likes. We need to get the likes up. All right, let me get Philly in here.
They knew exactly what Letitia used.
Yeah, that's what I think. Spear. I think he got in a different car.
I mean, I'm not saying.
That might have been two cars or something. Ooh.
Okay, Philly, let me know when you're done because I had to mute you, and I don't think you can unmute yourself. Hey, Megan.
I mean, anything's possible.
But I mean, even if there was two cars, it would, it would make sense with the whole suspect vehicle number one thing.
Shoot, y'all. Hold on a second. I gotta throw the
You
link.
better let that baby have your fish.
I was wondering what you would say.
She done took off my Swedish fish.
Well,
You took my fish.
You can't see to go get her, so
And she did. She took off running too, boy.
Hey, Brandy.
Give me back that fish.
She's like, I got the advantage here.
I thought I was muted when I said that to her.
I know.
That's funny. Well, at least you weren't yelling at her.
No, I never yell at my baby.
Brandy says, how was DM's description of the person not immediately? He was very tall. Looking at the picture of BK with the police, I peg him 6'4". Don't care what his license say. Now his license do say he's 6 foot. That was on the ticket that he got August the 21st over in Moscow.
Really?
When they claimed that he was leaving the house that night from the girls' house. He had been one of the 12 times he was in the area. And it does say on his license that he is 6 foot. But he also could have, each time that he renewed his license, not updated his height and just left it at 6 foot.
They still would have to go by his license.
Well, do you, excuse me, do you think they would have noticed he was larger than 6 foot, taller, than 6 foot?
Yeah, because when they do your mugshot.
Well, I'm talking about
his mugshot, though. His mugshot is not in front of a height meter.
Oh.
Yeah, they take him in the rooms and stuff now.
Yeah, where he's just sitting down.
Scarlett,
it's not...
did we see that he's 6 foot on his actual driver's license or on a police report?
It was on a ticket.
Right. See, that could just be sloppy police work as usual.
Well, yeah, because we are talking about Moscow here. So. What does his jail info say for his height? Whenever I looked up the jail info, and if anybody sees Philly come backstage, if y'all can see him, let me know.
We can't see him. We can only see if he types something.
Yeah, I can never see people backstage.
Okay, well, Philly, if you do come backstage, just type something because I'm not looking at StreamYard right now. Let's see. Let's go.
I mean, by law, wouldn't they have to go by his driver's license anyway?
Yeah. When they're writing it up, I'm assuming. I mean, they don't sit there and measure you.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Usually, though, they take the mugshot in front of the height meter, so it's already on there. But
he was never arrested, though, right?
No, but I mean, Latah County didn't do that.
Gotcha.
And it does not have anything. Here, I'm gonna screenshot this. Give me a second, because I'm not gonna show all these other people. Let me screenshot this.
But I just thought if he's never been arrested before, whatever. By law, they got to go by your driver's license with your height.
Yeah.
I think they have to anyway.
I mean, I'm 5'6", and it says it on my
But
license.
yeah, but they do ask you. They don't like. There's not like anything measuring you there either. But I
Right.
think all the people that they see in the DMV, I would think they'd be able to tell 6 foot from 6'4". That's 4 inches is a lot.
Right.
Hell yeah.
See, it doesn't have anything on here
Can't see
about
it.
his height, and he's literally sitting down when his picture was taken. Hey Terry, how are you?
And see, they do
And
it. They do it weird there.
yeah, it's always been in front of a height thing.
I've always seen mugshots where they're standing up.
Yeah, but this one they're not. Hold on just a second, y'all.
That's crazy. Somebody needs to get it together.
I'm tired already, man.
Damn it! I'm trying to unmute myself here and I can't. Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on, I'm looking for something. Sally Mae, I'll send all the mods an email on who it is. Okay.
Elliot. Of course, I just look at my phone and I see that.
Orange is a lot. Apparently, that was the wrong Elliot comment. Hold on, I got to scroll
Oh
up.
my god.
Oh, I wonder, Fofa, have you seen a mugshot for Bryan in Pennsylvania?
What's going on?
I wonder whenever they arrested him out there.
Yeah, because they would have one there because he was arrested there.
Yes. So I wonder if they have one there and it shows his height.
It's crazy.
Is Fofa still in chat?
She said she was a minute ago when she told Willie not to get to whatever it was.
Okay, so Ida said if you assume the officers are average height, 5'9", 5'10", then he could easily be 6 foot or 6'1". Some of those cops that he was walking with when he was still in Pennsylvania, he was like several inches taller than them.
Yeah.
Hey Steve, how are you? See, they don't have to share his PA mugshot, though it should be public. But Richard, I'm wondering if it is. I've seen it, but only the headshot, not height. Oh, that's the one, y'all. Whenever, hold on.
My internet really quickly is having serious issues, so if it's a problem, just tell me to drop out. I don't mind.
No, you sound fine.
You're good.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I think I know which one folks was talking about. The very first picture that we all saw of him when news broke that he was arrested with the green thing on and his hair was all messed up and hold on, let me get on with it real quick. I can pull it up.
In my opinion, he looks creepy.
For sure. Okay. Billy, can you hear us? I don't know if you can hear us or not. Billy, can you hear us?
So you can't really tell from that pic.
No, but that may be the one that Fof is talking about, though. But see, even then, they don't have a height meter behind it.
Yeah, that I can't see that.
Which is crazy. He's at least 6 foot, if not taller. Okay, I don't know. Billy, can you hear us okay? Billy must be having...
Hello? The aliens got
Hey, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. Usually I can hear him okay whenever he comes up. Let's see, if his driver's license info was old, he could have grown since. Men can grow into 23 to 25. Not sure if I'm Idaho. Okay, thank you, Boca.
Anyway,
I'm thinking about flying out there for this
I don't know.
trial.
saw your comment.
But my only
He
problem is
looks
knowing my
about to
luck.
be.
Go ahead, Betty.
He looks about to be 6', 6'1", because my son's 6'1".
And what are you gonna do out there, Riddler?
Riddler going to the trial.
I want to go to the corner club. I want to go to where the grub truck was. I want to go to Washington State University. I just want to see all those routes he took, or what they claim he took.
Well, you're in Florida, right? It's a little distance.
I've flown long distance in the military. Trust me. I mean, some horrible seats. If you fly in a C-130, you're on a jump seat. And you got a bar underneath your seat. And it hurts.
I don't mind flying. It just upsets me that they haven't come up with like some kind of escape plan or something. If God forbid there's some kind of failure, like I don't know. I just figured they would have invented something already.
See, that's why I don't fly.
Yeah,
me neither.
At least again, I know if you jump out at a certain altitude, you're done anyway. But at least give me a shot with a parachute. Don't give me no damn oxygen mask. Drop down a parachute.
That's not gonna save you.
Yeah, right. I don't care if I'm comfortable, like when I'm going down, if I can breathe or not. I want to get the hell out of there.
Willie, I flew on a tanker, and that's where we transfer fuel. We hook up with another airplane, and we transfer the fuel to them. And we lost oxygen about 40-something thousand feet high, and felt like I was having a heart attack. I got out of my chair, and I was going to go tell the pilot, "You better land this thing. Find the nearest hospital for me." And they said, "Get back in your seat." So we had to we're too dumb because we're going through hypoxia. So we had to pull these bottles out from underneath our feet, under the seat, and put them on, get oxygen to us. Then we had to take a nosedive. And I was looking up there. The pilots have parachutes. We don't.
Shoot. That's not cool.
So I know how you feel. And they've even thought about putting parachutes on airplanes.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, and then at least if they, if the plane's going down, they can level it out at a safe altitude, and everybody can jump out. I mean, better shot than just going down.
Yeah, but
it's gonna be a jolt when you hit the ground, just like paratroopers when they hit the ground.
Yeah, but unless you got Sully, I mean, your chances of landing a plane like that are
sure.
All right, let's see if we can get Philly back in here. He said he's going to try it again.
But it's all about the money.
It's that Philly connection. I know how he feels.
I know that one juror matters. I believe he's already reserved his hotel room up there, and he's supposed to be going during the trial.
Well, see, my problem is, and if I do get there, I'll take pictures. But I've been thinking, knowing my luck, I'll get up there. Oh, we postponed it 2 more weeks.
Well, you can always hang around in Moscow for 2 weeks, and
or you can leave.
The Griswolds.
Yeah, because then you can come on here and you could turn your camera on and show us all.
Yeah, you can show us. Yeah.
Well, ain't the second when they start picking the jurors?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it'll be jury selection
you can
and all
leave
that
on the second and be there by the time trial starts.
Right.
But he won't be able. Like, you can't actually get into the trial, right?
You should be able to. It's public.
He should be able to.
Really?
Yeah. Any trial is public.
Now long as they have seats.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about room. That's
because like with Lori Vallows, you had to get tickets to get in there, and it was basically like whoever got the tickets. Yeah, because it was such a high profile case like this one is that they had to do a ticket thing.
Yeah,
and it was at Nate Eaton with East Idaho News. He was able to get in there every day. And he said, like, the first day that they put the tickets out, all of the tickets, however many it was gone within like 2 minutes. And so you get a seat in the courtroom, and then they have overflow rooms, which is usually like an extra courtroom, or they'll have an overflow room at a different location. And they have monitors in there where you can see and hear everything.
Yeah.
So that's probably what's going to happen here, because the first people they're going to give seating to is going to be the victims' families and Bryan's family. And then next would
If
be,
Bryan's family shows up.
yeah, if they show up. And then the next, I would assume, would be media. And then after that would be the public.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So more than likely he'd be able to get in.
And the judge said there's going to be cameras, right? 100%.
As of right now, there is.
See, these courtrooms have capacity.
Right, and that's not a very big courtroom if they keep it in.
And the families are going to be there. The families are going to be there. They're going to get the free ticket.
Yeah, families.
And after that, you're going to have to be a VIP to get a pass to get in there.
And who knows, you might.
Yeah, man, you're the Riddler. They'll give you a pass. No. They'll be like, here. You know, just tell them who you are. They'll give it, you know.
There's going to be tons of media.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Alec Murdaugh's was. Like, just look at the media. I mean,
it's going to be bigger than that.
They brought food trucks out for that trial to feed the people that was going to the trial.
For how crazy this has gotten, it's going to be.
Yeah, Moscow is going to be flooded with people who want to get into the courtroom.
Yep.
And it's going to be flooded with media. And there's going to be people driving by the house. There's going to be people driving the route that they're claiming that Bryan took. There's going to be people over at in Pullman over at WSU.
They're going to try to figure this out while they're in trial.
And you're probably going to have most of these, you know, people who are, because again, I saw some kind of Facebook group where these people, you know, they post all day about these crazy theories about, you know, how he didn't do it. But they're like they're overboard. Crazy. So I'm assuming there's going to be like a crowd that shows up there as far as like, you know, saying, oh, you didn't do it and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, have the cameras are going to be on him. No, he wouldn't. He won't have to go outside.
No,
because the jail is under the courtroom or below the courtroom. So I was going to say,
I'm just talking about the protest. Yeah.
Whenever they transferred him, like from jail or whatever, we would get to see that, and we're going to more than likely hear familiar voices screaming at him. But they're not going to have to move him. Now, if it gets a change of venue, they may have to move him, you know, like from the jail to the courtroom. But.
Which I'm assuming he will, because it'd be stupid. Listen, if that happens in that jurisdiction, he's toast. I don't care if they have zero evidence. He's toast.
Well, they better hurry up and change the venue then, or file for the motion to do it, because they're running out of time.
I don't know. That'd be the first thing I'd ask Ann to do. It'd be like, what are we doing? Let's go. Let's get out of here.
But does the judge go with them?
Yes.
Because I do know sometimes when you change the venue, sometimes they change the judge.
They could still have it in Moscow. Just bring the jury from Boise.
Well, wouldn't they do that anyway? Like outside, because there's different counties they can pull from.
Yeah, but once again, it goes back to the question I asked 6 months ago. Who decided that I got a letter to show up for jury duty? Did a computer pick it out and put my address on there and it mailed?
I still need to figure that out.
I thought it went by your license.
Well, in my state, it goes by your driver's license. Some states it goes by voter IDs. Other states, both. Each state does it differently.
Because I know in New Jersey, when I lived in Jersey, they went by your driver's license.
That's what they go by here now. They used to go by voter registration. But people quit voting so they wouldn't have to do jury duty. Because you got to remember, if you're going to be on this jury, you're looking at a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
And you're not getting paid to work.
No.
You didn't show up at some of these jobs. And then, I mean, you're looking at getting being evicted. I mean, it's not an easy thing, and they don't pay
That's what
that
I'm
much.
saying. Because you don't get paid, what, $10 a day?
In Louisiana, it's $25 a day.
Jesus.
Not much at all.
That's why I always try to get out of it.
But I'm saying, because I got picked for a jury when I was still living in Jersey. Mm-hmm. And they said, you know, back then you get $5. I was like, $5 a day? They ain't no way.
Exactly.
That's ridiculous.
I said, I have kids that are little.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the time, my kids were little. I said, there ain't no way I can do it. I have to work.
Yeah.
And See, in Jersey, the job pays you for a week of being out for jury duty.
Wow.
But the trial was supposed to last 2 weeks because it was like a robbery or something. And I said, no, I can't do it. I got 2 babies at home that I can't afford this.
For $5 a day?
Yeah.
So was that $90?
It's like, yeah, there ain't no way. I'm done.
No, I just tell them I'm biased, and then I go up and I hand my paper
Well,
back.
I told him, I told him I can't do it because I got kids at home. I have to work. I'm a single mother. I don't have nobody to watch my kids.
That's a little bit ridiculous right there.
And they let me off of it.
Now, when they pick a jury, they stay in the same state, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Normally they stay in the same district.
Gotcha.
They stay in the same district.
Yeah, that's where they get that you're judged by a jury of your peers.
Okay. Now, if the state or the defense needs witnesses to come from, say, they were in a different country or in different states, do they fund the costs for them to come to the trial and everything? Like, what if somebody has no money and they can't get to Idaho, but they need to be there for something, if the test, whatever? Do they pay to?
As a witness?
Yeah.
I would think that there's probably some type of fund out there. That and I could be wrong, but I would assume that there is. And I want to say that might have been brought up in Lori Vallow's case too. That they would have to help you because if you can't afford to get there, but you're subpoenaed to get there, how would you get there unless they helped you? Like, some type of fund or something like that that's set up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they have something like that.
The state pays.
The state does?
Yes, that's why they had to get travel arrangements for Melanie Gibb, I think it was, and her old man.
Okay.
They had to keep changing the days or whatever for them to leave. The state takes care of all of that.
Okay. Well, maybe that's what they'll do in this case, especially because I'm wondering if Bryan's parents are going to be, if they're going to be a witness in this trial. And we've all heard that, they don't have money. They went bankrupt. I think it was 2 different times. They more than likely really can't afford it unless one of the sisters help pays for it. But,
yeah,
I've been really curious about that actually. I was really curious about that actually, because I haven't really listened to either you or other channels speak about his parents. What do they think about all this? Just really quick summary, really.
They've never talked. The parents haven't, or not that I've heard. Hey, teacher, how are you? So I don't really. They're probably heartbroken, that their son is being accused of this, and whether they believe it or not, don't know.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I'm
okay.
just
Okay, that's all right.
If they have to be there, I'm just wondering if the sisters can't afford to pay up, because we've also heard that both the sisters lost their job, which I think is kind of messed up. If they lost their job because they're Bryan Kohberger sisters, that's really not right. So
they have nothing to do with it.
I know one of them. Right. One of them used to live in New Jersey, because that's where she worked.
Right.
I don't know.
That's
what happened there.
I believe.
I don't know what happened there.
As far as the bankruptcy court, there's ways to beat that.
And well, that was when Bryan was a teenager.
Yeah, I think that was
the first time when he was. First time was when he was a baby, and then the second time was when he was a teenager.
For what, bankruptcy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, my sister used to do bankruptcy court, and she said we've got plenty of people, especially couples, where the husband will file bankruptcy, but the wife did.
That's crazy.
And for 7 years, then he gets his cleared. Now everything she done tallied up on her credit cards, she files bankruptcy. And so they'll be found guilty in a district court. Now they have to go to federal court. And he's going to make the district court white out everything, all the judgments.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
And she says we'll stay up till 11:58 at night and hit a button just to make them mad on our computer. And as long as we get it in before midnight, and we'll wait till the last minute to do it. She told me how it worked. And there's different chapters of bankruptcy.
Yeah.
He was first arrested.
Hey, it's still the.
Believed and promote the presumption of innocence. Sniper, yes, that is correct. They did come out and make that statement, and that it was something about something about the media. I forgot exactly how it was said, but I do remember them coming out with that statement. Oh Lord, y'all, Troll Buster, don't egg it on, please.
Yeah.
The troll is in here talking to Bryan about the cop. Bryan was on panel with us last night, and a cop ended up showing up at his door because it was a noise complaint, and he really wasn't being that loud. I don't know why the cop got called on him or whatever.
What?
I got off early last night.
Is that when he said somebody was beating on his door?
Yes, and he so I muted him because you never know with Bryan and a hot mic what you might hear. So he came back and said it was a cop at his door. That somebody had called a noise complaint on him. He was like, all I was doing was I was on the panel with Scarlett. How is that being loud?
A noise complaint for being on YouTube. That's funny. That's
right.
a first.
Hey, let me tell you this. When we first moved here, my son was watching the Eagles play. And I'm not sure, but I think it was a playoff game. Yo, he's being so loud, the neighbor down the street called. There was like 5 cops that showed up to his house. And they asked him if everything was all right. He says, yeah, I'm just watching the Eagles football game. And they said, well, we got a noise complaint that you're over here beating on somebody. My son said, beating on somebody? The only thing I probably beat on is this damn TV.
Are you from Philly?
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, you're from Jersey.
Been an Eagles and Phillies fan from the day I could walk.
Yeah, I don't mind the Eagles.
Yeah, my son's a big fan.
Their fans are just, their fans are a little ruthless.
Oh, yeah. You can say that.
Well, I know.
Saints, please.
But yeah, it was so funny. He called me up. He said, Mom, I just had like 5 cops at my house.
Well, I mean, Bryan, he really wasn't being that loud. I don't know why, unless they had the wrong unit or something. But
right.
Cops come beating on his door at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
I remember him saying somebody was beating on his door.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you talking about a murder.
We're just talking on panel about Bryan Kohberger.
Well, I'm sure if they could
when I started
listening.
Hey, Brad.
Sounds odd.
When I started going on this live, I have a roommate, so he's downstairs, and he's like, I'm usually really loud when I walk around the house, but he's like, you're very quiet with that, but then you get on at like 3 a.m. and you're screaming, and then I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. I get very passionate. He's a light sleeper, so he's like, you're very quiet when you're walking, and then it's like it's something about true crime, and I was like, oh shoot. I was trying to be quiet, but it didn't work.
I think my granddaughter fell asleep.
Aww.
Scarlett, that was the best thing last night, having the lawyer from Michigan.
God, yeah.
He answered so many of our questions.
That's why I'm so like, calm down.
And that's what I was saying earlier, Riddler, before you and Lady V had came up. It wasn't a planned thing for him to even drop into, by the channel last night. I had just seen him the night before that over at the Experts, and he said he was going to stop by sometime. And then when he came up on panel, I mean, y'all were throwing questions at him, and he was just super cool about it and just answering them, the best he could for everybody.
Well, those are the best ones. The best ones are when people just show up, unannounced.
Right.
In my opinion.
I mean, he did good. He did real good for not knowing some of the laws.
Right. I
Idaho.
mean, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Philly, your camera is on. Do you want to cut it off before I bring you up?
Keep it on.
It's blurry. You can't see anything, but some people don't.
I can't see anyway. So
Yeah, that was the same thing with like Enan and Darren. Like they just hopped up on panel. Like wasn't like the stream wasn't even made to for either of them. They just kind of hopped up like the lawyer did. And to me, those are the best ones.
And remember what the lawyer said when I asked him? I said, "Who do you want to be on this jury?" He said, "All males, engineers."
All engineers.
Yeah.
Philly, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up,
Doing
man?
good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hello.
I heard some Jersey talk. So
Oh, that's Betty Joe.
Yeah.
Are you out by
Betty
Saturday?
Joe.
I mean, I live in North Carolina now, but yeah, I was born and raised in New Jersey.
That's where I want to move, North Carolina.
Nice.
All right, so Philly, what do you think about all this?
Well, I'm a little I mean, so this case is going to start in October, apparently.
Supposedly.
Maybe, probably
Supposedly, maybe, probably not. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm a little concerned that the longer the case draws out, that Kohberger is probably going to have a good case. I don't know.
Think so? You don't think the defense is trying to get this now so the prosecution can't have enough, or have more time to do more investigating work, or you think the opposite?
I think the longer it goes on, and because how much evidence do you think they really have?
I mean, from what a lot of people say, they have a ton more.
Yeah, a lot of
Let me put it to
people
you
think
this
that.
way: people who say, "Oh, they got more evidence," they're the same people are saying, "There's going to be DNA in that car."
Wait,
what?
Well, that's not necessarily true, Riddler.
What was a statement made by someone on Twitter? And if y'all follow certain people on Twitter who talks about this case, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. But that car was a rolling crime scene from Washington to Pennsylvania. And then they get the car and allegedly there's no DNA in it.
Jennifer Coffendorfer.
That car is a rolling crime scene. That was the exact words.
Her sources are spot on though, remember?
That's the exact words.
I heard another very popular lady on television saying, "I don't care how many times you clean it, they're gonna find DNA."
I mean, it's a possibility they might have found something, but we don't know.
It's so hard to get all the proteins. Oh man!
Well,
there's nothing connecting. There's nothing connecting him.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Connection, no motive, no weapon.
Well, they don't have to prove motive.
So I have something about the cast thing that I was thinking about today. If cast report comes back and they're able to pinpoint him to that house, like I said, his goose is cooked at that point. If it shows he's in that house at the time of the murders. Right. If they can do that, though, why can't they pinpoint to where exactly he went since then to try to figure out where the hell the knife is?
Thank you.
Well, like with the 3 hours the next day?
There's no evidence that he was in that house.
Well, I mean, because it makes sense. Because if they know his movements and they know that he, is a TA at the college, and as soon as he goes off track and does something out of the ordinary, then bang, you go to that location.
The next day, his phone was off for 3 hours from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock that night down south of Pullman in Moscow. So what the hell was he doing down there for 3 hours when his phone was off?
I don't know, but they should be down there looking.
Exactly.
And didn't he drive like 10 miles down the road south
Yeah, he
and
made like
then
a long loop around.
Yeah,
And he
he
left.
took the long way.
Right.
Yeah.
But to me, the pings are nothing. To me, the pings, you bring those pings to court, they're gonna laugh at you. So to me, if they have his phone and they're able to get his exact location, that's a completely different story. But if Fofa's correct, and and if it got to a point where it overrid itself, I don't know what kind of phone he has or what kind of apps or whatever she said all plays a factor, and that's gone now. Then that's all they have to go with is the ping or this cast or whatever this system is that people are talking. I don't really know about this
It's
system.
the FBI cast stuff.
Yeah.
But
So
who
is there a
says it's
radius?
an exact location?
It's high
what I mean.
technology. That's all I know.
That's what I mean. Is there a radius? Like, is it going to say within 5 miles? Because remember, this is 4 o'clock in the morning in a college town on a Saturday. Say Saturday. I mean, I know it's Sunday morning, but Saturday night, which means
Right.
there's a lot of people out. There's a lot of people doing stuff. I mean, if that footage is correct from what we saw people walking. We saw people going to dumpsters. We saw a whole bunch of stuff going on. That's just in one little location. So if you have a 5 mile radius in that circle, there's a bunch of people doing stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, literally, we were watching people at the food truck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I mean.
Like
It's
a couple
not like,
months ago.
He was the only one on the road at that time, or the only one up at that time. Like it's. So if you use these pings and you're saying, well, you were here. How do you know? How do you know that phone wasn't pinging off or that person wasn't pinging off? I wasn't the only one on the road. So I don't know. I don't know too much about these pings, but I don't see that flying if there's a radius. And they're saying his phone was off and you can't put him exactly in the house like Scarlett said, then I don't see how that's a huge smoking gun.
By the way, guys, I'm back. I had to make a phone call.
Hey, Lady V.
You feel better?
Hey, how are you, Philly? No, I really had to make a phone call. But no, no, I'll probably be a few days, Willie.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you went and
Well, I did, but yeah, that hasn't kicked in yet. So
you're awesome.
I'm just a person.
I was watching a cold case files thing, and they were explaining that usually for a defense, the longer you drag out a case, the more beneficial it is for that defense. And this was like a really cold case, like a woman brutally essayed and unalived. But yeah, and it made sense to me. But that's just my opinion and their opinion.
Yeah, the defense always wants to go longer because witnesses forget things. They forget particular details.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
2
they
years
forget
compared to
that.
6 months. Yeah.
Yeah, the funny part is they forget things, but they give them their report so they can read it to refresh their memory.
Big Al, what's up, brother?
True.
Oh, just living the dream.
I always thought
Living a dream.
Well, the cast system is supposed to be far more accurate than the old ping, but we'll see.
That's what they say.
But if they're allowing it in court, evidently it has improved.
Well, I got to look into this, what this cast system is. But are they saying that? But they're saying his phone was off and he was not able to be tracked at the times of the crime. Is that correct?
Yeah, his phone was off the time.
So what does any of it matter then?
Actually, all we know is that his phone was off. That's the facts matter with what they're saying on that. We know his phone was turned off. Do we know if he was being tracked? No, we don't.
No.
But we know his phone was off.
Right.
That's what I mean. So if his phone was off and you can't put him in that, you can't even put him in that area with the
not
cast.
necessarily. Just because your phone's turned off doesn't mean
Well, I'm not
it's
saying
off.
they can't. I'm not saying they can't track it with having his actual phone and the data being in there. I'm just saying with the pinging, that's obviously why they put it in the PCA, because they didn't put him at the house in the PCA for a reason.
No, what they put in the PCA is that his phone was off.
I know.
I think
specifically.
Off or hold on.
Not we couldn't get a location. His phone was off.
I think it said. Wait,
Scarlett, read the whole PCA.
Yeah, I gotta get it pulled back up here and get it onto a different screen, so I can still see chat.
I just figure if they put the location of where they were,
I think
where
the
car was.
My
11
honest
other
opinion,
times.
I think they have something on his phone.
Yeah,
I want to know what they got off of Dylan and Bethany's phone.
No, they got
I believe
off
there's
their-
tech capabilities that we do not know even exist.
Oh yeah.
Probably.
Now, Scarlett, why do you think they have like? Now, why do you think that's like so important? If they've obviously been looked into for what 5-6 weeks after before he was arrested, like
What? Who?
What
like
are you talking about?
Scarlett. So on Dylan,
BK's name until December.
So on Dylan and Bethany's phone, you were saying now, like obviously, I figured the cops would have already looked into their phone.
Oh,
yeah, they said that they got a download of their phones. That's where they're getting the crime happened between 4 and 4:25. I'm just wondering what's going on their phones between those two times for them to think that the murders happened between those two times.
And Anne will be able to get
forth.
Yeah, she'll be able to have that too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's part of the discovery.
Yeah, so she'll have that too to know what was going on.
If they were texting back and forth, or
I mean, because there had to be something going on for them to get those two times. I'm just wondering where the hell the extra 5 minutes is coming from.
I don't know.
Okay.
Riddler knows. He's the one who actually like brought that to my attention. I never even realized that.
I never did either.
Everything.
I know.
I just remember 404, 405 to 420.
Yeah, he knew the answer to every single question he asked the lawyer last night. I'll bet $100.
I think Riddler is so far embedded that he works with such important secret place it doesn't even have alphabets.
Yeah,
I think he sits in front of that computer all day looking.
I'm thinking that he's an undercover lawyer.
He might be.
He's undercover something.
He's an undercover detective.
Watch him show up just pop up at the trial.
Here's my biggest fear. Looking at this thing all the way through, yeah, it's probably more likely BK, but it appears there has to be someone helping him, and they're going to put BK in prison, a correctional institute. He's going to get the DP, and here's the other guy loose.
But see, that's nobody's. If somebody did help him, that's nobody's fault but his own.
Well, I'm not worried about that.
For not rolling on him.
Who's going to want this other guy? Are we supposed to all be happy when they put him away, and then they bulldoze the house down, and now all dogs go to
And then they catch somebody else, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. No, they should be looking. If there's somebody that did help him, they should be looking.
So why didn't they build a tree then, Betty?
That's what I'm trying to get to, the tree, because that was my question.
Okay, what do you mean by build a tree?
They built it. They built a
family
tree for him.
tree.
What about the three others?
Oh, okay, I got you. I was.
But he hasn't said whether or not somebody helped him. So how are they going to know?
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, a tree.
He's not gonna. He can't say that somebody helped him because then that implicates
He's still guilty.
him.
Okay.
Yeah, that would make him guilty.
Okay, but then they're not going to know to look for somebody else.
Well, why only build a tree for him? If you have 4 DNAs, why build a tree just for my client?
I'm telling y'all, I would get contempt of court because I would be screaming in the courtroom. Why are they not testing those? Yeah, as of right now, we don't know if they have or not. I'm thinking that they possibly.
I'm sure they have, but that would destroy their case.
Well,
I mean, we may get to the trial part of this, and the state come out and say, these other 3 unidentified, we have the identity of them now, which I'm sure Ann Taylor is going to want to know who these people are.
Yeah. Of course.
Like we spoke about, if they're not in CODIS or they never did any kind of genealogy in their family.
We don't know if they did or not.
I know. I'm just stating a fact here. If their DNA is not in CODIS or in any kind of system that their family has done.
Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Let me get back over to StreamYard.
Then there's no trace of that DNA out there anywhere to match it to. So you can have an unidentified source forever.
Right.
Okay. So can you hear us okay?
Hey, one at a time is confusing.
Somebody got background noise.
Yeah, somebody's got background noise. Okay, Kelly, can you hear me okay?
Oh, hey, sorry. I think I was chatting in the wrong thing. Is my microphone okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Because I'm on my phone and not my computer. Because I had a couple of things to share with you guys about something you were talking about like a little while ago now. So I don't want to jump in and change the conversation. But hi, everybody.
Hello. How are you? Me.
Hey,
and I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were backstage because I wasn't on my StreamYard.
Oh, cool. I know. I totally done that before. So sorry. It wasn't mean to be cranky. But well, I just wanted and again, I'm sorry if I changed the conversation, but it's just so funny. You mentioned just a couple things that are literally like the next 2 videos I have coming out probably this weekend. So I've been researching them for like weeks and weeks at this point. So about his phone being, so for everybody that does or doesn't know, in the PCA, it describes it at 5:35 or 5:36 on November 13th. So this is, several hours after the tragedy occurred at this point. His phone had pinged near a location called Johnson, Idaho, and that's actually not a typo. I've seen on Reddit and a number of other places that they're like, oh, Johnson is like 2 hours away, but like it's a common name, and I'm explaining in that video. I don't want to like go too far into it because it gets a little like nuanced, but it was off for 3 hours, like Scarlett was just saying. So, I've seen a lot of people comment like across the true crime community, oh, they know where he pinged and then his phone was off for 3 hours. But guys, like when you see where this area was, where he was located last, according to his pings, then it was off for 3 hours. It's called the Lewiston Clarkston River Valley, and it spans through Idaho and Washington. And it is literally like the most complex terrain that you're going to find in the United States. It's mountains, it's rivers, it's just insanity. And
basically out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I mean, I think it's like there's no doubt anything that would have been, primary connecting evidence, like the knife, like I personally think that he is guilty of this, but I'm like not married to it. If I saw evidence that convinced me otherwise, I would certainly go with the facts and go with the evidence. But I personally think at this point, assuming he is the one that did it, I think that he must have had like some kind of a first layer on, whether it was coveralls or it's something. And I think he took that off. I think he discarded it. I personally think he must have been even wearing something to cover his shoes. I know that you guys were also talking I was cleaning and I was listening to this most of the time you guys been on about the shoe print only being found with the amino black, which is a really good point. I think that the shoe print like was left because he was wearing something over his shoes that covered him. Whatever the case was, I think he must have chucked that all in that area. And there like ain't no way anyone's gonna find it unless unless you hit the jackpot like randomly. You know what I mean?
So he rolled out, right? He rolled like 2-3 hours south.
He not 2-3 hours south. He rolled like it really would be okay. So the route that he ended up taking home, it's like imagine like a U. Okay, so you start at the upper top, like right like part of the U, and he went down, and then all the way at the bottom of the U, like where it curves, that's where he stopped, and then he went back up to Pullman. So that whole route probably took him about 45 minutes to drive, whereas if he took like the normal person route from Pullman to Washington, it would have taken anywhere from 9 to 13 minutes to drive, depending on how fast you're driving, traffic and all of that. So essentially, we know for a fact that he went approximately like 35 minutes out of the way to drive home. So obviously there's a reason, because nobody does that unless there's a reason. I mean, that's just human behavior, right? Like nobody goes 35 minutes out of their way.
I just saw the map where it was like he drove like 2 hours south.
No,
then went around a lake or something.
No, and people. I know there's so much information out there that's not accurate, but
I know.
But I mean, so that was like the route that he drove. The place where he pinged last was kind of at the bottom of the U, but going a little more up back towards Pullman. So not in the really curvy part of the U, but in the straight part of the U, but going back towards Pullman. And that's where he stopped. And then his phone stopped pinging for 3 hours in a fashion that I think, investigators are going to say we were able to determine that the phone was turned off and then he got lost. So the next thing is the CAS technology. And this is the thing that I've been researching forever. I was supposed to get this video out last week, but I keep finding more really interesting information. I was able to contact a couple people who know a lot about it, and I feel very confident in saying this. This is what I've been told, and everything I've researched backed it up. They can pinpoint a phone within 2 to 3 feet of the phone's location. And I didn't believe this at first because I used to work in telecom. I was a site acquisition specialist for a while, and and in various cases where pinging is a thing, I've talked about this a few times. I don't want to get too much into that either, but I never ever knew that you could pinpoint a phone within 2 to 3 feet of its location with consistent, time versus location accuracy, like as it's moving along, not like you can get it pinpointed that accurately here and then randomly in the next spot. You can almost like track its movement with that degree of accuracy, which is quite amazing. And apparently this FBI CAST team, which is really an advanced technology and methodology, can do that. And apparently, according to what they've made public, including through the PCA, they mentioned CAST like many times. This technology and methodology is at work. So I guess the only thing I can say that's like a conclusion from that is they have to know so much more than has been made public at this point, because that technology is not. It was used in the Vallow case. Yeah. When they found, I heard that Scarlett was mentioning the Vallow case when they were able to pinpoint. Oh my God, what's that dude's name? Chad Daybell. When they were able to, know that he was right next to where those poor sweet children were buried, that was the technology that they used.
I can tell you without a doubt and 100% fact that I can actually show you maps. I'm sure I still have them on a hard drive somewhere, where I would go to a FedEx facility for FedEx ground, and there would be 300 trucks in the yard, and I could tell you exactly within 2 feet of where every one of them were. And this was 12 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Really? That's amazing.
Exactly.
That's what I did for a living.
Wow.
So
I had no idea you could do that. That's amazing.
Oh, absolutely. And you can tell how
what I'm
fast they're
talking
going.
about.
You can tell how many people are sitting in the truck. It's a matter of how many sensors you attach to the computer.
Oh,
that'll
and
give you all the
that was a
information in
matter
the
of
world.
like the GPS kind of system that was within the truck, correct?
Yeah, we would
Okay,
install
cool.
that in their truck to manage their fleet.
Right. And that was something that came into play in the Watts case when they had those geo trackers on. Yeah, okay, that's very interesting. Yeah.
But that technology has been out literally. I mean, I got into the business in 2002.
But that's assuming that you have a vehicle that has one of those trackers on it. Because
well, right, but the same technology has evolved with
his
cell
car
phones.
did not have a GPS
Right,
system.
exactly.
Right, I'm
But
not
then
talking
your
about
cell
his car.
phone-
I'm talking about his phone, and the phones have features that are not public.
Yep.
It's a well-known fact.
Exactly.
I do
So
just want to say
that's what I
how
mean. If they
happy-
have his phone and the data is not overwritten, then they should be able to put him right in front of or right behind the house.
Well, there's also data that can't be overwritten, so who knows what that shows as well.
Exactly.
I appreciate the fact
How
that
much
you
more
brought up
accurate?
sorry. I was just gonna say, appreciate the fact that you brought up of like how much land he actually traveled, because I mean, when you're looking at the actual facts, it's like the suspected murder weapon that was used. It's 14 by 3 inches long. And like between what he traveled, like once again, if he was the person who committed this crime, he's traveled so much land between the time that the murder happened and the date that he was arrested. And it's
That's
like, when you really look at it, I mean, it's 2,500 miles from Washington to Pennsylvania, but then you also factor in the mileage that you said he had traveled after. And, it's like you look at other cases where people have managed to hide bodies that have never, ever recovered. And then you're also looking at such a small weapon that could, it could really be anywhere. And you're searching it from the West Coast to the East Coast. There could be a million.
And even in that Lewiston, Clarkston Valley, guys, I mean, it is like when I started looking into it, I wasn't planning on making like a whole video about it. It was just like something I wanted to know about. But when I started looking into it, I'm like, oh my God, if there's like one place in the United States that you would want to hide something that you don't ever want someone to see again, it's right here. It's like, it's remarkable. Like I believe there's no way. I mean, I mean, I couldn't. It would be a miracle if they could find any physical evidence that he tried to discard of related to this case.
has ever driven through Idaho or driven through Montana or like all the surrounding states, even
Yeah.
Oregon, the terrain there is so intense, and like the
Yes.
grades and the valleys and the mountains, like it's all single lane highways.
Yeah.
And you could veer 30 feet off of a highway and everything is completely hidden. Like the terrain
Yep.
there is it's very intense, you know. It's
Yeah,
like
it is. I used to go snowboarding out at Big Sky, and it's like, you know, if you
Oh,
wanted to hide, I mean, I remember going out there joking about it. If you wanted to hide a body, this is where you'd hide it, you know?
well, exactly. I drove through Oregon the other day and I was saying the same thing, you know. It's like I woke up from a nap in the passenger seat and I look out and I can't even see more than 20 feet within the woods because
Yeah,
the forestry is so dense you cannot see
that's
anything.
right. Yeah,
And
totally.
that's how it is through Oregon, Montana, Washington, and Idaho. It's all very, very similar.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if anybody wants to pay me to drive 3 hours north to the Poconos, where Kohberger's parents are from, I'll be glad to go up there.
Oh, do you live in Philadelphia?
I'll drive 45 minutes and get there.
Do you live in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I'm
Well,
I'm outside of
I'm in
Philly.
upstate New York now, actually 50 minutes from where Kohberger was found in the other direction. But I lived in Philadelphia for 20 years. I love Philadelphia. I just moved back up here because both my parents were sick and I'm like an only child and stuff. But yeah, I lived in Philly for 20 years. I love it.
Oh, love you.
That's what I mean. It's only like an hour from here.
That's right.
Go Eagles.
Go Eagles. And they are ruthless fans. Ruthless fans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I wore a Dolphins jacket when I was like 6 years old, and they were like screaming at me, "Spear the fish!"
Yeah, no, I know. I bet.
Jesus, man, calm down.
Yeah, we're a little crazy here.
I
but
know.
It's all good.
Oh man.
So thank you guys for letting me kind of like just say all that you weren't talking about at the moment, but I just wanted to like kind of put those things in there because I know that, you know, you guys like to, you know, stay tight to the facts and stuff here as well. And so, you know, it's so hard sometimes to keep track of what the facts are and are not in this case because so much has been said, you know, like so much has been said.
That
and a
is
lot
true.
of it is just conjecture.
That is true.
Kelly, do you mind if I ask you a question really quick?
No, sure, go ahead.
So I know like the biggest thing in this case has been cell phone pings.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like trying to tie, like, you know, it's like when you look at the Kylie Rodney case, but then you may look at the Chris Watts case. It's like in the Chris Watts case, cell phone pinging was such a successful. I mean, that's how they solved everything. But then you look at the Kylie Rodney case, and it's like they had this cell phone ping for weeks and weeks and weeks. Yet it took them forever to locate her car.
Yeah, that was a very strange investigation. Yeah.
It really was. It really was. And I still to this day think that, like, you know, law enforcement definitely could have handled it better. I think step by step things could have been done differently. But my biggest question is like, how are people going to trust the cell phone pings in this case if that's what the evidence is? When you look at, you know, cases like the Kylie Rodney case, when this information was out for almost a month before anyone was even able to locate her.
Well, I think the answer to that, well, how are people going to be able to trust it? I mean, well, there's two questions there, I guess. How is the jury going to be able to trust it versus how is the public going to be able to trust it? So I think, you know, hopefully, if Bryan Kohberger is the man, hopefully the prosecution is going to be able to present a case in such a way that's going to be compelling to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, using the evidence that they're able to present through. I think the answer to the question for either is the CAS technology. It really is, you know, and the point made about being able 12 years ago to locate the, you know, trucks, you know, to such a precise location. I think that to some degree, understanding that, yes, our phones do have capabilities that the public is not aware of. And that's all of the stuff that I've been digging into with this CAS technology information. And by virtue of, you know, the fact that I used to work as a site acquisition analyst, I have a couple kind of like, you know, inside-ish sources. So I've been able to find out some things a little beyond what you can sort of get on your Google search, you know. But I think we're going to be blown away. This, my personal opinion, prediction is once the trial goes down, and I heard you guys all talking several times about the day. I don't think it's ever going to happen in October. So whatever that is, probably in 2024. So don't anyone get too excited. Don't hold your breath, in other words. I think we're going to be blown away by the precision and accuracy of the data that's going to be produced due to the product of the CAS technology methodology and technology.
Thank you.
But how are we gonna ever be able to trust it? I mean, I don't know. But as far as convincing a jury of this person's guilt, assuming he is guilty, I think it's going to be overwhelming. Personally, what do you guys think?
Not from what I see so far, but yeah.
Well, not from what you see so far, but remember, there's 51 terabytes.
But that's what I mean. If we're gonna go with they have so much more, then yeah, I'll go with you. I'll go with that too.
Yeah, and I guess that all remains to be seen. And I know it's so frustrating that, I feel like that a lot of times too. Like, well, we haven't seen that yet, but then I always have to just like mentally kind of like, reframe myself and think 50 terabytes is equal to 300 million pages. I mean, how many volumes of?
I mean, obviously there's a lot of cameras. I mean, just think of how many cameras there are in the area where he drove from, then to, and then there, what you were just talking about. So that's a lot of.
And that's what I was saying earlier. It's like if our technology is capable of capturing a picture of someone who is running a red light at obviously like a somewhat high speed, I would think that there is some photo or evidence or something out there that can tie him to this. But you talking about the case kind of also like my biggest fear, and I'm sure so many people share this with me, is the jury pending on this case because I'm sure many people remember the Scott Peterson trial. I grew up in California, and I'll never forget. I think I was like 12 years old when that case happened, and I'll never forget that one juror that just kind of derailed the case. And it's so hard when there's so many people who want publicity. It's like this is such a well-known case, and like that's my biggest fear of like what are the chances that there's going to be one or two jurors that is going to want to see publicity, want to do something that's going to jeopardize this whole thing.
And there's no evidence that Kohberger was actually at that house, right?
But we don't know that yet.
Not that we know of. But here's another
okay, hold on. Yeah, wait. Let me grab this super chat real quick. Richie, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, thanks, Scarlett. Great panel and discussion. Richie, that was very nice of you. Thank you.
Hi, Richie. That was awesome. Everybody, make sure you also go click the likes. I saw earlier she was saying go click the likes. There's so many people in chat. This many likes. I was like, oh crap, I didn't hit the like yet. I went and did it.
Yes.
It's super easy. Go do it.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But getting back to they have the touch DNA, right? But I personally, from just what I heard, they're not even going to use that.
Well, they're not going to use that because now they have the buccal swab. They don't need to.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, they haven't even handed over how they got to him. They haven't even handed over the discovery yet.
Well, listen, they're not going to hand over any. I mean, I was a little surprised regarding the touch DNA. No, they're not going to hand over any evidence. They've even presented to the grand jury, and the reason is when you go to the bottom line, now they have the buccal swab and the 5.37 octillion, whatever that huge number. We've all heard about that. So I totally lost my train of thought there. I totally lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Some huge number.
See, I would think they're gonna have
5.73 octillion.
Kelly, like you said, I think they're gonna have some groundbreaking evidence. And sorry, real quick, I just think it's like as law enforcement, as prosecutors, if they have that evidence, if they have that needle in a haystack or whatever it is that is going to completely incriminate this person. If you look at, like the Kylie Rodney case blew up so much, it was it was worldwide. And I think the biggest takeaway from that case was many, many, many mistakes that were made by law enforcement. I think that
the weird community, the whole thing was weird in that case.
I agree 100%, like deeper than you know.
Yeah,
not to even go after anybody.
Really looked at that case as in we need to keep this information close to us, and I feel like they happened. What was it? August, September, October, November, 3 months apart.
Right.
And I feel like that's why you see such a contradiction in the communication with law enforcement to community. Was, Moscow? I know Moscow was aware of that case, and I really think that is why they've been holding stuff and information and evidence and whatever it is so close to them, because they don't want to jeopardize the case.
Exactly. You know what? And if the trial, if the trial starts, if the trial happens, if the trial is ended, and they present a killer slam dunk case, then all of that is certainly justified if the trial ends up happening. And everyone is like, what the F is going on? This evidence is so weak. Then, then that's going to be an indication that the investigation altogether, was fouled somehow. And then, but at this time, there is absolutely just so much that we absolutely don't know. Oh, I know what I was going to say about the, evidence putting him there or not. So the other thing that I've been had going on personally lately, my just started researching things, is a camera at 1112 King Road. Whenever I say that, I have to count the ones on my finger because I'm so used to saying 1122. So at 1112 King Road. So that still photo came out a few days ago. Now, how do I even explain this? Okay, so if
Is that the corner house? Is that the
go ahead.
Is that the corner house?
Yes, it is. And I have a couple of connections in Moscow, and again, they're very legitimate. I won't explain all here on Charlie's Channel to take up too much time. But before that still picture came out, a little while before, I was aware that something from that video was going to be coming out. And for the reason, I'm going to be talking about all this too. Again, I don't want to just, take over and tell you the whole entire story now. And also, you're going to have to watch the videos too. Sorry. But that screenshot is legitimate. I can promise you guys that. I feel convinced beyond an absolute shadow of a doubt. And I certainly wouldn't say that if there was not very compelling reason to feel that way. Now, I've also personally been able to see some, not all, but some of the video that accompanies that still shot. And it is amazingly clear, high resolution as compared to any other security camera footage that we've seen in this case, or really any other that I could think of at the time. So I have a feeling that I have the owner of that video is, oh gosh, I just have to be careful what I say. They're deciding how they want to handle it right now, because there is a gag order and there are, actual consequences for certain people depending on whether you're umbrellaed under that gag order or not, which has to do if you've been subpoenaed and a number of other factors, right? There are consequences for putting out certain information, and they're not trying to be sneaky about it. I also heard you guys talking about the thing with the drunk turkey show and the Linda Lane video, and that whole thing in my opinion is super shady. They don't want to be shady in the way that they do this. Like, they were giving me permission to put out a certain amount of it, and again, that's yet to be determined. And they were very clear that they didn't want it to be like this weird mystery thing that everyone's talking about in this shady way that they want to just put out there, and they want people to know where it came from and why it came from, that source. But I have a feeling that there's a lot more on that video that's going to be very incriminating.
This isn't the crazy dude.
No.
Okay.
You're talking about Enon?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, it's not
him. No.
Okay.
All right, Riddler, what were you saying a minute ago?
Woman that is one of the owners of the video that I had spoken with, and that's not my primary source.
Okay.
People just happen to know her. And crazy is definitely not a word to describe her. Nope.
Okay, right. Gotcha.
She's very sober-minded.
Riddler, what was you trying to say a second ago?
Oh, never mind. I'll get back to it later.
Hey, Riddler, no, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I'll catch up with it later.
Okay. How are you doing?
Oh, doing fine. Just tired tonight.
Oh, yeah. I love your stories about when you were in the military. I think they're so interesting. I heard you talking about a couple of those things while I was cleaning a little while ago. Very interesting stuff.
A lot of war stories. Yeah, we were pinpointing Saddam Hussein every time he would get on his telephone. He had about 80 of them, and he would start giving them out with friends. So that was 1991 technology, and we were dropping missiles wherever he was at. But what I was trying to wonder, is there anything in the PCA about GPS?
There's nothing in the PCA about GPS. There's nothing. Well, these are a couple of things I've looked for in the GPS and the PCA due to things that people are speculating about. There's no mention of GPS. There's no mention of Wi-Fi. And there was something else that would have been a big possible tracker, but there's nothing in there about the GPS. Has anyone heard anything about GPS? Nope. I personally think that he's. I heard somebody else, and I haven't looked into this yet because of all these other things I've been looking into, but maybe somebody else would want to run with it.
Apparently so Kohberger went south.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right? And the GPS was following him. for a couple of hours. And,
I don't know about GPS from where.
I think it
His
was.
car?
I think it was cameras that had picked him
Yeah.
up. If I'm
I
not
wonder if he
mistaken.
uses GPS though, because he went a route that he might not have been familiar with to get home.
I
So I
mean,
wonder if he
he's
used
like, if he's the
a
person that did
GPS.
it and he's made all these mistakes, it seems stupid enough that he possibly would. But somebody else had told me, and again, I have not verified this on my own, but apparently and tell me if anybody else knows about this because I'm really interested in it, but I don't know specifically about him, that his car has in it his make and model of car, like to your point that you were saying earlier, that 12 years ago there was such and such technology that at that time we probably had no idea even existed. That in his car was something very similar, and I'm sorry I don't know the terms for these things, I just don't, to anyone who followed the Murdaugh case, and that we know every single movement that Murdoch's car made when he went from drive to park to reverse, 72 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour. Apparently the make and model of Kohberger's car does have that technology in it, and some people speculate that that big part of the exhibit A, which has been fully sealed with no leaks since the very beginning, has to do with that huge file of information of the car's movement. And if they do have that, it's either going to make or break the case.
Was it the All-Star or the
something like that? I don't know what it's called exactly. It's something different, and I just can't remember. I'm not
So
familiar with it.
that system was deactivated.
It's called Blue Link or something like that, but I don't think his car had it.
Well,
it was an option.
Maybe it did.
It was an option, but the communication features of Blue Link were just completely wiped out in 2014 or 15. I sent you the article, Scarlett.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have to go back through my.
Yeah, it had no communication capabilities after a certain date.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then that person would have been wrong in that case. Then.
I think that was a big factor in the Kylie Rodney case. Also, it's like her car had it was like the All-Star.
No,
but
they were looking at the event data recorder in the Rodney case, and
that's
they
what I'm
were
thinking
looking
about, the event data recorder. Yeah, that's
I'm
what I was
sorry.
talking about just now. Sorry.
Watts, do you think Bethany's testimony or statement contradicts Dylan's statement of what she saw?
That's been my dying question all night, is because Kohberger was supposed to submit his alibi and he didn't. They requested for more time. And
doesn't he have until Monday?
My dying question is, does his alibi depend on Bethany's statement?
That's a good speculation.
I'm dying to know.
So that's where I was going earlier, because the state has not been proactive in this at all. They wait till they're counterpunching. They're waiting till the defense brings something up, and then they says, well, now we want a grand jury. Well, if a grand jury is so important, why don't they do it the first week?
Well, I kind of see it as the state has been put in a position where the defense is, and this is probably a good defense strategy. I mean, I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but the defense is pulling out everything other than the kitchen sink. So, I mean, I feel as though almost the state has been put in a position where they have to counterpunch, because how many cases have you seen where there have been this immense amount of defense motions, one after the other. And I personally think in part the defense motions are the defense's attempt to disseminate
the prosecution won't hand everything over
to the public, because it's the only way they can do it under the gag order.
They won't hand everything over, so I'd be putting stuff in too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move. It's probably a smart move. I don't know, but I think.
If they're able to build a fair, solid defense, then they deserve all the evidence.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
But then, I was just brainstorming tonight, and it's let's just say, hypothetically, 100% speaking, even if Bethany did, let's just say Bryan was a guest at the house. With her, no problem. From what we have heard, she has been asleep from anywhere from 11 p.m. to 10 a.m.
I have a question for you guys. Earlier, you said that
Yeah,
okay, wait, hold on.
Cases at one time. What did you guys mean by that? I think you were.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Can we let her finish making her point?
I'm sorry.
Let one of the real ones finish.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, hypothetically speaking, let's say Bryan Kohberger's alibi did depend on Bethany's statement. And there's been some speculation, some rumors that maybe Bethany and Bryan have known each other before. And even if he was a guest at the house, I mean, even her statement of the fact that he was there, from everything that we know, she was asleep between 11 p.m. and 10 a.m. And there's just still so much time there. And that's why I'm just so curious to see. It's like these two missing pieces, these two missing puzzle pieces. But you know, it's like, even if Bethany does come out and say like, oh yeah, Bryan was a guest in my house, if she really was asleep for that time, I mean, if we look at the timeline, he could have committed the murders. Sorry guys. Really bad allergies right now.
You're good.
He could have like potentially committed the crime, left, and returned back to the house at 9 a.m. all in the time period that she was supposedly asleep. So that's why I'm just like curious, like, even though if he does produce an alibi, like really how airtight and how proving is this alibi?
Exactly. That's what I mean. So if you, why provide one if you can't prove it?
Yeah, that would be a mistake almost. Yeah.
And them asking for, like, if you have an alibi, you have an alibi. It's bottom line, period. But the fact that you're asking for an extension to present your alibi, like,
telling.
What, exactly. Like, what else do you need to fill in? If you're at a certain place at a certain time, that's it.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's why I really think that for some reason, maybe Bethany's statement, because it was announced that she was going to be called forth before the jury, and then that was dismissed, but she still had to make a statement. I really do think that the two, like, my intuition and just my thought process thinks that somehow they go hand in hand.
But you know, if someone asked me right now, and I'll just pick any date, December 15th, where were you? What were you doing? I couldn't tell them. I don't even know what I wore that day.
Y'all know how I am. I don't know. I don't know what happened 5 minutes ago.
Neither do I.
Exactly.
So I mean, it's a daunting task to go back that far.
That's true.
And especially if you weren't even involved in this, or of course he should know because he came back by there at 9 o'clock, wasn't it, in the morning, somewhere in the 9 hours. What did he come back by? The 1122 Kings.
Like 9:32 or something.
9:13.
Yeah, he left his house at 9 o'clock and returned back to his house at 9:32.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
Well, that's like the reason they ask these questions, because if you're just a normal person going about your day-to-day life, you're going to be like, I have no idea where I was. I have no idea what I was doing.
Totally.
However, if you are a suspect, or like, let's say you're trying to cover something up, you're going to have a rock solid alibi. And you're like, oh, I woke up at 6 a.m., blah, blah. You know, it's like,
yeah, but
having
a
timeline for a point of time that was 3 months ago is already going to raise suspicion.
Somebody's got really bad feedback.
Yeah.
And I don't know who it is.
Well, trust me on this. They want exact times of witnesses when you provide an alibi.
Yep. Exactly. They're not going to just let him out of jail because he had an alibi.
They're not just going to say, well, I was at home and then I drove over to Moscow to go get me some milk from the store, and I went back home.
Yeah.
That's not going to cut it.
No.
Can I ask you guys a question? Earlier you were talking about Bethany being in two places at one time based on the PCA. I guess I totally must have missed that. Can somebody tell me what you were referring to? I'm just very interested.
Wait, what was it again?
Scarlett, you guys were saying that you were like, Bethany's the only, like, the conversation was something like, Bethany's the only place in the world that could be in two places at one time. I was just wondering what that was in reference to.
In some of the Moscow Police Department's press releases, they claimed that Dylan and Bethany were out in the community separately that night, and they ended up both home at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Then in the PCA, it says that Bethany saw Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi at 1:45.
Okay.
Now, if she's at home at 1 o'clock, unless she went back to Sigma Chi, she couldn't have seen them there at 1:45. And if she was really home at 1 o'clock, she doesn't know for 100% fact that they left Sigma Chi at 1:45, because they very easily could have left early, went somewhere else, and then got home at 1:45.
So I think that the things that came out in the press releases, I think at this point, I almost in my mind like discard them because they're not evidence, they're not testimony. It's, in my opinion, whatever the police were doing at that point to try to get the evidence that they needed. One thing that I do know about Bethany's whereabouts, based on the two connections I have who are in Sekai, is that she was with Ethan and Xana, but did things separately while she was there at Sekai from 9 to 1:45. Like, she was definitively there and left right around the time frame that is stated in the PCA, that from independent sources. Yeah.
But was it not originally stated that Bethany was in bed by 11 o'clock p.m., or is that just like something that I
No.
have to
No, I
from
never heard that.
original? Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I think you're asking good questions about Bethany. I mean, I think they certainly did highlight Bethany as being a potential key person in here. Well, I mean, they said so, that she was material to the investigation and this and that. So that's certainly indicating that she has a big piece of knowledge. The defense certainly highlighted her in that way with the motion to compel her testimony in the pretrial hearing that never happened. So I guess the question is, did they just do that as one of their many, deflection or, just general defense building strategies, or is there something to it,
But if you look at it, like when she was asked to come to Moscow, she said no. So the fact that they flew a lawyer out from Idaho to Reno, Nevada to take her state, it's like that kind of says something in itself too. It's like the fact that she denied it, they're like, okay, well, we still need to get your statement. It's like there's still questions there. There's still clarification that is need to be had there.
Well, that was just in response to the agreement that was stipulated with the defense and the prosecution at that point, right? Because the defense put that motion to quash out, and then they had the stipulation that, okay, what she's going to really do is just testify to the attorney, not like in front of Bryan Kohberger. So that's just in response to the stipulation, and the state pays for all of that. I mean, the state has huge funding towards trials to fly people wherever, or like I heard you guys also talking about witnesses earlier, and the state picks up that bill. If a witness needs to get there from out of state, there's like an interstate something or other fund, and it's that all that stuff is paid for. But still, I mean, there might be something to it.
And then it's like there's so many rumors, because I remember when they first had called Bethany to testify, there were all these rumors flying around that Bethany was withholding Bryan's alibi, and it's just like, and then once again it comes down to like, what do you believe? There's so much misinformation or maybe actual information, but like that was a big factor when she was called. It's like, oh well, she has Bryan's alibi, but like no one even knows if that's true.
Yeah, well, Scarlett, like you said, I'm really curious to see like their activity from their phone or her phone or both of their phones from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. or whatever. They called 911.
Well, I mean, it clearly has to be a big deal, because the three things that they said in the PCA that they're basing that timeline on is the downloads from their phone, Dylan's statement, and the security camera footage. So that we know about the security camera footage, obviously. We know a bit about Dylan's statements, that which is included in the PCA. The one thing we know nothing about is the downloads from their phones from 4 o'clock to 4:25. So that is a huge piece of unknown information.
I went 4 o'clock to 11, whenever.
11:58 when the 911 call was made.
I want to see if they were texting each other or texting out and saying something was going, like, and not dialing. I want to know why she didn't dial 911. I want to know who she contacted, and I'm sure Anne's going to bring that all out, because I want that 8-hour time gap explained.
I feel pretty sure that they were communicating with each other from. I personally think that the download of their phones is going to show that they were communicating with one another during that 4 o'clock to 4:25 hours. And I do believe, as I have heard from some people that I've gotten information from, and I know that other people have said this as well, and I've kind of lost track as who, but that Dylan contacted all of the roommates, like after she heard whatever it was that she heard, and no one responded. And then the blank that I'm personally filling in with everything that we know is except for Bethany. And then what was said between them, I think, is really important.
Do you guys
wouldn't that okay? So if her and Bethany are texting back for this whole 8 hours and she's calling other people, then that to me would throw that whole frozen shot phase shit out the window.
I agree, and I that's one of the things, the things that I have like the biggest issue with. And I mean, I don't guilt them for anything. I really do think they were victims. I think they're young girls. I'm not trying to say either of them did anything nefarious, but I think there's a very big issue there, personally.
Do you think they were sleeping? Do you just think they were genuinely sleeping?
No, I don't think they were.
Not between 4 and 4:25. I don't think they were asleep during that time, personally.
There was 3 people up we know of, right? Kaylee,
Santa,
Dylan.
When the media released that BK had photos of one of the roommates on his phone. Did they specify if it was one of the deceased roommates or just a roommate?
I hadn't even heard about that.
Wait, say that again?
When the media had released, and like once again, this has never been fully proven, but that Bryan had pictures of a roommate on his phone. Was it of a victim, like a deceased roommate, or was it just generalized as a roommate?
Allegedly, it was of one of the victims, but that has never been proven.
Okay, because then I was
as of
thinking
right now, it's right now it's just hearsay. It's never been proven.
Because then another thing, it's like if it was potentially like, let's look and say maybe it was one of like the surviving roommates that had pictures that he had pictures of on his phone.
Yeah.
Like that could be a tie too to, I don't know. I'm just.
But that's a connection. That's right. That's a connection.
I mean, it could be, and that could be why so many people have said like, oh, Bethany's testimony or whatever is going to be like, I don't know. I think we just have to look at the bigger picture here. And it's like there's so many things that we want to think we know, but there's also so many things that we don't know.
But that's what I mean. Why this case? Like, why is this case so viral compared to, Oregon or, any other case? Why this one?
I mean, it's horrific. It's horrific.
Because it's 4 students or 4 kids.
I understand it's a horrific crime, but if it added up, would we still be talking about it?
I mean, look at the Zodiac.
Kids. Of course you are.
Exactly. Like, there's so many murders about this. Like, you look at the Zodiac killer, and he targeted couples.
And that was a big case, too.
And that case has still never completely been solved. It's like, nope. Maybe it, like, reminisces on a case, or maybe it's I hate to say it, but like it's exciting for reporters. It's exciting for the crime community. I don't know.
Some cases just they take off, and people are, I don't want to say attracted to them, but I don't know.
In my opinion, I believe because it's 4 students, 4 kids that people want justice for is why it's taken off the way it has.
And it could be.
Yeah, I agree.
I think once again we got another high-profile case with a bunch of holes and everything that's been released.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and people have a thirst for knowledge, and they really want to know what happened.
You even look at like the original presentation of the case, and it's like the first headline that you saw was, sorry, trigger warning. It was 4 college students murdered in their sleep. They were stabbed. There was blood seeping from the walls. It's like that headline alone is going to get the attention from anyone who looks at it. It's like the way that this case was presented from the second that it hit the news is, it's like, how could you not be tied into it with the headlines that originally started on?
Yeah, and like it was said, there's so many holes, and people, I think that's what has gravitated a lot of us to it. We want to know what happened because we think that there's a lot of discrepancies in it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't agree with the crazy theories that people, the drugs,
I'm so sick of hearing about the drugs that it's.
I'm just trying to figure out what's on paper right now and what's going on. That's all I care about. It's just the facts, not hearsay and not crazy narratives, none of that stuff. But I don't understand why people even go off to that part of theory, because just look at the facts and then just focus on that.
Clicks and views and money.
I get it, but it's just like you said. If we want true justice for the families and the kids, then
I don't think it's right either. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, and I've said 2 things from the day 1 of this case. I said it's going to come down to DNA, and it's going to come down to the evidence that is finally presented in front of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see who the jury is.
What do you mean?
Are the owners? Do they work at the university? Are they owners across the street that depend on the college?
Oh boy.
Wait, what did Riddler say? Because I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, your mic's a little low, Red.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can now.
I don't know why it's slow. It's always been pretty good. It's going to come down to the demographics of the jury. Are they employees of the University of Idaho? Are they people who own shops across the street from the University of Idaho? Do they have kids going to the University of Idaho?
That is true.
There's so many demographics that can, and like I said, right now, Moscow is not a friendly town to a stranger.
No.
Any news people come in there, they're ready to run them out.
Yep, they'll tell you they're not nice.
But also, as a jury, you're supposed to be, like, you're supposed to not have knowledge of this case. You're supposed to be a median. You're supposed to, not have opinions. That's what worries me the most. It's every single person in this country has heard about this case. I mean, for weeks and weeks and weeks, you go into Apple News and it's headlines. Like,
I'm not gonna lie though.
Well, believe it or
I
not,
tested it out here in
That's
Pennsylvania.
not true. That's
I
not
tested it
true.
here in PA. Not everybody knows about this.
Right, there's a lot of even lawyers that have not dug in as deep as we have. They asked me about it.
There's a lot of people.
Late at night.
There's a lot of people that don't know about this case because I have mentioned it on and off, and more people that I talk to don't know about the case than do. And I realize that I'm not in Moscow, or Moscow or whatever. I'm not there, but there's probably people that, there's things going on in my area I would have no idea about because I never watch local news.
But in the beginning,
I know more
Maybe.
about what's going on in the United States than I do about my own town.
Love you,
Fox
Lady
News,
B.
MSNBC, Newsmax, and CNN all did cover this case within the first 7 days of it breaking.
But that doesn't mean people watched it.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But
They'll find a jury. Trust me. I mean, if
not everybody is into this stuff. Not everybody wants to.
I know. I try
Well, I
to talk
think
to my kids
everybody in
about it. They're not
Moscow.
into it.
I think everybody in Moscow knows about it.
yeah, that's why they need to get out of there.
Well,
What was
everybody
the population, Scarlett?
in the college.
25 to 26,000.
Yeah, it's not. And then half was dealing with the university, right?
Yeah, they would have to. They would have to go outside.
4,900, I believe, is how many they have. How many employees they have.
And then how many students?
12,000.
Hold on. Let me look it up again.
Hey, can I ask a random question?
Sure.
This dude in Long Island, this dude in New York.
Yeah.
I mean,
cracked in jail.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, like, so they just released today that they're like, yeah, he killed all his victims in his house.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did hear that.
While his wife and kids were away, I'm like, yeah. I'm just, it's so.
Where in the basement or something, or?
Oh, I don't know, but
probably in his basement. Yeah.
Like, because how do you keep? Like, man, he kept that away
Well,
from.
if his wife and his kids ain't there, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, they were always out of town.
And then he cleaned up.
His wife is actually filed for divorce now. After he was arrested, she went and filed for divorce from him.
Oh man,
good. That's the smartest thing she could have done.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, because they have overwhelming. I mean, listen, you look at that PCA, you're like, Jesus, he's done.
I still haven't got a chance to read it.
Decades of killings, you know.
Sorry, I don't mean to change the subject.
No, you're good.
No, you're good. Yeah.
I haven't even read the PCA from there yet.
Oh,
I was
Jesus.
just so freaking disturbed by that.
Well, listen, I hope they put that information. Like, I hope they put some kind of child, word I'm going to use in there. So then, once he goes to jail or once he goes to prison, then that charge will be on there, so that other inmates will see it. That's why I want.
In Moscow, about a week after the incident, locksmith and security alarm companies, they were overwhelmed.
Yep. Because everybody was getting cameras and security all over their houses.
And law enforcement says, "Oh, we checked with every shop to see who purchased a K-bar." And then here comes the shop spec says, "We haven't seen any law enforcement here. We sell K-bars."
Yeah. This whole case is just fishy as hell. honestly.
They
I
need
hate
to
to say
send
it
a
once again,
locksmith
but
to
Well, once
freaking
again, it's a small
Long
town.
Island, New York.
but it's the Kylie Rodney case. You know, it's like you had posts on posts on posts saying FBI is knocking on every single door in Prosser to check their garage, check their basement, everything, and that's not true. They did not.
Right.
You know, it's like, so what do you believe? What's truth?
That
What
case
I,
was crazy.
yeah. What I do
But like I
believe,
said
and what I
before,
know is true, is no bullet holes and a phone wiped clean on an incident that happened with the cops, shooting somebody. So I don't put anything past LE after hearing, that about, after Brent Kopacka's death, about his phone being wiped, about no bullet holes being in, the walls of the room or anything of that nature. Yet he discharged his weapon. So after hearing that, I put nothing past law enforcement in that area.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, you do have corruption, but you can't
Well,
say every one of them is like that because they're
I'm
not.
not saying that, but that's pretty,
Yeah, just one bad cop though makes it bad
Oh,
for
right,
even
for
the
all of
good
them.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I trust law enforcement in every town, but I will say it's like the age old saying every single town has one corrupt cop.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a small
One
town.
or two, not just one or two, maybe 5, maybe 10. Just saying.
well, they're just not used to M1 case.
Yeah, that's
Red
much
Room
I mean,
case.
no, because it's been what 8, 7
7
years
years. Yeah.
since they
And I
had
still
a.
think it's going to be a challenge. I like the judge. I like him a lot. But it's going to be a challenge for him because, once again, and maybe he has. I'm just asking the question: has he ever presided over a red room case?
And I can't find anything about it.
You can't find anything on him.
No. Just,
Well, you can find
when
out
he
when
was
he got
appointed.
appointed to
Yeah,
the.
that's the only
That's
thing
the
I can
only
find
thing.
on
Yeah.
him.
Oh
That's the
boy.
only thing you can find. You can't find nothing else.
Oh boy.
But I mean, he seems like he's a good judge.
Yeah.
And
Well,
he
I'm sure
seems
these
like
SKs seem like good people too.
as long as he is fair and gives BK his fair trial, that's all that matters.
Yeah, but what's fair?
Exactly.
And when Ann Taylor goes objection and he goes overruled, sustained, all the other
Well, I
things
mean,
they give, there's going to be an appeal lawyer sitting right there waiting.
Mm-hmm. Listening the whole time.
we'll see. I mean, he does deserve his day in court. He deserves a fair trial.
Yeah.
And
And
Yeah.
and
And they want to shoot him. So.
we want okay, thank you, Fofo. We want everything to anything that he's entitled to, a fair trial. He gets adequate counsel. We want him to have all of that. That way he can't, like I said, come back and say he didn't have that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
do everything correct.
Because it'll be harder for him to get an appeal.
Exactly.
If he has adequate counsel.
Yes.
If he don't, it's going to be easier for him to get an appeal.
Right. And that is if he is the person who done this.
Right.
It needs to be done by the book, so that way he can't come back and say that later.
Exactly. And if he is the one who did this, he deserves capital punishment.
Yes. He does.
Yep.
I always thought of this.
Mm-hmm.
The families, they suffer through this trial and all this. And I'm not saying they would want to do it, but I think they should ask the families if they would want to do it, to put them to death. I'm not saying they would, because it's more agonizing pain, but if I ever was in this situation, I think I'd want to do it.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys a question. Would you guys feel comfortable living in Moscow right now if you lived there?
No.
Because you don't know. That's the thing. You don't know if
we've heard too many bad things about it. And it's not the people, it's the law enforcement.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean about them having the correct guy, like in this case, like without, because again, I hear a lot of people saying that there's possibly another person. Well, if there's possibly, that means the other person's out there right now. If there's another person.
I don't think he'd be hanging around Moscow, but who knows?
But I'm saying, if you lived in Moscow you know, would you feel a little off right now, or would you feel?
I wouldn't be. If I lived there, I'd move. If my kids went to school there, they wouldn't be going to school there no more.
You take them out.
Yep.
But then people said the same thing about Truckee.
True.
After the cops running.
I would.
Yeah, I would live in Truckee.
That's
That's a
that
strange
state just
town.
seems like it's weird.
I'll live in Moscow before I live in Truckee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is it?
I
The whole
agree.
entire state of California is horrible.
Trucking.
Truckee. That's where Kylie Rodney went missing.
Oh boy.
And I
Yeah.
think that's a little strange because something went on there, whether it was
Yeah,
friends,
something's not
family, I don't know. Her
Well,
mom was
see,
a little
in
weird.
Gainesville, it's almost a similar, but it's worse situation. And at first, yeah, they lost about 1% of their student body. Later, they blew it from 38,000 to 60,000.
But yeah, I mean,
And
people
that's
are
a
still
small
gonna.
town. Gainesville, Florida is real small.
People have a short-term memory.
I mean, people are still gonna go to school there.
They got
because
more going there
families
now than
trust
they had
it.
last semester.
But no, I'm sorry. If my kids were in college, nope. I'd tell them pick another school
But it can
Yeah, I would
happen at
definitely.
any college.
Yeah.
or come home.
Yeah. If I wasn't sure that they had the right person, yeah, I'd tell them to get out of there. Do something.
But then again, you know, he's in jail. If there is another person, I'm sure 99.9% that dude is not hanging around there.
Well, that little 0.1, I'm not putting, you know,
No, I know.
0.01, whatever you want to say, you know, for my daughter's safety.
Exactly.
We just lost a cop on the side of the road here who had someone pull over on a traffic stop. Guy pulled up behind him, got out of his car. Turned out he was armed with 2 rifles and multiple handguns and 1,800 rounds of ammunition.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Killed one of the cops. I want to say he shot 2, killed 1, and ended up getting killed himself.
How
I
many
think those were the
rounds of
numbers.
ammo?
1,800 rounds of ammunition
what I thought
in
you said.
magazines. In
When
magazines.
did that happen, Big Al?
That was on the 14th.
So just
Up
a
in
few days
Fargo,
ago then.
which is like 2 hours from me. Yeah, they're having the funeral tomorrow. We donated. I've got an electronic billboard in front of my bar, so we've got the officer listed with a blue line in his end of watch. We've had it up since yesterday, so it'll be up all weekend. But yeah, you never know. He's on a traffic stop.
Yeah,
Guy gets out of the car, doesn't say a word to him, and just kills him.
Now, is it true that they found 200 guns in that guy's house in Long Island?
Yeah, they found a bunch in his house too, and this other guy too.
In his basement, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I don't
in
know
his
if was it in his basement or was it in a storage unit.
I think it was in his
I
basement.
heard behind like a door, like a locked door or something. I heard.
Yeah, his basement I think was locked, and from what I had heard, that whenever they opened it was like a cell. You know how the cellar doors, how they lay on top of the ground or whatever.
Yeah,
that's kind of what it looked like. And allegedly, when they opened the door and somebody went down there, whatever it was, they found like all the law enforcement swarmed the basement.
Yo, you know they found a life-size doll.
Yes,
he's a weirdo.
In a glass case. There was a picture of them bringing it out of his house.
Yeah, that man's sick.
Look at that, 192 guns. Jesus mighty.
I'll never understand that.
A 92.
And he was supposed to retire and go down to, was it South Carolina? He had property down there.
Oh Lord!
And he was, I believe it was North or South Carolina. He was supposed to move down there after he retired. There was like a property down there that had like a bunch of old junk cars, and some people were calling it a compound type setup or whatever. And I forgot who it was that did drone footage of it and took some pictures. I saw it on Twitter today.
He was definitely loaded for the end of the world.
Jesus, Mike.
Yes.
I'll say.
Liza, it was a glass case. It was, and it had a doll in it, and they were carrying it out. It was about the size of a child-sized coffin. That maybe not as deep, but it was a glass case or whatever that had some type of doll in it.
A life-size doll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I collect reborn dolls, and some of them are fairly large. I mean, this could be this could be something that his grandmother or mom or whatever,
or he's sick.
Oh shit!
or he's sick. Yeah.
You know, pending. You know, due to his searches.
Well,
So,
yeah, I get
I
that,
mean,
and,
yeah,
and
you know
I
what I mean?
think it's where they took it out. But I mean, as far as having a collectible doll like that in your, obviously, they feel like she's worth money. That's why she's in a glass case.
Yeah.
She's probably pretty expensive.
Or she's special to him.
Yes.
Right.
Or she's another Annabelle doll. You
Oh
know.
God. See, I can't
He's a
do
weirdo.
dolls. I
My
can't
mom-
do them.
My mom used to make dolls. She had a ceramic, she used to do ceramic dolls and stuff. They used to have a shop that she used to make dolls. I mean, we got one. My grandbaby's got one that my mom made before she passed away.
Yeah, I can't do dolls.
I know I don't like this one either.
No dolls, no clowns.
But the baby carries it around, so. And it's pretty heavy.
No, I don't mess with nothing ever since Chucky.
Oh, who did we lose? Yeah.
No way.
I don't do dolls.
My grandbaby, she collects the crybaby dolls. Oh Lord, they drive
And it's
me
nothing
nuts.
against people who do. Me personally.
They'll start crying, and I'll say,
"Oh hell no!
Aubrey, get your babies."
Never too old for Saturday morning cartoons and cereal. Hey, Saturday morning cartoons, Bryan.
Amen to
That's
that.
awesome.
Absolutely.
But don't buy a box of Captain Crunch thinking you're getting a whole fucking box because you ain't getting it no more. Some bitch is only a third of the way full. I don't care how big the box is. It's not full.
Yep.
I think all cereals like that.
That pissed me off the other day. I was so mad.
It's like, where did all the cereal go?
I haven't bought it for years, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have some Captain Crunch for breakfast on Sunday. I opened up the box and looked down there. I'm like, there's 2 bowls of cereal in here. It was like $6.
Big Al, do you remember when the cereal companies used to have really nice prizes? Or
killer prizes, and every box had something really
you ain't
cool to
getting
read
those
on
anymore
it.
either.
Yeah, now they give you like a box top or whatever the hell they give you.
Even Cracker Jacks had nice prizes.
Yeah.
We got lucky. We got to live.
Exactly.
These kids nowadays, they don't know shit.
Everything's on the phone now.
I grew up in the 80s.
They know to sit in front of a tablet.
Scan this QR code. That's all they got.
Right.
Eric, I agree. Fruity Pebbles are the shit. Seriously. That's the best cereal that you can eat.
Yes.
My granddaughter loves Fruity Pebbles.
Actually, I don't know.
Captain Crunch.
I love
Crunch
Raisin
Berry.
Bran with sugar.
I like the Crunch Berries.
Okay, y'all, real quick.
I'll
Huda
eat a
wants to
whole
know.
box.
Huda wants to know in chat, how long is the trial going to last? So what are y'all saying again? I know some of y'all have given y'all's answers.
10 to 12.
I'd say 6 weeks.
Okay.
I think I answered 3 months before. I'm still right around 90 days.
Okay. Damn, 3 months?
Yep.
Whew.
I think
Well,
discovery.
that's 12 weeks,
I think
so.
tech discovery in this is going to be like nothing we've ever seen. I'm telling you, there are going to be so many things entered into evidence. It's going to be crazy.
I think the tech part of it is probably going to be the hugest part, just because of where all he went. If they were able to track the phone, plus all of the girls' stuff off of all of their social medias, like everything that has to do with that, I think that's going to be like the number one thing. The second thing I believe is going to be the DNA issue.
I think his online background is going to take up a lot of time.
True.
Plus, he
All
had
of
to
his
have bought
actions
the knife from
online.
somewhere. If they're saying, where do you get the knife? He had to have bought it from somewhere. So.
Oh, that'll come out too.
That's what I mean.
So Huda, I'm gonna say 8 weeks for the trial.
8.
Yeah.
I say 10 to 12.
I'm going low. I'm saying 5.
somewhere between 8 and 10.
Okay. So we're about 2 to 3 months, all of us, somewhere around in there. Don't doubt that if there is a trial.
2.
Now, are you also including how long it's going to take the jury to deliberate?
Yeah, I'm starting it from October the 2nd, when they start jury selection, until they come in with a verdict.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say about 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Because I wonder how hard the jury selection part of this is going to be.
I think it's going to be hard.
They've been pissing in the jury pool since day one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's going to be hard.
Yep, it's going to be damn hard.
But even if they say he purchased one from a K-bar from Amazon or whoever, they can't prove it was that one.
True.
There's no serial numbers on K-bar.
That's what I mean.
No,
This is all going to stem on them putting all this together. That's where you look
Stack
at
up
it
enough
where
shit that sounds right, and sooner or later the shit looks right.
exactly. You just put it all together and then it looks good. But if you break it down and that's what Anne's going to do, well, good luck.
No, we'll find out.
We'll see.
I want to find out. I want to watch that trial also to see if there was any DNA being tracked out of the house on that back patio.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But didn't you say there was a picture of it, brother?
Yeah, you can't see anything that's red or sticking out. You can't see
But again,
footprints.
if you have to figure though, if they took a latent shoe print to corroborate Dylan's story, saying that he walked past her room, then why would there be any bloody? Why would there be any blood outside if there's not even an actual bloody shoe print in front of her door? It's literally they had to use amino, whatever to get that, which means it was cleaned.
Exactly. And she seems to be super sharp, and
she does.
And she can easily say, how did all this stuff get moved over here, and how did the bag of from the Jack in the Box get put in the kitchen up there near that sink?
That bag has
we
a
don't
lot
know.
of people question that
been
bag.
for a
Yeah,
different night though, right?
Yeah, because a lot of people. That's what a lot of this. I mean, it could be from that night, or it could be from a different night. They might have found the bag from that night in her room.
Right.
She could have been in there eating. I don't know what Xana's eating habits was. Some kids won't eat in their room; they rather eat in the kitchen or whatever.
Now
but,
let me ask this question, because
Uh-huh.
I never ordered from a DoorDash. I mean, from a Jack in the Box. But when Jack in the Box sends that bag over, is there a receipt in it or stapled to it?
I think stapled. I think it's stapled to it.
Never ordered DoorDash. No idea.
Me neither. Does anybody in chat know the answer to that question? If it's
Is Froggy here?
she was in here, I think, last night. Hold on, let me see if I can pull her name up in chat.
No, she's not.
No.
Be a good question for her next time I see her. I'll ask her.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Is there a receipt on the bag?
When you receive from Jack in the Box an order, regardless who brings it, DoorDash or Uber, whoever.
I think regardless of where you order from, there's always a receipt.
But is it in the bag or stapled to the bag?
I would think it would be stapled to the bag, otherwise it could get greasy.
I was thinking about that other Jack in the Box bag that was in the kitchen. I don't know whether it's the same or not, but it seemed like there was a receipt on the outside.
Yeah, it said Xana on it. That one?
Yeah.
Yeah, was that let me see if I got that picture. Hold on.
Yeah, I believe they staple them to the outside and write your name on it.
Let me see if I've got that picture. Because I know that it has her name on it, but I don't remember if it's a receipt or if it's just a piece of paper that they write her name on it to keep up with whose is whose. No, I don't have it, but I can find it real quick. I'm sure it's
So in reality, we don't even really know if she ordered Jack in the Box for 100% fact.
No, we don't. We don't know what she ordered that night.
But if you look at what was open, we could kind of narrow it down, I'm assuming.
That's the thing. We don't have no pictures of anything.
Well, no. I mean, from when, obviously, if they're saying that the DoorDash was delivered at 4, and you look up in the area what, in the proximity of what DoorDash would deliver from, you can kind of narrow it down to, I'm assuming, a couple places.
Didn't they say Jack in the Box closed like 2 in the morning or something like that?
Well, they said that they took an order and they were late or something.
Yeah,
They close for 2 hours for cleaning.
Right. You had to have your order in by 2:45.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, let me see. I'm trying to find a picture that I can actually see. Okay, hold on. I got a picture here. I just got to get it.
There you go. Libra said Jack in the Box and Taco Bell.
Just 1 second. Let me go grab it.
Tell you, if I owned a Taco Bell in a college town, that some bitch would never close.
Right. Ooh.
See, we have a Jack in the Box, but it's in Charlotte.
I'd open up an In-N-Out burger and I would make billions.
Damn it. If I zoom it in,
I'm so mad we have none here.
Shit. Hold on. I got to find a better one because that one's too
Jack
small.
in the Box about went out of business one time back in the, I want to say the 90s. And they had a deadly bacteria in their food.
Isn't that when they merged with Hardee's?
Hardee's went with Carl something.
Carl's Jr. Yeah, that's who
did
Hardee's
they?
is with. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
They went with somebody like that, but the Jack in the Box, they made a good bounce back.
Let me
I was
see if I
shocked.
can find the
Well,
bag.
they got a hell of a menu. I mean, you can go in there and get tacos, breakfast, whatever, anytime.
I like Jersey Mike's.
All right.
Still doesn't hold a candle to Waffle House, though.
Yeah, I like the Waffle House too.
Subway's still the #1 company, right?
I love
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not for much longer if they keep charging $12 for half a damn sandwich.
I think the ones around here in North Carolina, the ones around where I live, I think they all closed.
I love Waffle House. When my husband and I were dating when we were 16, 17, you don't have very much money. We would go to the Waffle
Waffle
House in the
House.
middle
Yep.
of the night. And about 3 years ago, on our anniversary, we were out of town and we actually stopped at a Waffle House and bought a couple of mugs and ate breakfast there in the middle of the night. It was cool.
So that's just the name tag, right?
Yeah, it's not the receipt.
It's not a receipt.
So they must do they.
It could be on the other side of the bag, though.
Yeah.
Because we can't see on the other side of the bag, so it could be over on the other side and just have our name on this side of it.
Right.
I know. I was in Brainerd, which is the closest big town to me. It's about an hour away. I was at Jersey Mike's getting a sandwich, and they had a DoorDash rack, and they all had red stickers. Like the bag was folded over a certain way, and then they had red stickers, but I didn't see a receipt.
I just checked. Subway's #8 in the United States. I don't know about the world. McDonald's was #1. Starbucks was #2.
See what Jersey Mike's is.
Okay, hold on.
They're coming up. Jersey Mike's is coming up.
Yo, I love their
sandwiches.
Italian subs.
Well, you got nothing like that down
I like
here.
the Diablo. But
Oh, we have McDonald's, Burger King, and Dairy Queen.
Well, we have McDonald's, Burger King, Dairy Queen,
McDonald's
Jersey
is
Mike's.
disgusting.
Yeah, I don't eat at McDonald's anymore.
Like, I never feel good after eating McDonald's.
I don't think anybody does.
You're not
Right?
supposed to.
You know what I mean? Like, have you
Pretty
ever
sure
felt-
you're not supposed to.
It's
And
like
we
you
do
don't-
have like Popeyes. It's like all the Cajun Creole cooking or whatever, like the fried chicken and shrimp and stuff like that. And then we have Raising Cane's, which is like expensive as hell. And I'm trying to think what else we got.
Jersey Mike's not even in the top 10. That's all I'm getting on there. Is their top 10.
Well, they're #1 in my book right now.
Yeah. See, if I have to like out here, I just like to me, I like Wendy's. I like Wendy's. I like how they make their food. I think it tastes a lot better than McDonald's and Burger
Yeah,
King.
they're okay.
Yeah, I don't like Wendy's.
But again, if I had In-N-Out burger, I'd go there every single day.
We have
for
we
real.
have Cookout. We have McDonald's, Burger King. We have Biscuitville. We have Chick-fil-A.
We have Dairy Queen and a Subway in the gas station, and that's it.
I was thinking about running a little operation selling Chick-fil-A sandwiches on Sunday. like buying a bunch and then
Get a bunch of bootleg sandwiches.
No. I mean, like buying the sandwiches from them in a mass quantity and then
just stand in their drive-through.
No. I mean, just on Sundays when they're closed, because every location
Yeah,
closed on Sundays.
they're closed on Sundays.
So
yeah.
I'd make all my money on a Sunday.
See you chilling out behind the dumpster, slinging sandwiches.
Well, listen. People like stuff that they can't have, right?
Oh, for sure. No, you're onto something, man. I agree 100%.
Because every Sunday I went Chick-fil-A, and guess what?
He'd be scalping. He'd be scalping.
But wait, hold on, wait. If they're not open on Sunday, then that means you got to buy them on Saturday.
Yeah,
exactly. It's a day old.
And then
they're not going to be fresh.
Exactly.
Well, listen, we'll figure it out. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that part out.
I don't know. Chick-fil-A is pretty good out of the fridge. I gotta say.
I just need the ingredients to make it. I don't need to I just need their ingredients.
Well, get a job there, learn the ingredients, and then there you go.
I'll just have like 500 vans running every night.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The KFC over in town, the closest town to me right now, is paying $18.50 to stand in the drive-through.
Jesus. And they're so nice at Chick-fil-A too. They're like hi, like it's like they're like overly nice.
They have to be.
You know what I mean?
Have you ever eaten at a Whataburger?
Not a fan.
Never had it.
Yes,
I don't eat Whataburger.
Diced onions belong on hot dogs, not on hamburgers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Five Guys is good, but it's it's so expensive.
You gotta pawn your kids just to eat at Five Guys now.
I know, man.
Astro eats at Whataburger all the time. That's who it is.
I know people that are diehard Whataburger fans. I just couldn't do it.
I've never had them. I never had it.
If you put it in and out next to a Whataburger, I would not even know that Whataburger was there.
I don't like Whataburger. I don't really eat at fast food restaurants anymore. After Troll almost died from one, I don't.
What?
What happened?
He ate. I forgot where it was we ate, and he got sick from it. It almost killed him.
You forgot where he ate? Can
I
you
forgot
maybe try to remember?
No, this was like my oldest son was a baby. This was like 22 years ago.
Stay the hell
when
away
this
from that
happened.
place.
So ever since then, we don't eat fast food like that.
Gotcha.
Because it literally, like, he was not trying to be graphic or anything, but was puking blood from it.
Oh my
God!
God!
They had to go in and do some stuff down in there, and if I wouldn't have got him to the hospital when I did, he would have died.
Damn.
I got dysentery from a Burger King in 2011 and haven't eaten there since.
Yeah. Okay.
So
McDonald's.
Joel is saying it was at McDonald's, so yeah.
See, that's why I stay away from there.
McDonald's is nasty anymore.
Never eat at a fast food. Never.
Yeah, I don't. The last restaurant I ate at was a couple of weeks ago when I had to take my aunt to. I had to take her to Shreveport to the doctor, and we ate at Golden Corral, and it's like a big, huge buffet, like anything you want.
Petri dish.
I was there 2 weeks ago.
We used to have one.
And I didn't really want to eat there, but she wanted to take me there to eat because I drove her to the doctor. And I only ate like certain things.
The place is a petri dish.
Yeah, I know.
Pick and choose.
But I mean, she was paying for it, so I didn't want to say, I don't want to eat there, whatever.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of people that really like that buffet style thing.
Yeah, my daughter loves going there. I mean, I stay away from certain stuff that they have there, but I mean, stuff's all right. It's just you gotta be careful of the taste.
Yep.
Now I'm hungry. Shit.
Right?
We always end up on food in this chat.
I know. Shoot, I gotta get up now.
You want? I'm gonna say something. Probably gonna make everybody mad at me.
Uh-oh.
I'm not really a big fan of Chick-fil-A.
I like their nuggets.
Yeah, I was just ready to say I like the nuggets. That's about all.
I like my husband's chicken better.
Emily, yes, we are. We've been together going on 26 years. I'll be married 25 years.
I like their milkshakes too.
Congratulations. My husband and I just celebrated our 39th.
Well,
Oh,
congratulations.
Wow.
Yeah, me and Charles been together forever.
Forever.
I've been divorced for 30 years.
Oh wow, we've been together since we were 16. 42 now.
Yeah,
Holy
we have 2 outside of 2 years in there.
Seems like forever.
I got divorced when my son was 2 years old, and he's 32 years old. He's about to be 33 in December.
Yeah, my oldest will be 24 in November.
Mine just turned 33 in March.
Yeah, he'll be 33 on December 1st.
Yeah, Burger King's nasty too, but I love Burger King breakfast. Like their croissants, sandwiches. Oh man, I could eat like 15 after a night of drinking. But then I'm shot for the whole day.
I don't drink, so
that's the whole problem with fast
what?
food.
That I don't drink?
No. Yeah, that's a problem.
Willie, I haven't drank since funny. I haven't drank since I was like 22.
Hey, listen, I don't blame you.
Willie,
and I'm 56.
There's nothing good for you.
Willie, I had grape leaves today. I thought about you.
Wait, you have what?
Grape leaves.
Grape leaves?
Yeah, rolled grape.
Yeah, you had Greek food.
Yeah, see, we're Mediterranean. Willie.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now.
He rolled a blunt.
No, when he said that was the first thing that went through my mind. Is he smoking the grape leaf?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Then I had some hummus and tabbouleh.
Oh,
okay,
you ate
so I didn't know that you could eat it and stuff like that, like what y'all were talking about.
Oh, it's the best food, the Mediterranean diet.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, the Munchie guys are not smiling at me tonight. I've got 100 pounds of brisket in the smoker, and it's coming right in the window.
Oh God,
the whole place smells like meat.
I'm so hungry right now. It's unbelievable.
Crazy.
And Big Al's just rubbing it in.
Oh, no, I'm starving. I can't touch it. It's not going to be.
Brisket now.
It won't be done until noon. I can't touch it now. It's like barely even got 6 hours on it.
I'll be out there eating it.
Yeah, maybe able to cut a little off the outside and get a bite or two.
That's right.
She's still mooing, dude.
It's okay.
Yeah, we don't eat anything that moves.
Hey, some people do. They're sick.
No.
Yeah, I can't eat nothing.
No, it's gotta be cooked.
What's it called?
Literally,
blue rare or something? Blue or what's it called?
I like it bloody.
Oh, see?
It's literally like you just went and got the cow out the pasture.
Yeah, no.
That's what it's like.
It's got to be done, or I'm not eating it.
Mm-mm.
No.
Hey,
Well, I'm
baby
going to
Luke.
jump down and get some rest because tomorrow's going to be another busy day.
He's going to get a piece of the brisket.
No,
right?
I'm not.
Man.
No, but I am gonna throw those onion rings that are in the fridge in my air fryer real quick.
Big Al,
something.
did you find out
See
if
you,
you
man.
won that or anything?
What's that? I'm sorry, hon.
That
Oh,
no, it's still going. I forget when the voting ends.
Well, drop your link in the chat real quick then.
Okay, I'll do that real quick before.
I forgot the other night. I forgot what went on in the chat that night, and I forgot.
No, it's all good.
About it.
If I get 5 votes out of it, I'll be happy. I mean, it'd be nice to place because we're the smallest place on the list for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll drop it in the chat. But
Okay.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome.
Y'all have a good night.
You
Good
too.
night, Big Al.
Talk soon.
All right.
Take care.
All right. So when he drops the link in the chat, y'all, it's a thing to go and vote for his restaurants. There's some kind of thing that's going on up there in the area with his restaurant and some others. I think you have to scroll down on the list and look for, is it Big Al's Bar and Grill?
I think
Look for
so,
that
yeah.
one. And
Where'd you
then
out? By me?
click on it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, shoot.
Yes.
He's out in Philly, you said, right?
No, he's in
Minnesota.
Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn
I
it.
think it's Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota, Wisconsin, one of them two states up there. I keep forgetting.
I want some
Land of
brisket.
10,000 lakes and 10,000 taxes.
I haven't had brisket in a minute.
Nice. Miss Kelly, have a good night.
He's got a nice looking place. It's awesome.
Casey said my steak needs to simply look at the grill and then I'm happy.
Man, how did
That's all it's got to do is just look at it.
the texture? I cannot do that.
That would be
raw
mine.
texture. Ugh.
Just back up the body temp, right?
I like mine warm and a little cooked, but I like it pretty
What
much.
about what's that meal where it's like raw? It's just raw meat, but they put like a whole bunch of spices and seasonings in it.
Yeah,
Tartare or whatever.
I've had that.
Ugh.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We'll take your word for it.
Raw.
Yeah.
The kibbe raw, the kibbe nay. I used to do it until the Jack in the Box deal came out. Because ground beef, you want to eat it fully cooked.
Yeah.
Because bacteria gets on it. Now a steak, that's a little bit different because on the inside it's protected still. That's why you can have it pink on the inside.
Yeah, no. If it's not cooked, I'm not eating it.
Yeah, well, I like a little pink. I mean, I just don't like it raw or crazy over. Well, I don't know how people eat their steak well done.
I eat my steak well done.
You do?
Yep.
Oh God.
If it ain't well done, I ain't eating it.
Broke my heart.
Sorry, Willie. Didn't mean to break your heart.
Oh man, that pisses me off the most when I go to steakhouses, and it's well done.
Now, if it's if it's dry, I won't eat it.
Gotcha.
But some of them that I've had, like most of them, when I get it well done, it's still juicy. I can't eat no dry ass steak.
Yeah, no.
But
oh boy, I'm definitely gonna get up. All right. Too much food talk.
So how is the state going to place Kohberger in the house? Is it the touch DNA?
No, they're not going to use it.
Sheath?
I don't know. I don't know how they're going to. They have to have something besides that.
I think they're still going to use the sheath. They're just not going to call it touch DNA anymore since they got the swab.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to place
the
him
buckle
in that
swab.
house.
That's
if he left his phone in his car, and his car's, let's say, a half a block from the door of the house, then he's not in the house, so they can't get him for burglary.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's going to be interesting, I can tell you that.
And I guarantee you nobody's going to buy the idea, well, just because he has bushy eyebrows, he was in the house.
No.
I don't know. We're talking about Idaho.
You got to put him in the house. But here, I mean, the problem is if we had to make a list right now on who Ann Taylor can bring up as other people that were either saw them last or were there, we could make a pretty good list. You have the 3 DNAs, you have the DoorDash driver, you have, I mean, you guys probably know who saw who last, and you put them on the list. So she has a lot of people to kind of bring into the picture, in my opinion.
We need to make a list one night of all the coincidences in this case.
It's too bad he ain't got no friends. They'd be able to testify.
Well, he's got friends. There just ain't that many.
Plus, again, everything's under gag, so we don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know. It'll be interesting. And I'll have my eyesight by then, so I'll be able to see.
That whole area is strange up in there, especially Washington State. And then you come on over to Idaho, especially the further north you go in Idaho, it gets really militant.
I see. My cousin lived in Spokane, Washington. Well, before he was murdered from a
Sorry
neighbor.
to hear that.
But he lived in Spokane, Washington. They say that's a bad place too. like it's bad with drugs. And of course, that's what he was, killed over.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Betty.
It's been about, let's see, 4 years. Going on 4 years now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was a messed up thing, but
Yeah. That type of stuff is really hard to get over it. My husband, his aunt was unalived.
yeah.
I came in her house and tried to, um, essay and all that. She fought him back and she ended up winning the battle as far as that not happening, but she actually was no longer alive. And that
Right.
he was 16 and he has never, ever gotten over it. To this day, every time he leaves the house, he's like, lock the door, or he'll lock the door.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nowadays you have to be careful. You
Yep.
gotta lock your doors, your windows.
It's not like it used to be.
And
Nope.
do you
Because
remember early in the case? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I
Betty.
remember when I was growing up, when we lived in Jersey, we used to have a front porch screened in. All of us kids used to like hang out on the porch, sleep. We used to sleep out on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can't even let your kids outside to play by themselves. I mean, it's not like it used to be where we used to be able to.
That's what I mean. And back because now, like again, you get somebody's name or anything, you can get their social media, then you get their address, then bang,
Yeah.
then you can bring up photos of their house, then you
Yeah.
can case the area just right here on your phone.
Yep. And
So it's like that's
There's
when
a
you
guy in
have
this
access
town.
to like you didn't have that back then.
Nope.
Willie, there was a guy in this town. He would go look at the obituaries and see what date the funeral was because he knew the family would be gone from the house.
Oh wow.
Yeah. See, and
it's a good idea, but wow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's crazy.
All right.
That's why I said kids today, they really
Scarlett.
Uh huh.
I was going to ask you a question. Didn't
Okay.
early in the case, police said something happened at a certain time, and one of the victim's sisters went and did her own research, and she
Yeah,
found out it was different than what the
it
police
was.
said?
The police were trying to say that Kaylee and Maddie got home at 1:45. So Kaylee's sister Olivia went and found the door cam footage and seen that they got home at 1:56, and she ended up turning that over to the police, and they had to change it.
I wonder if she got how deep she went into that door cam footage. Like, did she
That's
get to see the DoorDash?
That's what I was wondering because if I'm not mistaken, well, I would think that it would be from the house next door where the door cam footage came from. But I'm wondering, did she see the white car? Did she see DoorDash? Like, what all was seen on that video footage, other than just Kaylee and Maddie getting home at 1:56?
And if there's nothing else coming through the front door or the side, then we definitely know he came through those glass doors.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
Oh, I just wish it made more sense. Maybe.
And I think that's the reason, like I was saying earlier, why everybody's so, like I said, I don't want to say the word attracted, but why we're so into this case is just because there's so many holes in it. And Eric, have a good night. And it's just, I don't even want to use the word
But to me,
intriguing.
yeah, because I mean, even people who just are 100% on that side of they have the right guy, you still can't veer away from the holes that can be poked in by a defense attorney.
Right.
I mean, it's right there. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's just we're all here for a reason.
Yeah, and I don't know why some cases will take off like this one has, or like Holly Rodney's did.
Yeah.
And then some others that deserve the same amount of coverage and stuff like that, they don't take off. I don't know why.
I've always wondered how they decide which cases are going to take off.
And I don't know if it has something to do with media coverage, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's why I think that, again, they didn't expect this to take off like this, and that's why now they're trying to, fix everything. If you want to say that.
Yeah, I honestly,
That's
I
my
don't
opinion.
think they were. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that they were ready for social media in this case, and it's the same thing as Truckee and the Kylie Rodney case. They wasn't ready for the social media part of it.
Nope. Because again, what happened? Do we know? Have we heard or seen anything definitive or anything that happened to Brent? No, because that was something that was done, and we didn't really hear about it, right? So if this happened, and it was talked about for a couple of days, and then it went away, just like other cases do, then it's not a big deal. But because now, like you said, there's so much social media coverage, there's media coverage, you got everything going on.
Yeah,
people going
whoever is screening this, because
Mm-hmm.
even before it gets to Fox and CNN, it goes to the AP or Reuters. So, so what I'm thinking is, like, how do they know ahead of time? Okay, we got a baby missing in Savannah. Let's cover it. Because all of a sudden now you know which one I'm talking about. What was the kid's, Leilani, was that the lady's name? And
Yeah.
Yeah, Quentin's little mama. Lord,
Quentin.
little Quentin's mama.
Yeah, Leilani's time.
How did they know that was going to blow up later? And all these variables, like you want to talk about a drug house.
She's trying to get the charges dropped.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how they still got to prove she did it. There's other people in that house.
You're talking about is this a different case we're talking about? Sorry, I just
it was in Savannah, Georgia.
Quentin Simon, he was the
You
little
need to
boy.
look
Yeah, that's a very interesting case too. He went missing, and they ended up finding him in a landfill.
Don't tell me.
You need to look into it. It's
Quentin
very
Simons?
Yes, Quentin Simon.
All right. Yeah, I always like fast forward in the beginning.
They're getting ready for the case to go to trial here pretty soon, or they say.
Oh, so this is a case still going?
Yeah, they hadn't went to trial yet.
Sorry, I thought this was.
No, yeah, it's still going.
Yeah,
this happened in fall.
He went missing, I believe, in the last October.
Yeah,
I believe.
And they still nothing.
No, she's trying to get charges dropped.
Yeah, they finally found him, arrested her, but it hadn't went to court yet.
I have a
or
question.
went to trial yet.
The woman from the Manson family that they let out, did she kill somebody?
She was part of, what was the three women? What did they call them?
She was a groupie
of Charles Manson, but wasn't it like the three of those women? Wasn't there a name that they gave them or something?
Yeah, but I can't remember.
I don't remember what it was.
But did she, like, unalive somebody herself?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't it Sharon Tate? Wasn't she a part of that?
Yeah.
And she walked out of jail or walked out of prison?
Yeah.
Well, Squeaky Frog.
Well,
she was also.
Charlie Manson is no longer with us, so I think they're letting the other ones out because of that.
Well, you've been for a while, right?
And we're talking about, and Willie, we're talking about multi, not just one person unalived. We're talking about multi people.
She walks free.
And she walks free. She don't get life.
Wow. But yet Manson didn't. I guess he coordinated whatever, and he
coordinated it all.
Yeah, he brainwashed them, preached to them. The whole
that was all crazy.
Yeah.
I just can't believe she walked free. I mean, they all should have been locked away forever.
I agree.
Well, they had one of the girls, Squeaky Fromm. She made an attempt on Gerald Ford, President of the United States. Where's she at today?
Who knows?
Look at Hinckley. He made an attempt on Ronald Reagan. And
Yeah, where's he at?
Yeah, he's out. He's free.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
Yeah. He never even went to prison. He went to I call them insane asylums. I don't know what they're called. Mental institutions.
Yeah.
I don't know what they call them now.
They call them mental hospitals.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to exit out of StreamYard again. Jesus. I need to quit clicking on stuff.
Linda did not unalive or help. So is that the woman that was up free? Her name was Linda?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So she didn't actually like commit the act or something.
No,
She was
I
like
think she like helped or something. I don't remember.
like a getaway or lookout or something.
I don't exactly remember what she did.
Yeah. Charles Manson was an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you another guy that got released, the guy who shot Governor George Wallace. He got released.
What are people getting out? Like, what are they? Rehabilitated all of a sudden? Come on.
Hey, Sandy.
You gotta lock evil away. In my opinion.
They'll try it on another one.
So now, again, I don't mean to switch cases, but like, did anybody know this guy? Did they have a suspect for the Oregon? What happened?
Yeah, they've arrested somebody for that one.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta look into what.
You talking about
what is his name? The recent Oregon one?
Yeah.
Yeah, they shit, what is that dude's name?
I don't know, but they have him in custody.
Yeah, they had a picture of him that I seen earlier. I can't remember what his name is now.
He looked like a regular dude, right?
You talking about the one where they murdered was it 6 girls?
Yeah. And they said, I think 3 or 4 of them was connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have somebody in custody. I don't know what his name is.
So he's not been charged. Oh, okay. That was my question yesterday. Was Oregon's pretty damn close to Idaho, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right next door.
So, coincidence, I guess. All women.
Yeah.
Was Ethan supposed to be there that night? So, I don't know. Just.
Ethan was always there.
Was his first name Jesse?
He lived there?
No, he didn't live there, but he was always there.
Was the guy in Portland, his first name Jesse?
Was it Jesse?
Was it? I don't know.
You're good, Wilby.
Can't remember.
Person of interest in prison on unrelated charges. Thank you, Sally Mae. Jesse Lee Calhoun, was that it?
That sounds like it right there.
That could be it.
And that's probably the right terminology, person of interest.
No, I just where they had
I don't know
somebody
too much about that case. Or what happened. They don't really cover that like they cover this.
All right. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Yeah.
I had just started looking into the Long Island one, and then all of a sudden, I'm looking on the internet. It shows him getting arrested, and I was new to that territory, and I said, let me start reading about this one. That might come back up again, because there's a lot of unsolved crimes I think they could still find out today.
Oh yeah. And listen, I don't know how he got away for that long because he has to be the tallest dude in the neighborhood. Like he's big. He's big as hell.
God, he's huge.
Right. The description would have been easy. Look at the tallest guy around.
For a guy who never hit the gym, he just got raw brute strength.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with him.
Who you talking about?
Rex.
Oh.
Did y'all see where somebody posted a screenshot of a Google street image of, and they caught him on it talking to a what looks like a younger woman.
Really?
I want to say back in 2022.
Well, I think they questioned him back when it first started, but I don't think they realized, like, put it together that it was him.
Yeah, because a couple women have come out and said, or I saw one woman come out and say that she was like having a conversation with him, and he kept bringing it up all the like, and talking about them like they were not, you know.
Oh
nothing.
yeah, he went on a date with an escort, and she said he was very weird. She got like bad vibes from him.
Right. But I'm saying, I believe when it first started happening, I think it was like maybe a year or so after when they were questioning people, and I believe they questioned him at one time, and they never after that they just let it. They were just searching for whoever really did it, and actually he was the one who really did it.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I'm not even really looking into that because I'm taking all their word for it, just based on his, those searches. Like once I see anything of that nature, I don't care about anything else. You deserve, in my opinion, you deserve the death penalty, or life, or whatever. If you start,
I don't know if New York has the death penalty.
no, they don't, but doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve it.
No, I know that.
It's just I just can't take that kind of stuff. And I think I saw Libra say earlier that they just busted somebody in Moscow, Idaho, with 6 counts of, or something of having stuff of children in Moscow. So Moscow is turning out to be pretty hot place right now for crime.
So Nerdy Addict spotted it. Okay, that could have been who I seen had it on Twitter. I just remember seeing it on there today. The street map or street view image of it.
Is that right, Libra? Yeah. That's disgusting. Just, I don't know. Put me in a room with these people that search this stuff or download this stuff and trade this stuff, sell this stuff.
That Rex dude, his searches was.
I can't believe they put that. Like
disgusting.
they actually put that in there like that.
Yeah, they didn't even redact some of the words.
No, and then you had like Court TV. They're like reading it right on, like just reading it out loud.
Yeah.
Like hearing them read that. Just God.
Yeah. That's why I've seen the searches, but I'm not reading them on my live.
Right.
It's
That's what I mean. Like if I was doing life in prison or
graphic.
something like that.
Yeah,
he's done. He's done.
I mean, if anybody wants to read it, you can Google it. I would rather you Google it, because I'm not reading that.
No.
Hell no.
That is just it's.
But that's what I mean. Like that's all I have to see as far as he goes.
Right. Very, very graphic, and like I don't think you can get any more disgusting than what I read on that.
No.
I'm sure, they collected. Again, that's just what they put in there. So I'm sure now that they collected everything, that they're going to find even more stuff that they're going to come out with at trial.
Oh, a whole lot more.
Like I said, I just want them to harp on that. So there's charges about it. So again, it's known when he goes into the system that he's classified as.
Yeah, and Miss Kelly, it's bad.
You know what they'll end up doing with him? Putting him in solitary confinement so nobody can touch him.
Probably. Because that case is going to end up turning into a high-profile case.
Yep.
Which it's already starting that process, but it's going to be a lot bigger than what it is now. And so, that's what they'll do.
But hopefully, a guard forgets to lock his door one night.
Yeah, I mean, look what they did with BK.
Is he being tried by the feds or the state?
I don't know.
Does it say it on the PCA?
I haven't got to read the PCA. I've only read the searches because I've seen a lot of people have put them up on their channels or just up on social media, and that's where I read the searches at. Yeah, I haven't looked at the PCA. I have heard that the PCA is better written than what Bryan Kohberger's is, but you got to think, and I think Betty Jo had mentioned this the other night, it's coming from New York. They're used to writing PCAs.
Yep.
Where Moscow isn't like that, you know, so that could be the reason. I want to read it. I haven't had a chance to, but I will not be reading it on my live.
Oh no, it's too graphic.
Yeah, no.
It's
Those searches are.
Yeah,
that guy
it's
needs some help.
unreal.
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
obviously him searching, Long Island killer or whatever he was searching, and like
Mhm.
he searched a whole bunch of stuff.
Yep.
Yep.
So obviously, and they have his burner phones. Didn't he use one of the victims' phone to like call somebody's family or something? Like he's done.
I think he was using a burner phone to call
He was
Yeah.
harassing the family.
And he
the
pleads in-
victim's family.
And listen, if he's definitely going to plea. How do you not plea with having that much evidence
Well,
against him? He's done.
I just wish some of these states would. I wish all the states would have the DP.
Yeah.
And when it comes to kids,
Yep.
and taking people's lives, you should get the
Absolutely.
death penalty.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Exactly. What are you used for anymore?
I mean,
Taxpayer dollars.
especially kids. I look at it this way: if somebody was ever hurt my granddaughter, boy, watch out.
Oh, I mean, I told y'all what would happen. I would catch a charge if somebody messed with my kids.
I will be under the
going away
jailhouse.
forever.
I would
I
be under
mean,
the jailhouse
I would have a court date.
because
Wouldn't think twice about it.
I
I'm
would
like
have
that with her
a
mom.
Execution date.
I'm like that with her
Wait,
mom and
he
dad.
was using one of the victim's phones to call her sister?
Something, I think so, yeah.
This man is like, oh my God.
He's
Yes.
sick. Yo, I watched
Yes.
that interview he did with when he
You
said
saw
about
that,
the
Pop?
hammer.
You saw that?
Yeah, well, I listened to it. Yo,
Oh,
this man is sick.
you gotta
He's
watch it.
beyond sick.
And
It's
his wife had no idea, like his
Nope.
wife and kids had no
No
idea.
idea.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, but let Troll go to acting all weird and shit. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck have you been doing? How can you be married to somebody like that and not know that they're like leading a double life?
Especially if he did this in the house
They're-
now that we heard.
Exactly.
But she's always been out of town.
I get where
They're
you're coming
It don't
from.
matter.
Jesus.
It don't
These
matter.
guys have spent their whole life becoming a chameleon to fit into the environment that they're in.
I can look at Troll and be like,
I mean,
why are you acting
yeah.
funny? You
Yeah,
know what I'm
I get
saying?
it. I get it.
But I mean, me and him, like I said, that we've been together since we were 16. And
you
we're
wake up
42
one
now,
day and
so
it's like, dude, why are you acting crazy?
Well,
yeah.
look, I don't really know all the details. Now, they found these individuals in burlap sacks, which I'm assuming they were dismembered.
I
Yes?
don't.
I haven't looked to like that far.
Because again, if that's
I'm kind of scared too. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of scared.
because
to
if
look
that's the
into it,
case,
what I mean
that
by
means he did that in the basement somewhere.
Right.
And that's a lot of
Tina Marie.
Yeah. That's a lot of blood.
I
I don't know. I guess unless they never went in the basement, or they just
Unless he didn't, I don't know. I don't know if he just
yeah.
and
mean,
just
but
wrapped
what-
them in it.
Well, they're saying that he might have done this to a couple other people in a couple other states that they're looking into now. So, because of how many times she was away and stuff, so they're trying to tie him to a couple other ones.
Well, he's a crazy man.
But I'm
Oh,
glad
yeah.
though that his wife, when he was arrested for this,
Yeah.
she went and filed for divorce.
Oh
not
yeah.
stood beside him.
Yes,
No, she ain't gonna stand.
because you
I
know
wouldn't
there's
stand beside that.
right,
Well, no,
but
you
there
know what I
are
mean,
some
there's-
women.
yeah.
There are some
Oh, yeah,
women
oh,
that,
yeah.
that will stand
Yeah, because what
beside
if she
of them.
thinks? Yeah. Yeah. What
Here's
if she
what
thinks she
I
didn't do it?
here's what I see happening. I see with this type of a person, not only are they chameleons and just can like shut that side down on themselves, but if the wife was curious and she was bugging him about, hey, what's going on? You're acting kind of weird. He would be enough of an abuser to turn it around on her and make her
Yeah.
she was the one losing her mind.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like he would manipulate her into saying, "Oh no,
Exactly.
no, you're the crazy one, not me."
That's
Well, now
that's
she
the
might.
narcissism coming
Well,
in
now
there.
she might testify against
Exactly.
him, right?
She
Well,
could.
and especially in retrospect, maybe all those times she said, "What's wrong? You're acting weird," or whatever.
Yeah,
They'd all come clicking back of, yeah, I knew he was acting weird. Now I know why.
Right.
Yeah, because then they can ask her like how she, how he was acting on this day, that day. When.
And if her divorce comes through before his trial, she can testify against him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And she won't be scared because the divorce. So she's. Yeah.
Does anybody know that if you are a spouse and you choose to testify against them, can you, or do you have to be divorced from them?
I think you can if you choose to. I'm not sure.
Because wasn't there a thing in the Bryan Laundrie case where his mom and dad, they wouldn't have to testify against him because they were like immediate, well, his parents or whatever, wasn't there like a law of that in Florida? So I wonder if it's the same thing in New York where she wouldn't have to.
I think when it comes down to it, I think they cannot make her. But if she chooses to testify against him, I don't think they have to be divorced to do that.
Okay.
Well, she's kind of a witness though, so she might have to take the stand.
Well, no, they can't make her take the stand.
No,
it has to be
yeah.
her idea and her saying, yes, I want to testify against him.
Yeah.
Because if they're married, they cannot make her take a stand against her spouse.
Now, if they were divorced,
she's getting
they
divorced.
Could.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the divorce ain't final by then, they can't make her.
Yeah. No, I'm assuming this is going to be
right
a couple years down the road.
If she chooses to while she's not, while they're still married, that's her choice.
Yeah,
Okay, so Bofa said that a spouse can but cannot be compelled to testify.
Right.
Gotcha. But if they're divorced, they can be compelled to testify. You're saying?
Oh, baby Booth, that is awesome news. I'm so happy to hear that.
Oh. Congratulations, baby Boop. That's wonderful.
She has been needing that. So that is wonderful news.
So what do you think, Scarlett? What do you think is going to be, do you think the prosecution has something that we don't know about? And if so, what do you think they got?
I mean, I was, and Huda had made a comment in chat earlier that they only have like 5 key things against him. And I was thinking, damn, you came up with 5. I couldn't even come up with that many. And I'm thinking, the surveillance, the cast, and the DNA on the sheet. I can't think of anything else.
Well, that
they have, that we know of, that they have against him.
But that's what I mean. What do you think? Again, do you think they have something that they're holding on to that is very, very, very strong?
Honestly, no. I don't. And I could be wrong. We could be listening on the trial and they come up with a big boom of a thing.
DNA on the students.
Yeah.
Don't get your hopes up on that one.
It's something like that, or if they come in and say that the cast reports were able to put him in the house, something like that. I just, as of right now, no, I don't think so.
Bryan's a chameleon too.
Huh?
Said Bryan's a chameleon too.
Most definitely. Now,
is he an SK though, or did he do this?
No, I don't know.
He would be
the SK.
Right now, he
would be considered mass.
Yeah, right now he's considered mass because it's only 4.
Yeah,
but
if he would have done it, like if he'd have had the cool down period and then done it again and then had another cool down period and done it again, then he would have been considered an SK.
Yeah, by the third time. I don't know how they
classify.
But he got arrested before he could do that, so.
Thank the Lord. But I think
if he did it.
Whoever did this, I think if they're not caught and they're not put in prison, they'll do it again.
Yeah.
And I'm really I'm not beginning. I really have thought about this a lot since the last night. Was it last night? Yeah. Well, days run together.
I know.
But
that is the truth.
I really think I agree with you on. I think I definitely agree with you on there being more than one person in this case. I kind of went over a few things, and there's just some of it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Yeah. There's a lot that doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I mean. And my biggest thing is, how did he know when to leave? He knew when to leave at the exact time without getting tipped off on when they were getting home. When I don't know.
Yeah.
Just,
you mean leave from his apartment?
He knew exactly.
Unless he was watching Twitch.
And then we talked about it's a Saturday night. Like he did this on a busy Saturday night, not a Sunday night.
When there's usually partying going on.
Yeah.
I think that would be the best time.
How?
Yeah.
Because people are out and about. It's not isolated and quiet. There's people all over.
But you walk into people awake like he did.
Yeah, but I mean, there's people yelling and screaming and partying and singing and fighting and all kinds of things. It's a good cover.
He's over there doing.
But there was no screaming, right?
We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know.
If there's parties going on, we don't know that. And he's over there taking 4 lives while everybody else out there partying.
I'm just saying, if it's Sunday night, everybody is sleeping early because they got class next day. Yet
more likely for somebody to notice, and when it's like all isolated and peaceful and quiet, and you're out driving around, people are more apt to notice than if there's a bunch of people everywhere.
This happened on a Sunday morning, right?
Yeah.
At 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
So how many police officers are on duty on a Sunday morning at 4 a.m.?
I don't know.
Maybe 8, maybe 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't think a whole lot of them.
Yeah,
probably about 8 to 12
people. Yeah. Maybe even less.
And I bet half of them were at the jailhouse.
Well, you got to remember there's only 35 cops in that department.
Yeah, it's a very small department.
Third at 4 a.m. I don't know. It's a lot.
Because there was how many at the Banfield? 2?
Yeah, there was 2 in the Banfield.
They were in unmarked cars, right?
Yeah, which I think is very weird that they were in unmarked cars. And even the boy that he was talking to brought that up about the car and them being in an unmarked car.
They probably got a federal grant for it, and they're going to make good use of it.
What was it? He told the boy, that they knocked them down to oh shit, what kind of cars are they? Damn it, I can't remember now what they're called. But anyway, he said because they're excuse me, they're cheaper or whatever. Hey Vapor, how are you? I don't remember, but they finally caught one and then another one started. Okay, thank you, Mara. I'll have to look that up. She told me she watched some kind of SK thing and thought of me. Like Butchers in the Bayou or something. What the hell's that making you think of me? Bofa, have a good night.
So why do you find it odd that they were in an unmarked?
I don't know. It seems odd because see here in Louisiana, like if an unmarked car pulls you over, we don't have to stop. I can call it in and be like, "Yo, there's an unmarked car behind me trying to pull me over."
Huh.
Can you find out and give your location and find out if it's a real actual cop because it could be
because
anybody.
Most of the time your unmarked cars will not pull nobody over.
Right. It can be anybody trying to act like they're police and pull you over and they're not even police. Now, if you call in to like the sheriff's department and then they say, yes, it is one of our officers, you need to pull over, then you do it.
Right.
We do that here too, Scarlett, and the unmarked cars will pull you over for traffic violations.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, isn't it? Yes, Mariah, it is. Yeah, but that's what we have to do here. I mean, unless you just feel you're brave enough to pull over for an unmarked car, but
I'll be videoing.
yep.
I would say, excuse me, but let me turn my video camera on first.
Yeah, because what they'll do, like dispatch will let the officer know in the unmarked car, okay, where they called in to make sure, because if you don't stop, you can get in trouble for not stopping for a cop. But dispatch would let them know, okay, hey, they called in, they verified that you are an actual officer. They're now going to pull over.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that way you can't get in trouble for trying to run from a cop.
Yeah.
A video wouldn't save your life. A video would.
No, but still, I mean, a lot of cops out here try to pull dirty things like, oh, you're driving while you're drunk.
We don't have to stop if they're unmarked.
Oh, my dog hit on the car. Yeah, okay. Your dog sat down, so you want to search my car? Go ahead. You try everything.
Yeah, they do.
Some places will.
I've been pulled over by a cop going to Atlantic City. This is when I was married. I went going to Atlantic City to pick my husband up from work because he worked at the casinos. And I had a cop pull me over. I mean, I wasn't speeding or nothing, but he pulled me over. He said, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" I said, "Not really, but, you're a cop. It's your job."
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't admit to knowing why they pulled me over.
Hell no.
Well, I told him, I said, "I don't know why you really pulled me over, so." And he said, "Well, you were swerving." I said, "Swerving?" He said, "Yeah." "Or have you been drinking?" I said, "Officer, I don't drink." I said, "I haven't drank since I was 22 years old." This was when I was like 30 years old, something like that. He said, "Do you want to take the sobriety test?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, that's against the law." I said, "No, it's not. It's my rights. I do not have to take." I said, "Now, if you got a breathalyzer, I'll take it. But I am not getting out of this car, and I'm not doing them stupid tests." I said, "Now, either you let me take the breathalyzer or you let me go on my way."
Or I want a lawyer.
And he let me go on my way. He said, "Well, I'm just going to give you a warning." Because he didn't
There's
have
a
nothing.
There's a case where a police officer took the suspect to the hospital to get a blood drawn.
Yep.
And when he gets to the hospital, he tells the nurse, "I refuse medical." So she tells the police officer, "I can't draw his blood because he refused."
Right.
So now he threatens the nurse with an arrest. And she said, "I'm sorry, that's a federal law." Well, wait till you hear it gets better. So she gets her supervisor. He shows him a letter. Well, he don't want to care about the letter. And they said, "Well, let's talk. Let my boss talk to your chief and see what we come up with." Well, he ain't got time for that, so he arrests the nurse.
Oh, good grief.
She turned around and sued him, I think, like $2 million. I think he got fired.
Good.
I'm sure he did.
He lost his immunity over civil rights.
Yeah. They think they have more rights than you got. No, they don't.
Well, some of them have a God complex.
And I told him, I said, "I don't drink." I said, "Now, if you want to give me a breathalyzer, I'll be more than happy to do that. But I'm not getting out of this car."
What sometimes I tend to forget, just because of ego, is they work for us, and we pay them. We pay them.
Yeah.
Our tax dollars pay for them. And they'll sit there and tell you, "Well, we pay taxes too." And I said, "Well, yeah, but you're paying taxes with my taxes."
Exactly. Yeah. And that's
the irony in that, right?
Riddler's right. They're paying taxes with our taxes.
Yep.
That is true. I've never had a speeding ticket. If I ever get one, I'm arguing it though. Honestly, I want to know when the radar gun was last calibrated. That's how I'm gonna get out of it.
That's what I always say.
Yep. I've gotten one. I won because the calibration was wrong on the. But I was like,
that's
18. I've gotten like 10.
That's how you argue it.
I've gotten like 10 already on the cameras I get you, and I just tell them to kiss my ass about them.
I mean, I just got my license when I was 17, and when I was 18, I got a speeding ticket.
Thank you, Pickle Me Elmo.
But like, I don't understand though how he so swerving. How is swerving? Is swerving a traffic crime?
He
a traffic violation?
Like going back
Yeah,
and
if you
forth.
cross the lines, if you get caught swerving, like go across the lines and back,
that's what he's trying to say.
Police officer's going to say you got a DUI.
But like without obviously footage though, like the footage in their car or wherever, how can they? I mean, they can just pull you over whenever they want and say you went across the line.
Yeah.
Who's going to say otherwise?
Yeah, reckless endangerment.
Yeah, that's what they. And I told him, I said, we can go down to the police station, buddy. I'm not doing this. I'm a female by myself going to Atlantic City to pick my husband up, and you want to harass me? That's all it was.
Did he say that he smelled alcohol or anything?
No.
Huh. That's weird.
So what ended up happening?
Nothing. He let me go. Because he knew he was wrong.
Well, how did he backtrack? What did he say? He just said.
He just told me, okay, well, I'll just let you go on your way. Well, okay.
Well, you know, in most states,
he was a dinky rink town cop, is what he was.
In most states, barber school is longer than police academy.
Yeah. I looked that
and
up.
There's a lot of laws police officers have to learn, but there's some that already know and they don't care.
Nope.
Their ego's going to come out.
Yep.
Nail them and jail them.
They think they're God with a badge.
Well, when it's time to come up for promotion, are you a cop that just goes out there and sits around all day and you don't do anything? You're just riding around? Or are you actually making they don't have a quota, but they can't just say, for 30 days I didn't make an arrest.
Well, listen to this. I was visiting. It's like kind of like it got really bad because everybody from kind of New York and New Jersey moved to the area, and I visited the area coming from work, and I had a suit on, and when I went there, I had gotten a grocery bag out of my trunk that had like I think it was I can't really remember. I think it was like a PlayStation controller and something else, and I went to my buddy's house. And I was there for an hour and I left. And as I'm going home, I'm in dead stop rush hour traffic, ready to get onto an on-ramp. And I see a cop coming from, 10 car lengths back. So I pull over a little bit. And lady, I had one of those pens. So I kind of unscrewed it and like threw it like to the left of my seat, thinking just in my head, I'm like, God forbid if they're coming at me. Well, next thing I know, I look up and there's a gun pointed at my window. And they take me.
What?
Oh yeah. They take me out of my car, and there's and then all of a sudden there's like 6 more cop cars, and literally, rush hour, and 3 undercovers. They flipped over. They took their badges out of their shirt or whatever, and they showed me they were undercovers. I'm sitting there in handcuffs, and they're asking me if I know about like hard and soft or whatever, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And so I'm like, yeah, search the whole car. I'm like, search everything. I'm like, you're gonna find a vape cartridge though. And they literally were all looking at each other like, shoot. So they profiled me because I had a suit on in a bad neighborhood, and I almost got shot, in my opinion, from them. And I really I never did anything about it though.
My boys, we had a funeral, and my 2 boys and their 3 friends were all in black suits, dressed up nice. My son had a pretty nice car. They were driving. Now, okay, this cop was in front of me, and because my boys, and all of them were my boys, they were at my house all the time, but my boys were in front of the cop, and that cop followed my kids all the way into the church parking lot and stopped them because they all had suits and sunglasses on.
Oh my God.
That's the only reason. That's what he told me.
Jesus, man.
That's what I'm saying. Cops today,
I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've never seen cocaine, so they thought I brought it to that neighborhood. They basically thought I was
Yeah.
But
exactly.
I mean, it's because they said that they had like a person on the corner watching that neighborhood, and but how can you do that? How can you just say, yeah, that's, we suspect him of doing this when they haven't even been following me or had any kind of information on me? They just made a spare decision like that. And I never did anything about it. Because I was too, again, I was too scared to kind of go against the cops. It just sounds weird to do,
But if they'd been dressed like little thugs, they probably would have been fine. I mean, it's ridiculous sometimes.
They look completely normal, and they were until they took those badges out of their shirt.
Regular or like a little thug, you're all right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was
Thank you,
a weird experience, and I'm sure it was on camera because I remember I was at a light, so there has to be footage somewhere of it.
I've gotten caught in the easy pass.
So, you mean like a ticket?
Yeah, mailed me a ticket with my license plate and my picture.
That's been my whole comparison to why it doesn't make sense how they don't have a license plate, because I hit that thing going 100, and they sent me a perfect picture of my license plate, and it pisses me off.
And back. I got front and back.
And the picture of me smiling at the camera, like looking right at it.
I never paid the ticket.
Call it a night.
Okay.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for having me up.
See you, Rids.
Good night, Riddler.
Good night, Riddler.
Have a good night.
Wonderful participants. So good night, and I hope will we be back on tomorrow night?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah. Well, what pissed me off the most about that story is they actually took my cartridge. Out of all that, they let me go, but they took my damn cartridge, and I was like, wow.
That's what they pulled you over for.
Dude.
Yeah, but they didn't charge me with nothing.
No, that's what they pulled you over for, so they could take it.
Yeah, my ass. They pulled me over for not with 3 undercovers and 3 other officers.
They just wanted your cartridge.
No, they thought I brought something into the.
No,
they thought
I know.
had a bunch of stuff on me, is what they thought. But I was like, dude, I'm coming from work. What the hell?
Yeah.
I went to my buddy's house, and I'm never going. I never went to that part of that town again, ever. Never went back. So you can be profiled both ways.
Hey, I got to mute for just 1 second.
You can be profiled for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, a lot of your cops think they're God.
Yeah.
That's like one night. Is the beginning of summer, I think it was, or the end of fall. We were getting ready to go to bed, all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And this around the corner from us and down the road, well, they have parties on all the weekends. I think they're Spanish or something. Well, one night we're getting ready to go to bed, and my daughter was in the shower, and she heard this guy running down the side, because the side road's on the other side of the field right here.
Mm-hmm.
And he was running down the road. They're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. So she told her boyfriend, and he got dressed and went outside. Seen a guy come running by the house saying, trying to kill me. Somebody was trying, I don't know if he was high on something or somebody was really trying to kill him. So my daughter said, what do? I said, call 911. I said, just let them know that, somebody's running by the house yelling somebody's trying to kill him. So she did. Go ahead.
Family and friends, thank you so much for that super chat. And they said, do we think that Bryan K used the VPN on his phone and computer? And if so, will the data pulled be blank? They should still be able to pull the data even if there was a VPN.
Yeah, you know about that more than I do.
That's a question for Big Al.
Yeah. Actually, I need to write that question down and ask him, because I would think that it should still be able to be pulled. But
yeah.
I would think, though, like, if you go to that length to do, to try to not get your phone and that stuff tracked, you still bring it to the crime and your car. Like, you took all these measures over here, but you forgot
take all the measures over here.
Yeah, you forgot ABC.
But see, technology today, that's what I'm saying. Technology today, they more than likely can probably track that.
That's what I mean, and that's why, again, if they're able to extract that data from his phone, and they have his phone sitting outside of the back of that house, and he's done. I mean, to me, that's showing he was sitting right there. If he brought it inside the house and he's really stupid, and they can put him directly in the house. But again, I don't know how precise they can get with this technology, because I don't know that kind of stuff.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be long. They're going to go back and forth and back and forth. But I'm just curious to see what else they found or what else they have.
I know. I cannot wait.
When it said knife on
for
that
this
list.
trial to start.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Sarah Boone's to start either.
That starts Monday. No, somebody said it got pushed back to October the 2nd.
It got pushed back to October.
Oh, man.
I don't know why, though. I caught the end of it, but I don't know why.
Probably because she's a big pain in the butt.
I don't know if it's because of her lawyers or...
So what is she going to say? I mean, there's a video of her.
When she said she had a letter for the judge.
Well, what are they going for the DP with her as well?
No, I think she's charged with second degree.
Oh, okay.
So basically, they're saying they're saying that she didn't, I guess, do anything to him and then put him in.
I think basically they're going to be going for that she was like.
I have no idea.
Not in her right frame of mind when she did it, that she was under the influence or something.
Didn't she beat the suitcase with a bat?
Yep, she threw it down the stairs.
Second degree murder. Second degree murder. Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. Now, let me ask a question. Does anybody in chat know this? And you'll have to let me know, Scarlett. If the jury feels like what's the word I'm trying to use? If they believe that they should get a stronger, like murder 1 instead of murder 2, if the jury thinks that, can the jury say, hey, we actually think it's more murder 1 than murder 2?
Or you mean murder 2 instead of murder 1? Like a lesser charge?
No, I mean like if they think she should have a stronger charge.
Oh, you're talking about on Sarah Boone's. Can the jury request that? It seems like I've seen that.
Yeah, it seems like I have too.
Can they recharge?
I don't know.
Well, they can't recharge
No,
her?
but they can up the charge.
That's what I mean. So
can the jury up the charge?
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
request it. Okay, so a family and friend says no, they can't, and Duncan says no.
Okay.
So even if they find more evidence, they can't up the charge. Like if they find, say they find another video of her, a video she made.
She means whenever they're deliberating.
Like when they're deliberating. Yeah,
it seems like I've heard of that happening though. So.
Really?
Yeah, but apparently I'm wrong.
That would be odd for a jury to. Yeah.
It kind of would. But
it seems like there was one case that they did that because they just really did not feel like.
That's what I want to say too. That I've seen that happen in a case where a jury will come back and say that they don't feel like they can convict them on one charge, and they recommend either a lesser or higher charge.
Right. Or they just
recommend.
Yeah, but they just don't feel like the charge that they had is strong enough.
Yeah, like they like if it's a first degree charge, they come back and say, well, we don't feel like we can convict them on a first degree charge, but we could on second degree.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then they should have done that with what's her name, Casey Anthony.
But I don't remember where I've seen that at though. That's the thing. And I don't know if that's in every state. And this was like years ago.
Yeah.
This isn't anything recent that I remember seeing that on. But it seems like the jury came back. Now, I don't know if the judge granted it or not.
I don't remember that part. I just
But
think
I
I
remember that
because it's so weird.
the jury asking that.
She's an evil pig. Should have been locked away. And from what I was told, it's because of that reason is they went after first degree and not a lesser charge.
Yeah, what they did was they should have went probably for like second degree with her instead of first degree.
Mm-hmm.
And then they add all these other like charges, like, well, she did spend time in jail for lying to the police.
Ooh.
But that was it. She was never charged with her daughters.
No.
Disgusting.
It is.
Scot free.
30 days or something.
And then to turn around and do what they did to her father.
That was
what happened?
Despicable.
See, I gotta look into it more because
She accused him of being the one. Well, she accused him of essaying her as she was growing up, and accused him of saying that Kaylee was actually in the pool and unalived in there by water filling her up. You know.
And then he pulled her out of her. And she even blamed her brother for essaying her.
If I mean, with all that, right? 30 days, decomposition, all that kind of stuff. Okay, and she got off. What I mean, it's not far fetched at all to think that something could happen in this Idaho case.
No,
by any means.
it's not.
You know what I mean? Because it pisses me off that she's even like. Oh man, it's just disgusting. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't get stuff like that. How they let people off like that does their kids the way that she was accused of doing.
I don't get it at all.
That's why I believe they should have went for second degree murder instead of first degree.
Yeah,
or wasn't it they were going for first degree or the death penalty? I can't remember.
Hey, Ara, how are you? I don't know. I didn't follow that case. It was just one of those cases where if I'm on social media and something pops up about it, I'll read over it or whatever. But
yeah, I followed it, but I didn't follow it like I do this one.
Yeah,
because she really irritated me.
Oh, she made me mad about the way she was talking about her dad.
I wanted to take my TV off the wall and just throw it out the window.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, I sit here and yell at the TV as it is, but
I think
some of these cases are trials are tough to watch.
Because I've watched quite a few trials, and I'll be like, "There ain't no way. How do you figure?"
Mm-hmm. That Dale Brooks guy was a character.
Oh my god! I watched that trial.
I didn't watch every bit of it.
That man's a trip.
There was certain days that there wouldn't be nothing else on to watch, so we would put it on there, and yeah,
he was. Every time he interrupted it, he was a trip. She put him in the other courtroom.
I think it was timeout. He acted like a kid the whole time.
Yeah, he did. And then she'd say, "If you're gonna act right, I can bring you back in." And then he'd come in for about an hour and act stupid again.
And then, like, I feel like he just read like the back of a law book, and that's what he kept saying. Like one line. I'm like, what the hell?
It's like, dude, can't you learn something else besides that line?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like you read the back of, kind of like when you go take your driver's test, you just read the back of the book.
I mean, come on, dude.
Literally arguing with the judge.
Yeah. Every day.
It was crazy.
That had to be an exhausting experience.
And she was lenient with him. Boy, I would have threw charges at him.
I know, right? I give her props for having that much patience.
She was very patient with him.
Yeah, boy, she didn't want him to come back and say that.
Yeah.
This Yeah, she was very, very careful.
Wait, Sarah Boone already had 7. Oh, she's had 7 lawyers total?
Yeah.
Well, they probably hate her.
Well,
It
kept
was
saying
irreconcilable differences.
she kept saying none of the lawyers would contact her back.
See?
I find that hard to believe.
No, I don't.
They probably don't want to mess with her.
I mean, I get it. She's a little cuckoo, but
little.
I don't
probably called them God knows how many times.
I mean, well, how many letters did she write to the judge? Like 25?
Question: what's a maximum sentence for second-degree murder in that?
Who said they were scared?
You can get life in prison. You can get life in prison with possibility of parole with second degree.
In Louisiana, there was a boy that I was reading on that news break thing that I have on my phone, and so I get the news like from all over Louisiana. And there was a boy up in northern part of Louisiana, like 23 years old. He murdered a man, got second-degree murder charges, and was sentenced to life in prison at hard labor with no possibility of parole, probation, or a suspended sentence. So he's going to spend the rest of his life sitting in Angola.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
only
it just
23.
depends. It depends on the state. Now, Sarah Boone could get life without parole, or she could get life with parole.
Oh, we lost Lady
of parole.
V. Oh, lady, it's 3:06. It's time for Lady V's internet to start acting up. Okay, so Vapor said that the jury from Casey Anthony ever get interviewed. That I don't know. Do y'all know?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not gonna lie. I found out about this about, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago, and
I don't know if anybody
pissed
ever
me off.
did an interview or not. Probably not. All the hate they probably were getting.
Because I was like kind of heard about, her, but I never really looked in, but I watched the documentary, and it just makes me sick to my stomach.
I can't stand her voice.
Can't stand her face.
I say I can't stand her face.
I really want to punch her in the face. More than that, but I'm
upset. I'm very upset that nobody took justice into their own hands. I'm sorry to say that, but
surprised they haven't.
But
at this point, they're not going to.
Isn't she just walking around like nothing ever happened?
That's what I mean. Oh my God. Ugh. If I had like some kind of terminal,
it's like, really?
Well, if I had like a terminal illness or something like that, like I'm looking up the top like 2-3 people that she's listen. I mean, I just don't understand. It's just I don't know.
That's what I said. My
the decomposition just really eats me alive.
My granddaughter is 3 years old. Okay, she's the same age. She's the same age as Kaylee was. Look, I get into it with her mom and dad.
Well, what was her excuse for 30 days again?
Didn't the nanny have her?
Zanny the nanny.
For 30 days?
She waited 30 days to report her missing.
Jesus.
And then when she did, it was Zanny the nanny had her.
Yep.
And that was a lie.
And I'm sure it was Xanax.
Yeah.
I do remember that it took her several days to report her missing, and she claimed that the nanny had her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then she let them on a wild goose chase when she said she worked at was it Disney World?
Oh yeah. Took them all the way back to the offices and stuff.
Yeah, waving to people, saying hi, and like people are looking at her like, we don't.
They're
know
like,
you.
you never worked here.
Like Libra Moon wants to know, didn't she have an affair with her lawyer or something like that?
The guy that she lived with.
She
what's his
with
name?
him.
She seems like that.
Okay.
What's the guy? It was one of her lawyers. What's his name? I can't. I don't know. Jose Baez, the other one.
I can't remember the other one.
She lived with him. If I'm not mistaken, she still does.
Yeah, she does. As of the
Summer,
did
yes,
she?
I remember seeing those pictures of people taking of her and put them on social media when she was at Disney World.
How did she get such good counsel? She
that
she had
part
money
I
or
do
what?
not know.
Well, her mom and dad,
Use
I don't
your
think were
use
hurting.
your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
okay.
can imagine what she did for the. I mean, it's been going around that that's what she was doing just to get
Well,
off.
didn't her mom, Casey's mom, called law enforcement and say that her
She
car
did.
had a smell to it?
Yes.
It smelled like something died in there. So.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do remember that part too.
Or it
That's
smells
what
like
I'm
death.
saying.
One of the two.
They had all this evidence.
Exactly.
You don't get that smell mixed up with
With
a
trash.
piece of food that trash that has been
Exactly.
in there for a while. You
It's all a
don't.
bunch of bullshit.
Totally different smells.
She
Right.
killed her daughter and she's walking around.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wonder because of that case being so big. I mean, it was a high profile case
That
too.
was a big case.
That someone hasn't hurt her.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it upsets me.
Well, don't go do anything silly.
What the hell am I gonna do? I'm not doing nothing. Listen, you know,
Just let me know. Don't
that
get
should
that.
happen a long time ago. I mean,
She will get hers. She will get hers.
Don't get that.
God don't like
I'm saying when it
ugly.
happened, I'm
That is
upset
true.
nobody.
I
At
know, I'm
least
just
smacked her or
teasing you.
something. You know.
I'm just teasing you.
Well, that one night when she got that drink thrown on her when she was
Oh,
in that
yeah?
nightclub.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh
Some
yes, I
woman-
remember that too.
She called the cops saying we had a dispute and some woman threw her drink on me and now I have alcohol all over me. Well, so what, bitch? You killed your
Right.
child.
Exactly. Listen, I would literally,
You're
tell
lucky
somebody.
you're lucky you only got that.
I'll bail you out of jail if you go hit her. Anybody.
I thought to
Give me a
myself,
call.
well, you're
Give
lucky
me a
you
call.
only
I'll bail
got
you
the
out.
drink. Because
I'm
if I
sure,
lived in
though,
Florida, she'd have got
just-
more than a drink.
Just give it time. Somebody will end up doing something to her.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not, and I don't wish death on nobody at
But God
all.
don't like ugly.
That is true, though. He doesn't. And there is a such thing as karma.
Well, yeah, I
So-
believe that.
And karma's a bitch.
Well, I got freaked out because I thought somebody said that she was
Sally
pregnant.
Mae. Sally Mae said, "Can you imagine Daddy Joe pulling up on Casey respectfully?"
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. I'll bail you out.
Well, I don't live in Florida, so I can't.
Oh, is that where that's where she's at?
Yeah.
Yeah. Duncan, we don't need you getting in trouble either.
Trust me, if I was in Florida, trust me.
Nobody needs to get in trouble.
I mean, I
No.
wouldn't do anything to,
A gator will get her.
Yeah, just let karma get her.
Oh,
She'll
yeah.
get what she deserves.
Well, and
And
I'm
then-
going to say, too, if anybody in here, those of us that are in here that believe in God, if she doesn't get it here, she'll get it in
Yep,
the afterlife.
that is true.
That's what I say.
that.
God don't like
Going
ugly.
to hell.
I think that there is a special place in hell for
Mhm.
people like her that
Yep.
do stuff to kids, whether it's no matter what it is that you do to a child or an elderly person, there is
Yep.
a special place in hell for you.
Yeah, so nobody bother me because there's a special place in hell for you.
That's like listen to this. The other day, my granddaughter, her mom told her no for something. I think she wanted a lollipop, and her mom told her no. She had to eat first. She comes in here to me, mommy yelled at me. I said she yelled at you, so I went out there. I said, "Why are you yelling at her?" She says, I only told her she couldn't have the lollipop till after she ate her dinner. That I didn't yell at her.
Mom wouldn't let me.
She said, I told her, I said, you can't have it until after you eat. Okay. That's how she tells me.
That's what I find funny.
Okay.
I lightly yell at my daughter, and then when my mother visits, she'll say something. I'm like, listen, Don't even start. You yelled at me like 10 times worse, so I don't want to hear it. Just because she's your granddaughter now.
It's different with grandbabies though.
I know.
I don't have
Well-
any. I don't have grandkids yet. I'm not old enough for that yet. But
It is
different.
It is so you will never know until you have one.
Trust
it is
me.
so completely different.
This
But
little girl right here is my whole world.
my husband and I, when it comes to that part, we step back and say, you, as long as they're not being abused, it's like, you guys
Exactly.
do you, because I don't want to be involved. They'll come over, and when we're in Virginia, they'll come over and they'll tell me, oh, me, blah, 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 blah. That's for grandma. And I'm like, what did your mom and dad say? Because I'm not getting in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I will. She'll come
They're
to
like,
me.
you're no fun. I'm like, no, I just don't believe in getting in the middle of that.
She'll come to me and ask me for something. I say, yeah, here, have it.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
they get anything
See,
they
my daughter
want.
plays that game, and that's what I have to deal with.
Yeah. If it's okay with mom and dad, then yeah, anything that they want is theirs.
See,
Yeah.
I was an only grandchild on my mama's side.
Oh,
So
my
if my mom and daddy said no or I couldn't do something, I'd always go ask my grandparents.
Well,
I
see,
was
that's
spoiled
it.
like that.
She's the only one I have. My son ain't never gonna give me no grandkids. So
Well, you don't do that nowadays because a lot of these generation will say, well, you don't want to listen to my rules and stuff, then you don't get to see your grandkids.
oh no, see,
Yeah,
I
there are some that will
There,
do that.
dare my
I've
daughter
got
to try
one
that.
like I've got one like that I don't even no, I don't go there. Besides, it takes the responsibility on off of me and puts it back on them, and then they're the ones that they have to get upset at, not me.
Well, I live with my daughter, so
That's a
Rowie, have a
different
good night.
situation.
and the baby sleeps with me.
Yeah.
She slept with me since she was 8 months old.
Yeah, that's a completely different situation.
And I'll say, don't.
You have to be careful, man. These people nowadays, male or female, it doesn't matter. I mean, you do one thing wrong, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That you won't get to see the kids.
I dare my child to say that to me.
Yeah, I don't think mine would do that.
I never
No, my
thought mine would either.
My
Yeah.
daughter would never do that to me.
Mine would be like me and Troll. I can already see it now. Troll's already got it figured out. He wants a grandson, so he can take him hunting and fishing, and like he's already got the whole thing planned. I'm like, dude, we ain't even got grandkids yet, and you've already got it all planned out of what you want to do.
And what if it's a granddaughter?
Oh, he would still. I mean, my
You gotta
daughter.
take her hunting and fishing.
Yeah, my daughter went hunting and fishing. Like she did all the stuff that my two boys did.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know,
Well,
so it would be the same thing.
That's like my daughter's boyfriend. He has an older daughter. She's 13, and now he's got this one. She's 3. And at first, when she told him that she was that she was pregnant, he said, "Oh, good, I might get a boy." Guess what? You got an Aubrey.
And I would say
those little
girls
girls wrap their fingers. I tell you what, they're
Oh yeah,
girls and boys.
Well, not just grandpas. Grandmas get wrapped too. I always wanted a girl, and I didn't have one. So, I thoroughly enjoy the girly girl that I have as a granddaughter when I'm around.
Yes, she loves dresses and she loves makeup and she loves to put little. At first, she didn't like to put bows in her hair, but she does now.
As long as they're not like
a
those
very girly girl.
Yeah, as long as they're not the bows that are like, a foot long.
No. These are just little bows that she clip in her hair. She didn't like it at first. At first, she wouldn't have nothing touching her head. But now she's like, she'll put it on and she'll come.
Miss Kelly, have a good night.
She'll come in here and she'll say, "Look, my mama, I'm pretty." I said, "Yeah, you are pretty."
Yeah,
My daughter's
girls.
my daughter's going to first grade, and she's as tall as like a fourth grader.
So she's gonna be tall when she gets up older.
It is absolutely insane.
That my granddaughter's like that too. She's very tall, very thin.
It messes with my head.
Yep.
Oh, you wait until she's a teenager.
Uh-huh.
It's crazy.
How old is she right now?
She is 6, and today she weighed in at 59 pounds, and she's like really tall.
Yeah.
So
well,
she's only going to first grade.
Wait till she gets to be about 13 or 14.
Yes.
I can't. Yeah, I don't.
Willie's like, no, don't even remind me.
I'm not going there.
Man.
That's when they think they know it all.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
and I can tell you, girls and boys are completely different.
Yes, they are.
Oh my God.
My son is the oldest, and then my daughter's, and they are completely different. He's the wild one, and she's the calm one.
God, that's usually the other way around.
No, he's this boy has given me several panic attacks.
Now, I mean,
and they'll grow up before you know it.
He's 32 and he ain't grown up yet, so.
Well, I tell you, yeah, girls. Boys don't. Till they're about 25, it's scientifically proven that. Excuse me, Willie, but the male forms are like they have no brain till they're like 25. That's why insurance companies charge so much for the boys driving when they first get their car until they're 25.
Because they're crazy.
They do really stupid things.
Betty Jo's like, they're just crazy.
I can tell you some stories about my child. He has flipped his Jeep.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
He has sleep apnea. He fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh
He has wrecked 3 motorcycles.
Oh my God.
Broke his back once.
Lord.
He needs to quit driving, man.
Oh.
That's why women live longer than men.
He has this is his 4th bike, and I told him, please ride like you got some sense that God gave you.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Because God's kept his hand on you thus far, dude.
Yes,
and he drives.
You know what my husband?
He drives me crazy.
You know what my husband used to do? That's ridiculous. He, remember when we used to have the bench seats in front instead of the bucket seats?
Yeah.
He would put his feet up. He had to drive, like one time he had to drive from Texas all the way to New York in one shot. He had to be there by the next morning or something, and or a day and a half, something like that. And he just put his feet up on the bench seat and sat there driving with his feet. He put it on cruise control, just put his feet up in the seat. I'm like, God, you.
Just don't let go of the steering wheel.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop down. Some at 4:30 here.
All right. Have a good night.
Hope you guys have a good night, and I can be on tomorrow.
Yes.
All right, sounds good.
Ooh.
Good night, Willie.
That was nice.
All right.
You.
All right.
Nice
Have a good night.
Chat. Have a good one.
So it's just
then there was 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably be ending it here in just a few minutes myself. I'm trying to see if the chat will get the likes up a few more.
Well, I did it twice, guys. You can do it once.
I do it every
and
time.
I didn't like and unliked. I have 2 different accounts that I watch her on.
That's
Jamie, have a good night.
Oh, I like
and
that.
y'all, we only need 22 more subs to hit 5,000.
Wow. Congratulations. That's just crazy, isn't it?
That's like a huge milestone to me, honestly. And seriously, I couldn't do it without all of y'all.
How many did you say?
22 more.
This has become my favorite channel.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, by far, by far.
Well, Buck, have a good night.
When I first started coming around, I mean, I'd been into true crime for my whole life, but I only really got involved in the crime community like this during Kylie Rodney's, and I thought I was in a good spot, good channel, and everything. It seemed to be, but I tell you what, faces can be deceptive, and so I'm just feel fortunate I found you guys.
I know we love having you over.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I love being here.
Yeah, so do I.
It's I just love the fact base and all that. I'm not in a drama, and I wasn't in a drama one, but I mean sometimes, but I thought they were all like that. That's why I'm so forgiving about some people that get passionate about what they think is true because they don't know there's other channels like this out there.
Yeah.
That are just, fact.
Yeah, there's only a few channels that I watch that's actually pretty decent. But this is my favorite.
Yeah.
Duncan says, yeah, I don't know what to do with myself when this show isn't on. I'm like, what the fuck do I do?
I know.
Yeah,
it's
the
hilarious.
Same way when
everybody's like,
when
you're not
live.
on. Yeah, it's like there's a piece of you missing or something. It's like,
I'm sorry.
Or
like,
people be, dang, what are we going to do now?
Usually, though, my intention is usually when I don't go live, is to go to bed early. Okay, that's always my intention so I can get some sleep. And then that way I'm rested up, and it never happens like that. A lot of times I'm in bed. I'll go to sleep at like 3:00. Now the last time I think it was like midnight when I finally went to sleep, but usually it's like 3:00, and I'm like, damn, my whole intention was to go to bed early, and I still can't go to bed early.
Your internal clock just won't let you.
Yeah, that's it. Sweet Melissa, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
See, that's what I do. Like when you don't go live, I was like, damn, what do I do?
I know, it's like, what do we do now? Who else is on?
I can't fall
nobody
asleep.
else on.
I guess I get on that kick though, where if I stay up to a certain time, I have to, like it's like that for several months, and then I'll eventually if I go to sleep at an earlier time for 2 or 3 nights, and I'm stuck on that time for a couple of months.
Yeah. I'm the same way.
But I've been having to get up early because we're helping my daughter, and y'all, I'm just not a morning person. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, neither am I.
Oh, I'm not grouchy or anything, but I can do mornings, but I'd rather not.
Yeah,
because I don't wake up till like 9:00 at night.
And
that's why sometimes I'm glad the baby stays up with me and then sleeps
so
because
she'll
sleep till
right.
I get up.
Wait till she starts going to school, then you're gonna be in trouble, Betty.
Oh, that is what
that's
so
her mom
hard.
and dad. That's her mom and dad's deal.
I give her back
But by then she'll probably be sleeping in her own room. I mean, she does have her own room.
Yeah,
but she's
slept
with me for so long. She's so used to sleeping with me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my kids are the same way though. My kids would rather sit up all night and then sleep all day.
Too.
That's just they've always been like that.
Mine too.
People say, well, she should be on a schedule. Well,
she is.
This child doesn't know a schedule. She knows when my mom goes to sleep, that's when she goes to sleep.
Yeah, I was the same way. My sister and I were the same way with our mom. My mom was a night owl too. And it's just, we were happiest when my dad worked graveyard shift. And all of us, and school was out and it was in the summertime.
Right. And then you can stay up and do what
all
you
day
want.
long. And we had horses and stuff and lived out in the country, and the times weren't so bad then. And I just go out and I literally put a piece of binder twine in my horse's mouth, and I'd lay down on her back, and I just let her graze all over the yard and just sit
Yep.
there and lay there and look at the stars from her back. That was fun. I miss those days.
But when she goes to school, she'll get on a schedule. I mean,
I
she's only
met
3 years old.
I met this little boy today that his mom and sister came in to get their nails done. The daughter's real girly girl, and the mom's, maybe once a year she gets her nails done. And I asked him, I'm like, "Do you want me to put rhinestones on your toes?" And he gave me this look like, "Excuse me, I'm a boy." I'm like, that kid's definitely a cowboy. He's like, he had that swagger and look like, yeah, I don't think so. He was so doggone cute. And I told him, I said, you're really lucky living in the country out on a farm, because wow, that's one of
Country
the best
living's the best.
childhood. It is. It's the
Exactly.
best way to bring up a child. It really is. They have so much more freedom, and they just so much more to do, and they're not in front of the TV or on a game all the time. It's sad for these kids that live in the city, I think.
Oh, this baby's crazy. She'll either watch her shows on her tablet, or she'll be in her room tearing it up, or she'll be running down the hallway. She rides her tricycle up and down the hallway because we have a long hallway to the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And she gets on that thing and she goes, she said, "Look at me, I'm fast." I said, "Yeah, watch where you're going before you run into a wall."
Yeah. Well, Scarlett, I'm going to go ahead and jump down. Thank you for having me up here, and I do appreciate your channel very much, and I appreciate you and all your hard work. And
Thank you.
I think these are some of the best people that I've ever ran into on YouTube. So you're
For sure.
like Big Al says, slow and steady. Slow and steady. You choose the people. That's
Right.
what my boss keeps telling me. She's like, have to put up with everything all the time. We choose the client. They don't choose us. We choose the client. If we don't like, they don't come.
Well, I mean, if it's slow and steady, it's more authentic people.
It is.
Right.
So.
And it's probably people that have been searching a while, to be honest,
Yeah, that's true.
I think Willie just lucked out finding you quickly but anyway, I'm going to let you go so you can go to bed. I love all you guys. I'm not going to write in chat. I love all you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Okay, well, have a good night, and I hope you get to feeling better.
You too. Thank you.
Bye, Lady B. Well, I'm going to go too.
Okay, well, I hope you have a good night as well.
You too.
I think I'm just going to get out of here and go to bed.
And
Try to get to sleep before 5 o'clock.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night.
You too.
All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here as well. If y'all haven't done so, hit the thumbs up on your way out. I'm hoping, let's see, what's tomorrow? Hey, Vaughn, how are you? Tomorrow night, Saturday night, I'm hoping by Monday night we will have the 5,000 subs. That would be awesome. One of the real ones, thank you for coming up tonight. I hope you have a good night. So I'm going to get out of here. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Everybody who came up on panel, those who gifted the membership and became members, and everybody who did the super chats. All of you guys are awesome, like I said. Okay, thank you, Fofa. Like I said, the channel wouldn't be where it's at right now if it wasn't for all of you. You were all awesome people. I can't thank you all enough, and I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all later.